Oh, good. Turn it down a little bit, maybe.
And then also go to settings and see what it's picking up. Go to properties. No, it's got to be at devices.
I told you to do it loudly.
Could hear a sound and I was head up on the ear and started.
Your norm said we started on time, so start settling in. I'm gonna start wrangling people. Yeah. Doctor, say good luck. Yeah. Will you be back at West Point? Make sure you've got your beverages.
Never doubt.
Agendas up front, if anybody didn't grab those, we put them on the flip side as well. You're in a room together. I walked in this morning and I looked at this big long skinny room and I said, oh, we can't have the circle in here. I love Poudre's circle for so many reasons. It's such a powerful space to be, but my gosh, isn't the skinny horseshoe more exciting than the Brady Bunch faces on team? Yeah. My name's Carrie. I am a facilitator. I live up in Miami. And Susan is one of my mentors. I actually drank the Kool-Aid of collaborative problem solving and interest-based bargaining as a negotiator on a team with Susan back in the day, and eventually went back to grad school and now do this for a living. I miss my teaching days and my kid wrangling days, but it's awfully fun to get to support groups in this way. So thank you for letting me join you. This is my first in-person meeting, other than a trail redesign I did for the city here, in a year. So I feel like a foal who's been like let out of the barn and it's like, oh gosh, and that was so awesome. Like, it's so exciting. Want to check in with people as far as COVID before we get into the other things. We have windows open. I see people are masked and doing the responsible things when they're drinking and all of that. Just going to count on you to manage your own space. And if you need more space than others, please do that. If you want to make sure you're sitting by a window or whatever else, we want everybody to feel just physically safe. And also, it sounds like you all have really high vaccination rates, so good job on that. Hello, come on in. If you notice somebody today backing away from you, please don't take that personally. It's not your breath, they can't smell it. Isn't that a nice part of masks? But if they're backing away, maybe just be mindful of that space and don't interpret it as any sort of, I don't like what you're saying. They're just managing their risk in that way, so be mindful of that. Any other thoughts on the COVID element of being in the room together? I know you all have been working in person for a lot longer, but any other thoughts on that topic before we jump into the content in your All right, fabulous. So we have our same purpose, big picture, that we've got up here. You all come together to create solutions and make recommendations on your 2021 negotiation issues. And you're focused on salaries, benefits, and working conditions. Another big purpose, so that's like the practical problem solving piece of it, right? But the other big purposes are equally important. So sharing diverse perspectives and creating shared understanding, even when the practicalities of solving the things are hard, just having shared understanding is such a huge side benefit of the way that you all do this work. So remind ourselves of that, and then improving your collaborative skills and working relationships. I love that, like, around the room, separate of negotiations and always in here, you have your norms of collaboration. It just speaks to the type of place that Poudre is to work. And just love that's such a part of your culture, and part of that is here, and part of that is all the ways that you work amongst yourselves. We have our agenda here. I think it's gonna be fabulous and we're gonna get done early. Is that optimistic? We're gonna spend some time getting grounded this morning, reflecting on our norms and what that means now being in person and after the year that you've all had. We'll do our check-in, so we'll go around and do that ritual of checking in. We have a committee updates on your workload task force, is that what we called it? and some language to hopefully approve on that. We'll do your environmental scan with some budget updates, and then we'll dig into salary. And I just reminded you the steps. I know you all could teach the workshops on this. It'll be interesting when we get down, being a student of Susan's, I steal all of her tricks. We'll do all these things. We'll do the story in a large group, and then the interests and options, I'll probably break you up into small groups. We'll see when we get to this draw design. I know that's often when you send it out to a task force. So we'll just see based on where we're at in the day, what that might look like. I've also had success with also doing straw design within small groups, and then we kind of evaluate the different proposals and massage them. So we'll just see where we're at so we can be effective with your time. And then hopefully work towards evaluating, picking the best of them, and getting to agreement. Remind me for you all, I know many things you approve unanimously, and we know that consensus doesn't mean unanimous agreement. Consensus means everybody has had a chance to speak to the ideas, has a deep understanding of all the different perspectives, and that the group as a whole can agree to something even if it's imperfect, right? It doesn't mean that you think the idea is the greatest, most fabulous thing necessarily, although hopefully we can be creative and it will be. Do you all have a threshold for, I think Susan calls it sufficient agreement? Maybe I just call it sufficient agreement, or what's good enough when we get to that agreement stage?
Everybody here or here.
Okay, okay, so it has to be everybody that at least is green or yellow if you're using cards. And so you can't have anybody that's a no. Okay, cool. I just wanted to double check before we get to that point, like what's the rule again? And different groups set different thresholds for that. Some have a some tolerance, usually it's still a low one, but for folks being thumbs down. Okay, cool. I think you all use caucus a little more than other groups that I necessarily work with, so just please speak up at a time if you feel like, we need to hit pause here and have some caucus time. And we'll just use that thoughtfully. I tend to think groups do their best thinking when they're all together, and also I recognize that need to check in with one another and kind of wrangle within your own teams. So just speak up. I don't necessarily have that built in. You just need to tell me when you want to do that time. Good. All right, and then we'll wrap up. We'll figure out your next steps, your communication plan. We'll do some minor process evaluation. Not going to spend too much time on that, but a little bit just of what worked and didn't work today, and then we'll check out. You have your list of norms there. They are also printed on the agenda that folks picked up. Did everybody get one of these? Do you want me to maybe the one? There you go.
Thank you.
Do that. I'm gonna mix things up a little bit today. Has anybody noticed how much you miss licking your fingers? In the grocery store, the plastic bags, when you're trying to open the little produce bags, I'm just like, I just want to lick my fingers, which is gross to know now how much I used to lick my fingers. But anyway, now that I can't do you one. So you've got these list of norms. I want us to, before we check in, and I know this is not how you would normally do it, before you check in, I want us to spend a second kind of reflecting on those. In the context of now, this has been a part of your culture and how you value doing things. It's also always something that's a little bit tested, and it's difficult. You can't just make the list. You have to work at it to keep the norms going. But I want you to just reflect on, as you apply those norms and live those norms today, in person, how might today be different than past sessions? And if there's any norms that you particularly think it'll be useful to focus on for your success. And I think about success, that we can check off all those boxes and feel good about your agreement at the end of the day, but also long-term in your working relationships, right? This has been a crazy year, and negotiations are one piece of that. So this could be just thinking about how might today be different being in person, and how might today feel different working in this space, in this stretchy horseshoe than it has maybe felt on Teams. And it might also just be thinking about the norms that you want to focus on. So I'm going to give you a chance to have a stand-up meeting. This is a time to manage your COVID in the ways best. I know sometimes you count off and you have this really organized way of doing it. I'm just gonna ask you to stand up and find a couple people to talk to who are not part of your group, if that makes sense. And then it'll be a little lopsided, it's gonna be a little messy, that's okay. Just have a quick conversation, 2, 3 people, you can have a group of 4 if you want, and try to find people that are not part of your same classification, whatever that is. Good? This is the prompt. I'll wrangle you back together and just stay in your small group when I do that, and we'll just popcorn out some ideas, some wisdom from the group, and then we'll officially go around and check in with you all individually. Good? All right, go for it. Find your buddies. Stand up somewhere, just manage your own space.
I'm gonna run to the bathroom really quick, and I will be back and join.
And Dakota's coming back, he was at the bathroom, so stay, but I'm just saying, yeah, we need another, that's what.
Debbie. And you're,
Oh, we're at it.
I'll tell you that.
So you have. You got the budget. Brent Parker.
Like I've just become
probably on alert, I know.
It depends on the position. Yeah, an emergency, I thought they started now.
But I think we.
But I always feel like. Plants.
Not sure how that.
Yeah, I think I were just.
Yeah, I forget.
Body and I expression. Yeah.
I don't know. Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, I'm rolling with
I need to.
Buy this and bring it right back.
That's really.
That's where we go.
Pretty much started.
Coffee today, but it was like.
I took my son to get all my stuff in my car.
Did I come?
I was like,
That's what amazing job is.
4 o'clock.
Right. Right, exactly.
Come on, son.
Took my spot. Oh, that's great, that's good.
We have to.
You have to do this.
2 more minutes, 2 more minutes.
Yeah, so we got like the stream guy and then the camera as well, and then I'm controlling the camera with that.
Right.
So it's whoever tapped into that.
Oh, so it's on YouTube like.
We got that going, and it'll work well.
How does that save the, like, save the record?
I actually have not been recording anything.
Oh, it's just live.
So you either get that or whatever you decide.
Sometimes when we get covered.
Having not done it ever before.
Right, exactly. You can take a step.
Going to make a difference.
Take it out of context.
That's helpful. Usually in the space here. And I think the residents, none of us really have. So that was an aha moment of, wow, we're on
A whole different perspective. It's gonna be fun.
It's gonna be way different for me, yeah.
That's like my first year down in as well. So, like I've been in the district now for 7 years.
You guys all.
Well, like,
No. So you have been president.
we all had to go down.
Okay, but as far as like being president,
maybe there's another project
And his nails, and Joni's been on here.
next year.
Turn your attention back this way. I'm sure that's how we always do it.
I'll know you're ready when you're looking this way. Not talking, stay with your group. Don't go anywhere. I've got 2 groups ready, 3 groups are ready. Have 4 groups ready, 5. It is so impossible to bring people back from a Zoom break. I'm like, your cameras are off. Like, come on back, people. Come on, this is so fun. I'm so I'm gonna just get some popcorn ideas out, but I'm gonna kind of keep a tally and see if we have some shared energy on the norms that we really think are important. Can I get you all to either scoot this way or scoot that way, either one? Oh, I just need to see the sign behind you. Let's hear just a snippet, any things that kind of came out in your conversation of how today might be different, or a norm that you think will be particularly useful for you all to keep in mind today. We can start wherever you like, we can just popcorn them out.
Reading body language.
The benefits of reading body language, absolutely. I am so grateful for that one. Yeah, for the good and the bad, right? You're gonna be able to pick up on a lot more. Good, thanks. Other things about how today might be different? Go
I
ahead.
just talked about hearing each other. Like Brian Davis is way down there in that corner, so if he's got a big idea, he's gonna have to get in the middle of the floor and yell it out.
Hey, good. So it's an interesting when there could be some practical complications of hearing each other in this big skinny space, right? I wonder if there's also a way that being in the room together will make it better to hear each other. If we can attend to this, if that will make it better to actually hear each other. Maybe, I don't know. Good, thank you.
Is that you can just kind of feel the energy already that we haven't necessarily had seen on the screen. It's like hands back together.
Nice,
Yeah.
good. So that energy. We're social people. Being in community is important. Good.
Managing technology, we talked about multitasking when you're on screen. You can be doing a zillion different
Oh
things. You
my
can turn your
gosh.
camera off and go wherever. So we've got to really be focused and on really here.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So
Absolutely.
be present here.
Yeah, good. I'm gonna put a star by there on the dedicate yourself to the entire session. That's that, like, being present. It is much harder to do in a virtual space, but you might also find your habits are such that you might be checking your phone more often or itching to do those things you might do online. Yeah. I confess, as a facilitator, I trained a workshop where I was baking bread and soup at the same time. Because anytime they were doing small group, I was stirring the soup in my kitchen. It was great. Terrible, but great. Good. Other things that might make today different or norms that really stood out to y'all?
We talked about the ability to hear laughter, humor, and being a part of it as opposed to, it's hard to do that remotely at all.
Yeah. And you all have, I love that you all have a norm about that. Embrace humor. Yeah. That has a bigger impact when you're in the room. Good. Thank you.
Doing more frequent temperature checks maybe,
Okay.
if we need to.
Yeah. And when you say temperature checks, in my language, I was gonna check in on this, that's just where are we at on this idea and a thumbs up kind of thing? Is there something different or in addition that it might mean here, so I can be aware?
I think that's it, and then if groups feel like they really need to call that caucus
Yeah.
or take that break, yeah.
Okay, good. Thank you, I appreciate that. Other ideas?
Snacks for sure, and food. Real excited. Things all together.
I heard snacks. Yay, snacks. That's true. I haven't and food together helps. Good. What were you gonna
I
say?
think I'm new, so just getting to know people.
Yeah.
Where I can't do that on screen.
Right.
So.
Right, for sure. Yeah, the humanness of each of you is a lot more human in person this way. That's a real benefit. Thank you. Any other thoughts? Wait time is a lot different online too. Nobody wants wait time online. Any others? All right, before you leave this partner, go ahead and turn to whoever your little cluster was. Look them in the eye and repeat after me. Say, wow. Wow. If it weren't for you, I'd be the smartest person in this room. Back to your spot. Come on, do our check-in.
I already did.
All right, so I think this is standard practice for you all. You have a big group, so I'll just remind you to be brief with this, but also knowing the humanness is one of the most important things, or one of the benefits that came up. Getting to know people is important here. So when you check in, let's share your name and your role. If you have a hope for today, something that you're really hoping for by the end of the day, and if you have any time constraints, that way if you step out, we know it's not because you're angry. You just have something else that you have. So I think I'll let you start where you like, and we'll go around the room from there, and we'll catch up the middles or the wings whenever we can. Did Susan call on somebody? Just have this going around.
Yeah.
She keeps pointing at me, so I guess I'll start it off. Yeah. I had 3 fingers there, so we're broken. I'll just go ahead and go. So my name is Brian Lamoureux. I'm the IT trainer for the district, and I don't have any time constraints. My boss is here, so I wouldn't be able to duck out anyway. I've got some technological responsibilities today. If you guys see me dealing with things here, it's because I am managing that. And yeah, just stoked to be here in person with everybody. I was talking about this as well, just like building those relationships with folks that I don't know, strengthening the relationships that I already have with people I do know. Just looking forward to whatever today brings.
Awesome. Thanks, Brian. Thanks for juggling. We acknowledge when you're distracted with keeping the rest of our lives afloat. Thank you. Go ahead.
I'm Amber Karhoff. I'm with the PEA, teacher in the district, and I don't have any time constraints. I'm really excited to be here and actually experience the in-person type of session rather than the online, and that's about it.
Awesome. Thanks, Amber.
Hi, I'm Dave Montoya, Executive Director of Finance. I too am excited to see everybody in person. I think that's important for us today. I don't have any time constraints. My best hopes are we all just do our good work like we always do, so.
Thanks, Dave.
Hi, I'm Jackie Kinnick. I'm a PEA member, Weber Middle School, go Panthers. My hope, and I'm ecstatic to, like everybody else, be in person. It feels long overdue. My hope is that we're successful, whatever that means. So I'm looking forward to it. Thank you.
Thanks, Jackie.
Hi, I'm Nicole Alvarado. I'm a counselor in the district with PEA. No time constraints for me. And really just looking forward to, again, being in person. It feels so nice to feel like we're moving in that direction, not only in here, but in the world. So I'm happy to be here.
Thank you.
John Robinson, president of PEA. No time constraints. And I'm very excited for today. We have 5 new members to our negotiations team, and we have been hyping this up about how in-person works, and it's happening now. It's finally happening. One big announcement for the big circle, Chris Lee will no longer be part of our negotiations team.
Thank you, John. Appreciate that.
Do you going back or?
Sure.
This is the mezzanine.
Some people might call it the peanut gallery, but I'll refrain.
I get feeling like some of my conference are cocktails kind of high top. My my name is Donna Boudreau, and I'm a specialized service provider in the district with PEA and speech language pathologist. Super excited to be here as well.
What was your name again?
Donna Boudreau.
Donna Boudreau.
Yeah, thank you. I did share with our PEA team, I'm a speech pathologist, and I just read some research about communicating in mass. And the strategy versus being loud is to keep your mouth wider, over-articulate your words, and slow your speech. And the research is showing that's the best way to be successful in your communication strategies. There you have it.
Yay! Love the expertise and wisdom in these rooms. Thank you so much.
Elizabeth Lloyd from Preston, PEA. I'm excited to be back. I really do miss the humor. I think it was the best thing about going back to class is when I said a funny joke or I started singing, kids were forced to smile and laugh. I thought, I'm guessing they had masks. I could at least hear some laughter. And I'm excited that we're here because I really have leaned on our humor to get us through some of the tough stuff in the past. And I've always thought this is a funny group and a great people because of their humor. And so I'm excited to be back to hear that laughter.
Thank you. Appreciate it, Elizabeth.
Scott Nielsen, Cabinet. I'll just reiterate what just about everybody said. It's nice to be sort of back in the circle, but it's awesome to be back in person. And I've been craving that for a long time. So it's nice to be here. The laughter's come up several times. You already have heard it a number of times in here, probably more already than we heard it in all our online time, just because you couldn't hear anybody else laughing. Maybe they might have been, but you couldn't hear them because they were silent or you got the clap. So I'm super excited about being here and the work ahead of us today. I think helped get us back on track.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Carlos Michael, art teacher here in the district, with PEA. And yeah, just what everyone else has said, and for me, just good to see y'all again.
Thanks, Carlos.
Brad Randall, your friendly neighborhood graphic man, with communications and representing ACE. No time constraints today, and my hope today is I see a virtual smile on everybody at least once today. So use your smile.
So peanut gallery is a howdy doody illusion.
I'm howdy, he's duty.
Brad said duty. As I think about the circle or the shape we're in, I think hippodrome. So for your world history teachers out there, just remember the hippodrome. This is kind of what it feels like. They used to race horses and chariots around. It's super long, and then you go around the corners tight and go way back long. So that's the shape here. My hope, yeah, less death, hopefully. My hope for today is I want to listen to understand more. So that's what I want to try to do today. And then my time constraint is we're trying to provide middle school students with a sports season. So I'm starting a track meet at 3:30 at Fossil Ridge between 3 schools that I don't work at, just to try to get as many meets in for kids as we can. So I'll be needing to leave that direction. I'm guessing 2:45 is safe to get across town to get there in time. So
Thanks, Brad.
It's tough to follow this, guys. I mean,
It is.
not what it's called.
Brad said duty.
Okay, yeah, I'm in the right spot, peanut gallery. I'm Melanie Bogley-Morris, Mental Health and Prevention Coordinator for PSD, representing PACE. Yeah, I shared with my group earlier, driving over here this morning, it's like I have some optimism, you know? I'll own it, cautiously optimistic, but I'm leaning that direction versus, oh man. And I think part of what confirms that is actually seeing humans above this. So I think it's totally a step in the right direction. And I'm really glad we're in kind of a weird shape, but we're in it together with that. So that's good. I will make apologies like I do for every meeting that I'm in. Y'all know the nature of my work, my team. Good Lord, I don't need to tell you that we've got things going on in schools. So I'll be glancing at my phone. I'm sorry. I do have backup for urgent situations, but I'm not being that guy with the technology. I'm actually responding to something I need. Yeah, that's that guy. That person, excuse me. So, bear with me, with that, but no other time constraints.
Thanks, Mel.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Todd, working with Cabinet. My hope for today is that we don't see ourselves as 4 teams, but at some point today, gravity pulls us toward 1 team. And we get to the big work that we have up there. You know, right now we kind of see ourselves in different roles. That's what we play. Today's the day to make that one to be closers. I want us to be closers today on the big stuff. No time constraints, but I never underestimate our school community's ability to do something at all. I'm hoping for the best right now. So far, so good.
I like the way you put that, our school community's ability, creativity too. Thank you, Brad. Go ahead.
Sarah Seifel, I'm one of the directors in IT. My hope for today is just to continue great motion collaboratively. It's great to see you all in person, even behind the screen here, put my head around, but no time constraints for me today.
Thanks.
Oh, yeah. Cartwheels, cartwheels.
Hey, David. Principal at Weber Middle School. I'll walk up and down the aisle so y'all see. Hey, board member.
Catwalk.
Yeah, catwalk. Happy to be here. Happy to see people put on the Jordans today. Because I believe we can fly.
All of that fabulousness, and I didn't catch your name. What is it?
Brian.
Brian, thank you, Brian. I will remember you, but the name I need.
We'll remember.
Let's keep going around the outside and then we'll catch our middle line.
Trudy Trimbath, I'm with Facilities Operations. Again, no time constraints that I'm aware of, but I also have to worry about our local utility provider community doing strange things to us, like shutting off the gas and not telling us. So as far as I know, I have no time constraints. As I drove in today, I realized kind of some irony. We're all here today celebrating. We're celebrating Teacher Appreciation. We're celebrating Nurses Week. On Friday, we're having, our Child Nutrition Heroes. And, it really points out, it really does take a community. And that's what struck me today is we're having all these celebrations for these groups, and we actually get to be here today in person as well.
Thank you for that. Trudy, right?
Trudy.
Okay, thanks, Trudy.
Hi, I'm Kathy McKay. I'm the principal at ACE member. And kind of like what Trudy was saying, I wore my Ubuntu sweatshirt. This is what we gave out to everyone that helped put on prom this year. And so I had to order like 100 of these because I didn't realize that so many teachers and staff members would come together to help us do it. And then our community too. It was like footloose. It was like everyone like coming together to like put on this prom. It was so awesome. And so it just reminded me that when we all come together, we can do really great things. So
thanks.
Ryan Dill from the Bacon Elementary School. I teach 5th grade there with PEA. I've noticed I was coming into this kind of like, oh, it's in person, it's my first time, it's gonna be super stressed, high anxiety, and it's all just right? So it felt a lot more stressful online than it does now, which is awesome. So I'm just looking forward to it.
Great. Thanks, Joe, right? Was it
Brian.
Brian,
Ryan Dill.
Sorry about that. All right, thanks, man.
I'm Dakota Johnson, Fort Collins High School with PEA. You guys all had like really profound things to say about your host for today, and every time I kept being like, oh, I'm gonna try to use something like that, and then next one's better. So just kind of second all of the things that people have said. It's just exciting to be back, excited to get to work, and no time constraints.
Thanks, Dakota.
I'm Amy Smythe. I'm the principal at Bennett Elementary. Since we're doing True Confessions, I was super glad that all of my bosses are wearing jeans because I couldn't remember how to dress. So that really lowered my anxiety when I walked in. I really pictured me being the only one in casual wear, so thanks everyone. Also, I don't have any great speech tips, but at the grocery store, you can touch the misted vegetables.
Oh, I'm gonna start petting the cat.
Well, it was a tip from my husband, who always does the grocery shopping, who used to see Dr. Lambert a lot there, so it sounds like he knows the tip too.
That's hilarious.
Yeah, my hope, you're welcome, you're welcome. My hope for today is just a lot of the same, just looking forward to working all together as a group and getting through everything and coming to some closure. And I don't have any time constraints.
Great, thank you.
Debbie Hover, Poudre High School, ACE. I'm in the IB office, so I will be leaving at 11:30ish today. We've got our IB juniors and seniors taking their IB exams in person this year. Woohoo! But I do need to go back and help Proctor. But I'm super happy to be here this morning. I think this looks more like a racetrack, like the Kentucky Derby or track. So I am hoping that we will finish the race strong.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Kristen Stolte, principal at Linton Elementary, and this year I'm serving as the PACE president. My word for the day is not very creative, but it's hopeful. Hope, see, Donna, hopeful. Is that better? Last negotiations, I think we all left not feeling top notch, and I am so hopeful after our work for the last couple weeks. The three presidents, I think, get along fabulously and are very supportive of each other. We've come a long way, and I'm super hopeful for today and appreciate both of you greatly. I have no time constraints. I am all in.
Awesome. Thanks, Kristen. Now it's a funny game of who gets to go next. Go ahead.
I'm Deb Sawyer. I'm this year at PSD Virtual and member of the ACE board. I've been impressed with how much good work we've been able to do virtually this year, and my hope for today is just to continue that and get through some of the things we need to have done.
Thanks, Deb.
Oh, and no time constraints.
I'm Tracy Guile, with Cabinet Assistant Superintendent of Elementary Schools. My hope for today, and somebody said this, is I just want to get to know people in the room, like it was so hard on teams, and then also to bring some clarity and certainty to the system. Like a lot of people are depending on us to do good work today, and so I just really want to see that mission through, because I think it's really important for the system. And then time constraints, just the occasional phone call, but happy to be all in today.
Awesome. Thank you.
Okay, Vicki Thompson, HR. Just really glad to be in person like everyone else is. My hope for today is that we start strong and we end strong, and we have some clear direction on where we go from here. No time constraints at all.
I'm Joni Baker. I'm president of ACE. And this will be good for Brian, because when we break out, Brian, I will not be hearing Brian on Teams going, I'll go find Joni. Brian, what was happening today? It's really creepy when you're on Teams and you hear somebody saying, well, I'll go get her. She's in the wrong room. And I'm like, I'm here. Anyway, so that's a good thing, right, Brian?
Yes.
One less headache today. No, I'm super excited to be here, and gosh, this is a great group of people. We're gonna accomplish so much today. I just know it. So I'm just so super excited to be here and see everybody and get ready to roll.
Awesome. Thank you.
Carrie, we do have one member, sorry, that's gone. Corey Hickson is not with us today, only because she's working on all the IB assessments, so.
And same with us, we have Rochelle Morris, who they're shorthanded over at Poudre. She had to do attendance, so she's virtual, she's watching on YouTube.
Okay.
So she'll text with anything.
Okay, sounds good.
Sorry.
Appreciate those.
I'm Carolyn Gillis, and I'm with PEA. I'm at Chuck Cornell as the ESL teacher. No time constraints, and already it feels better. And I know that we haven't started the actual digging in yet, but I think the pandemic has made us appreciate things that we didn't think we'd appreciate, and I think being in person in Big Circle is one of those things. So I just love that we're together. I think it's best practice moving forward, obviously, but just glad to see everybody.
Appreciate that.
I'm Jamie Raper. I'm the kitchen manager at Poudre High School. And I'm on the ACE board, so this is my first year for that. Today is the first time I've actually seen some of the ACE board in person, which is kind of weird, but it's nice. And I'm really hopeful today to just keep listening and learning, and because this is my first year, and hoping that there'll be some great solutions at the end.
Thanks, Jamie.
Kim Clark, Transportation Supervisor. No time constraints, I'm totally dedicated to this today. I'm just, my first year on ACE and I'm with negotiations, and I'm just looking forward to learning and bringing this all together, and so excited to see everybody in person.
Awesome. Good deal. Thanks. Fun to see all of the overlap, right, and the synergy of the hopefulness and good ideas and just gratitude for being together. And also the humor from all around. That goodness, that hopefulness and that humor will be what carries us through in the hard spots. Because there will still be hard spots in today, but I have fantastic faith in the group to navigate through them and to bring your best selves to the room. It's very clear that this group is poised to do that good work, so thank you for that. Our next job is committee updates, which I think we have language from your workload committee. Is that one of the paper? Oops, sorry, I checked it off like we're already done. Option Z, undo. Is this the paperwork that went around already?
Yeah, well,
or is this the big update?
It was an update. I kind of I hadn't talked to ACE yet, sorry. But this morning I did talk to Pace and members of PEA. We were working on a workload group who is about integrated services and how we can support some of our IS staff at elementary schools and our regular ed teachers at elementary schools who need to attend IEP meetings. So we did come up with I wordsmithed a little bit of the language recently because we were able to work with our finance team, and we are going to have site designated subs again. Please don't make a big announcement yet because we're still working on that. So we'll have some details and an announcement out probably Monday to building principals to what that's going to look like. I'm just going to get on my computer just in case, but I did ask individuals on that team to look at some proposed language. I understand if we need to wordsmith it a little bit more, but Donna, do you mind if I throw it over to you if you have a chance to look at the language?
Yeah, no, it looks like a great beginning. We've talked a lot. We appreciate everyone meeting. A big shout out to ACE who had really good representation for all of our meetings, which we really appreciated. Just everyone being there and helping support this issue that we feel is really significant. And we were seeing this as sort of a pilot journey in terms of how we can provide some support. I feel like it's a really good beginning, and we just appreciate the support from everyone in this group that recognizes there are some unique issues that impact integrated services teams, especially at elementary, and trying to make some shifts so that we don't have the turnover of teachers that we've had these last 5 years. So I think it's a really good place to start. So thank you, Vicki, for getting that summary done, language.
And I also want to give a big shout out to our finance team and Brett Parsons for working with us on getting designated site subs back too, because I think that's been a very successful this past year, which that's definitely something that has turned out well for the schools. I can read you the language, and then if the concept is good, I mean, if we need to kind of wordsmith a few things, I think we can work offline and do that as long as the concept is okay.
So as folks are listening, listen to does this conceptually work? And just if there's things that seem like wordsmithing, just make sure that there's not gonna be weirdness of if you wordsmith it this way or wordsmith it that way, that it somehow might change the content of it. Okay.
Okay, so this was going to be piloted for next school year, so we could put this in Article 4.14, which is
where we put piloted things, or things that we are going to review or,
What is it, 4.14,
4.14, I believe. Items, 4.14. So pilot for 2021/2022 school year. Each elementary school that does not receive site substitute allocations from IS, Integrated Services, will receive 2 full building substitute days to be used for IS elementary teachers, which may be split into half days to be used for conducting IEP team meetings, completing the IEP all in compliance with the IDEA/ECA and Poudre School District policies. This is very similar to some additional time that we allow for some testing and also some workload relief. So these are very similar to those procedures. So the bulleted items are: work must occur at the teacher's regular work location. These days shall not be used on district designated variance days. These days shall not be used on designated building work days. And these days, if broken into half days, shall not be used on consecutive work days. So there are some asterisks here. The first one is all elementary sites will coordinate with their site designated substitutes to provide coverage for IS teachers and regular education teachers for the reasons listed above before utilizing substitutes from the district substitute call-out system. So basically check internally first to see if your site designated subs are available to provide that coverage. If they are, please use them first. If not, then we'll have a special code in the substitute system for this if it gets approved. And that would be the subcode that your office manager would put in to call out for a sub. The second part of this, we also want to encourage schools to use in-house staff to cover for regular education teachers out of the 16 hours allotted to each building. So we will cover or pay for those in-house substitutes if you've got somebody in-house that can cover for that time period. Because a lot of times it might just be an hour and we don't need to get a half-day sub to cover an hour worth of work. So just knowing that there's some flexibility there. The other thing I want to make sure I clarify, IS does provide some additional funding for some buildings, not all, to have substitutes, and those are primarily the buildings that have some dedicated programs in their buildings. So use that first. Once that runs out, then you can utilize from this pool.
Let's answer questions, or is that the end of?
Yeah, that's all I have.
Let's answer questions about it real quick, and then we'll do a temperature check to see where we're at, and maybe we're nearly there or there. Go ahead.
Vicki, can I just have a clarification? Did you just say this is elementary level only?
Yeah.
Okay.
For the pilot, for now, yes.
Can I ask a clarifying question? When we, and maybe this is covered, Vicki, with what you're saying about those 16 hours and in-house staff, is one of the things we talked about in the workload committee is for us to have some of the IEP meetings during the day, we have to have general education teachers at the table as well. Originally, we had talked about for those sites who've got IS support already, that money would go into a general pool that general education teachers could access, but that wasn't in this conversation here. So what's your thinking on that? That was a little bit of a change.
The 16 hours is for regular ed.
Okay, gotcha. So
Yeah.
that's what that is. Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Another question out here. Go ahead.
Does the stipend that's in Schedule E, is that gonna continue?
Yes. Stipend for IS staff will continue. We're not taking that away.
Is there any consideration to, I mean, cause right now, as it reads, it's only pre-K through 8. Is there any consideration for high school?
For the stipend?
Yes.
Now that would be a different issue.
I think the pilot would be a good place to start with at the elementary level to see how successful it is, and then we can certainly open it up to other levels.
And we're really hoping
Sorry.
some good data this year for when these meetings are happening and how these resources are being used to be able to be in a better place to advocate. I mean, the internal sub might solve a lot of these problems, which is fabulous, and we just are super excited about that, but I think having better data reported and being able to bring that forward will be really helpful to this team.
Okay, so it sounds like there's two issues here, although I'm new. There's this question of the stipend that has been in place for K-8, but then this is an additional change that you're talking about to help support that coverage.
At the elementary
At the elementary,
yeah.
got it. So that next year, this will be piloted just at the elementary school level. It doesn't change the stipend situation, and that it would be a separate issue. But that hopefully information from these lower grades could be helpful. Another question? Go ahead.
Are we 100% sure that everybody knows the stipend exists?
Don't know.
I think there's maybe a need for some clarity that there's a stipend in Schedule E for K-8, pre-K-8 actually, teachers.
One of the things we talked about in the workload committee was clarifying too that some schools get money from special ed, because I'm not one of those schools, so I had no idea that anybody got that. So I agree with Brian. I think it would be good to spell out, like, here's all the things that maybe everybody isn't aware of.
That's true, because when we looked at the data.
Hang on, let me make sure we're going one at a time. So it sounds like echoing that there may not be full awareness that the stipend exists, and that variations between schools maybe make it hard for everybody to keep up to speed. Is that?
I think some schools get money from IS, they have been for subs, and not everyone realizes that either, because a lot of schools didn't use that money, so we would just want to make sure everyone knows it's there.
I think you're exactly right, Amy. I think of many schools aren't aware that this resource even exists. So as we looked at talking through this process and saying, well, gee, we're asking for more, but the resources are in place aren't even being used.
Right.
And part of that was a lack of communicate or understanding that these resources are in place already. So that's why that data is really important.
Okay, all right, good. Another question, and then here, and Brett, go ahead.
Is there clarification about which center-based programs get the stipend? Because you have a center-based program.
Yeah, I don't actually think it's based on centers based. I'll try to find the email. Sarah Blue sent me one.
All right.
Is there an element in terms of this stipend issue? It sounds like there's just an educational piece for raising awareness. Who would lead the charge in terms of clarifying and educating people about that? Who's in a position to help with that task? Are you volunteering?
I'm volunteering to say, yeah, I think that is the communication, as we communicate this pilot change, if we as a group are saying, yeah, this is a good direction to try for next year, I think it would be so important to communicate all these other pieces at the exact same time, so that all schools and staff at schools understand all the different resources, because I know that that's a gap in this. So I just wanna make sure that everyone knows all those different things at their disposal. I think that speaks to Donna's point about getting some good data around this. If everyone knows what we can use, and then we're tracking all those pieces, then we know we can, that will help address whether or not this is a positive change.
So I'm just gonna add this. This is not necessarily have to go into like contract language, but in the implementation side, this idea of making sure when we communicate about this change, that you're kind of re-educating people about the other existing stuff will help. I think.
Yeah, just to add, when we look at that data, I'd be really interested to see how much buildings can utilize this as well, because I think that we will still have some families that can't come to an IEP between 9 and 3 or, right? So I think it'd be really interesting to add that layer to it. Maybe many can, but I worry that some of our families can't do that either, so.
And maybe this workload committee, sorry, maybe this workload committee could create some, it would be nice to have schools having a consistent way of doing that documentation, when it's being used, how it's being used, so that we are tracking that in a really meaningful way and have good data, so maybe that workload committee could talk about that going forward, what that would look like, and ask teams to keep that data. Sorry, Amy, to jump in.
Oh, you're fine. I was just gonna go back to Brian. I found the email. It says we provide the relief to schools with sitter-based programming, and I don't receive it, and I haven't. So Except Bennett. It could be, I don't know what it's based on, so maybe whoever does the clarification on that can find out.
So we can work with Sarah.
Yeah, so I'm sure she
She
can
allocates that, so I can work with Sarah to get clarification on how that decision's made.
Yeah.
Okay, so just quickly to piggyback on Kristen's point, one of the things I know with our IS teachers, technology, this is where Teams has been a huge game changer so that more families can participate in that contract day. It's been gigantic. And also easier for more teachers to participate legally, like for the time requirement. So I think that would be another component in gathering data is.
Is it on Teams or is it in person?
Yeah, that'd be just another piece of that.
Alright. It's interesting where shifts we've made because of the pandemic will have actually exposed possibilities, right, that we wouldn't have tried before. So tracking that, if using those electronic meetings is more effective or allows more people to participate. Good. So we've got some of these kind of, I don't wanna call them revisions, but suggestions as far as the implementation. Any other clarifying questions in terms of what's in there? All right, let's do a temperature check. How do we feel about this language going forward? I love working in person. I don't have to be like, your video is off. Are you a non-voting member? And you're a non-voting member? Oh, you have 100% thumbs up. I think you did it. Hey! Good job. Do we not, so as far as next steps with this, I always like to assign jobs.
I mean, I can work on a lot of this as far as with Donna, Poudre, and also with, I think, Amy. I think Ace, would you like somebody to work with us on this as well, or?
I think just give us the update.
Okay, we'll give you the update then, based on the details.
Yeah.
Like, we, in our department, will have to have a subcode and a budget code, and so we'll work with finance also on that, so, and Sarah Beluso.
Okay.
And just send it out.
Okay.
So I've got that Vicky, Donna, and Amy will help make sure that these other suggestions get incorporated. Is that fair too, as far as the documentation, so you can monitor the data? You all will be responsible for that. Sounds great. And the ACE wants to be kept in the loop, but doesn't need to have somebody on the.
That is correct.
Good. Hey, you got an agreement. Well done. Thank you to the task force for doing that work and getting it to that point. And hopefully that's a useful change for everybody. Well done. It is 9 o'clock. I've checked off our thing. I wonder, timing-wise, are you our new magician? Are you Brett?
I am Brett.
I am so happy to meet you.
As well.
I heard once in a phone call that you are the new Dave, and I said, that's impossible.
Oh.
Better than the Dave. Then I learned that Dave was in the circle now. I was like, well, shoot, hot dang, this is exciting stuff. I don't know how long budget update takes. Would you like people to take a break and come back super fresh? Or do you want to give your thing now and give them a break afterwards?
Well, let's take a 5-minute break so they can be fresh. They'll
Okay.
pay attention also.
All right, that works. So 5 minutes says it's exactly 9 o'clock, so 9:05, is that okay? 9:06?
For your friends.
I don't want to tell you you have one. I'll ask.
This is my daughter's graduation cap for the weekend, and she's happily ever after.
Oh,
Thank you.
where's she graduating from?
Yes,
You're still in the potty, talk amongst yourselves.
Teaching.
Yeah.
And then
I was talking to a client virtually recently. He said, all the good work happens on the bathroom break anyway, and in the meters after the meeting. I said, that's another thing you can't really do on Teams in the same way. It's just not the same. All right, thank you for coming back so quickly, and we will take longer breaks. Vicki and I were just talking, the person to bathroom ratio here is high. There. Low on the bathroom side. So it makes it hard to get through. We'll take longer breaks in the future. And we're ahead of schedule. Woo! You don't know that because I don't tell you what my estimated times are, but you're doing really well. All right, environmental skin budget update. How much does Susan record with spelling markers versus, okay. I will record if there's Q&A after, but otherwise I will just defer to our expertise there and the visuals or not that go with it. Good? Go for it. Now I find myself looking for a wet vegetable.
I do that.
I do too. Yeah, right?
Yeah, ice cubes.
Also
I learned that.
the wipes from your car, if you do those. I keep mine in my basket.
If it stays a little wet.
And it stays a little wet, because I can't open them, see that.
I need them all year. All year I have needed.
It is necessary. I did worry about you.
Alright, handouts are making their way around, I think we're almost there.
Oh, you're fine, I can see.
What's helping you or not, okay.
Sorry, I didn't even offer. I like to look at the back of her head, that's what I like to do. Today?
They got one.
Yeah.
Down there, so I don't think it matters.
Anybody still missing a handout? Alright.
Thank you.
Let's focus on the task at hand then.
All right, good morning. Good to see everybody back in person today. Happy to be here. So what we have to go over today is the multi-year budget projection. So this is very similar to what we have shared the last several years. And this is the driver internally of how we generate our actual budget document and everything we share with the Board of Education. So in a normal year, this document is pretty straightforward. We have information from the current fiscal year as well as information for the next 2-3 fiscal years looking to the future. The reason why is in a normal year, we have a balanced budget in the current year, and typically, most years with the exception of the past, we've dealt with additional revenue in the new year. So we're taking a look at where we are in the current, and then we're looking at where we're going in the future. The modifications to this sheet this year are a longer look back period, so 2 previous fiscal years, and then looking at 3 years into the future. The reason why we're talking a lot about that and looking back historically with where we are is the 18-19 fiscal year is the last normal fiscal year that we have on record. So as we think about the start of COVID, as we think about the realms of stimulus funding we have received since then, et cetera, 18-19 is the last year where the general fund sustain ongoing general fund operations in and of itself. As we think about 19-20, we started using the coronavirus relief funds in that fiscal year to generate a large general fund reserve balance to use to balance the budget in 2021. And as that situation has continued to go, we've used additional resources in the current year to do that same plan again. And then ultimately, where we're looking forward at this point in time is at some point in the future, we completely expend the federal stimulus money we have, and we have to get back to a balanced general fund budget that can sustain ongoing financial operations in absence of federal funds. So that's really where we're at in the big picture, and that's why this sheet is a little more detailed and a little more retroactive looking compared to where we've been previously. So as we think back to the past spring, starting March 2020, the whole COVID thing started, and we dealt with the budget fallout of COVID, the budget cuts that were done locally, school, central, all those kind of things, okay? So we did all those things to get through the year. Whenever we think about what we did in the spring of 1920, there's really a spectrum of what happened in the state. If you were, I'm not gonna say proactive, but if you were more on the cutting edge of what was happening, you cut budget the way we did quickly before the fiscal year started. If you were reactive and not really paying attention to the whole problem, you'll see some districts in the state just did, say, 5 or 6 furlough days across the board for all staff. The mechanisms and the situations like that happened in certain areas were probably just because they didn't have enough lead time on the budget cutting process like we did. So we did the budget cut. We did, when we adopted the budget in June, we had $2 million of ESSER 1 federal stimulus, and we had $13 million of CRF federal stimulus. And we did the budget cut, and we had a plan to get through the year for 2021. Now, what really changed between June of 2020 and now is the addition of PSDV. That was a significant cost driver. We had a very, very large enrollment decrease that also escalated the financial situation. We had the plan in June of being in phase 4 through the year didn't materialize, so there's differences in regarding to staff costs, et cetera, with how we've been in school and then how we've returned to school over the last couple of months. And then all those items got us through January, which is the budget revision. So we revised the budget in January. That's what this document for the 2021 column has talked about or has referenced until the last month or two was the revised budget in the second quarter FMS. So we did all those things, we got to January, and it was just fine. So we started to develop the 21-22 budget at that point in time. So as we think about how we get extra resources and what that means to the budget, for starters, in the current fiscal year, we have a budget deficit. So a good portion of new revenue goes to balance the budget. And then new revenue above the balancing point is budget that's available to spend or save. So as we think about budget that's available to spend or save and what it does, that goes directly to the work that the budget design team did going back to September. So budget design team, Dave was the facilitator with a broad spectrum of staff from the district participated. That is the real method we use to come up with the methodology for how we were going to deploy resources once they were back into the system in regards to working on SPB and non-operating budgets. So that work started September. That work aligned to January timeframe when we did the budget revision, and that's how we have everything set up at that point in time. Now, what has happened between January and now? First is I guess it was the third round of stimulus to us, was approved in January. Internally, and at the state level, it's called the ESSER 2 funding stream. That's around $8 million of federal resources we received in January. And then after the March stimulus passed, we received the ESSER 3 funding, which is around $18 million of federal stimulus for PSD. So whenever we think about this document and what it was, how it was developed, this document was developed with the incorporation of ESSER 1 and CRF. And at the time, we didn't know we were going to get additional federal stimulus. So this document was developed with a balanced general fund in place for the 21-22 fiscal year. So what's really changed between January and now is I mentioned ESSER 2 is out, ESSER 3 is out, and then we have the outcome of the budget design team work. So the first area that we did around the budget design team was revamping student-based budgeting and the allocation methodology for how we did that. So we had a group of elementary principals for a working group, secondary principals for a working group, and ultimately we added close to $8 million of additional resource into our school classrooms via the SPV method of allocation resources for the 21-22 fiscal year. So whenever we did this budget worksheet, we're planning for 21-22, we'll just kind of start at the top and work our way through the whole thing a little bit. Revenue, our first glimpse of revenue comes at the 1st of November when the governor's budget proposal comes out. So for us, state formula is by and large the largest source of revenue that we have. And you can see a couple of minor differences, a few $100,000 here and there in the other local revenue, but all the big money and all the shifts and what we can do locally comes from state formula. So in this instance for 21-22, the governor's proposed budget came out in November, and it was favorable for K-12. It was funding for enrollment, inflation of 2%, as well as a $480 million buy down of the BS factor. So thinking back to last spring, or last summer, we get the mid-May emergency mid-quarter economic forecast. That's what the JBC and the legislature used to approve the long bill for next year. So that was bad news. So then in September, the economic forecast comes out and it's better than the summer. Then the governor's budget proposal comes out and we're looking at it just from the economic lens and we're like, wow, that looks much more advantageous than the September forecast did. So we don't have a whole lot of faith in that. Then December forecast comes out and it's much better than the September forecast. And we're like, wow, okay, maybe there is a chance that the governor's budget proposal as far as PPR for K-12 goes has a chance of working out. So we started using the governor's PPR number from the beginning of this in January. But everything that we shared with the Board of Education and everything that gives us a warm fuzzy feeling to move forward hinged on the March economic forecast. The March economic forecast is the traditional forecast that the Joint Budget Committee uses to approve the long bill, basically. So it's the final economic update they get to do all the budget additions, deductions, anything they do in regards to state level funding. So when the March forecast came out, it was more favorable than the December forecast. So at this point in time, as we think about PPR, all signs point to the assumptions that are used in the document are good. The long bill itself has already been approved. It was approved by the Senate and the House, then it went to conference committee. It was approved out of conference committee, which is the JBC for the long bill, here in the last week or so, and it's just awaiting the governor's signature now. So what that means for K-12 is school finance in general, the broad assumptions that the Legislative Council uses in the long bill, those are all in place, which is enrollment for next year, inflation of 2%. Additionally, there is a placeholder of $480 million to buy down the BS factor. So every document that has came out from the JBC, Leg Council, or the governor's proposed budget between November the 1st and today is still calling for the same PPR number plus or minus like $3 or $4. So everything we've seen all points to the assumptions being true. The one thing that we're waiting on is we're waiting on school finance itself to actually be introduced at the legislature and ultimately be approved. So at this point in time, I don't think there's any chance. The $480 million buy down of the negative factor is already included in the long bill. So I think that's in place for sure. I think there's no changing that. I think the real question is school finance actually going to be looked at or discussed for next year? Or is school finance just not a priority with the information coming out of the Capitol around the bipartisan transportation bill from yesterday, the public option. At this point in time, I don't know if school finance is just the foregone conclusion and it's just kind of the last thing on the list. They already have the 480 million buy down in there and they're just waiting to approve it, or if they're actually gonna look at it in any meaningful way. So that's really the one thing on revenue that's really outstanding at this point in time. So that's how we get to the revenue picture and where we're at for next year in that regard. Now, looking at expenditures, I mentioned the BDT and I mentioned the school level work. So if you're looking at the 21-22 column, you're looking at compensation and benefits, you see a number of $256.9 million. So you see that that's $8.9 million higher than the prior year. What that represents is primarily the adjusted base budget. So as we think about, we put around $8 million into SBB. The reality is that $8 million, it goes to staffing at the school level. When you look at how much our schools spend on staffing compared to how much they spend on operating costs, supplies, contracted services, et cetera, the money is all in people. I mean, an average elementary school spends about $50,000 in operating budget. At the high school level, you know, a lot larger, 300,000, something like that, but they're dealing with 2,000 kids instead of 400 kids, so, you know, in different programming. So when we think about $8 million that goes into the school allocations, that's $8 million in staff. So one of the things that the budget design team talked about was, it's an item that I've heard mentioned in this group plenty of times over the last couple of years, is workload. So when we talk about workload, we talk about money that goes into the schools, student-teacher ratios, all those various factors. The reality is, in a site-based district, those decisions are made locally, but my responsibility, my job for the district is to make sure adequate resources get to the building level and then let the process happen, you know, as it does in the district. So that's where the vast majority of resource went, is into compensation and benefits for SBB staff. Also embedded in that number are some of the other additions that came out of the zero-based budget process. I'll just throw out a couple of highlights. A lot of the areas is going to be in operations and facility services and transportation. So as we think back to the cuts last spring, we cut SBB 5%. Then we cut non-school budget 6%. So when we put resource back into the system, the majority of the resource by far went to SBB, and we haven't put enough resource back into the non-school areas to restore all the cuts, both staffing and operating budget by any stretch, but we have put targeted additions back into those areas. So just to throw out a couple of examples, we know we cut 5 custodians in the budget cut last year. We know that in a phase 4 environment with cleaning protocols in place for next year, as we know it right now, that's not going to be realistic to be short of, to have fewer custodians than the historical average when we have higher cleaning standards and those kind of things in place. So like that's just an example of targeted addition back into the system. Looking at transportation, same thing. We're short on bus drivers. We have a bus operator shortage, I mean, in a normal year to start with. It's exaggerated right now. It didn't overly impact operations necessarily in the current year due to the limited amount of time in phase 4 and the amount of kids that are allowed on the bus for the Larimer County standards. But assuming we're back in school next year in August, we can fit the normal kid count on the bus, et cetera. We know we need 136 operators, I believe, to run all the routes. So we have positions added back in for the bus operator shortage, calendar adjustments for some of those staff. To account for summer programming. That's another issue. We know we're going to have a robust summer program offering this summer. A lot of it's tied to learning loss. We know that summer of 22 will most likely look very similar in regards to how we get back to normal and those things. So those are targeted areas. We're making adjustments there. A little bit in IT. We have a network engineer, I believe, for the IT department. A couple of things like that we're adding back in to get the district back up to operating standard for 21-22. So thinking about those additions and what I've mentioned here on the document, I think it's really important to remember that the 2021 column represents our third quarter budget estimates from the financial management summary. So 2021 represents March 31st budget estimates. As we think about 21-22, this is really a snapshot in time. This is built based on what we know today and what we're planning to add back into the budget for next year. as we've seen over the last 12 months, the situation is extremely fluid, and we don't know what's gonna happen next week, much less in August, much less in January. So we've done the best we can with basically a snapshot or a picture of what we're gonna have. I think it's very important for the group to understand how fluid the situation is next year and the general, not risk in a bad way, but the general risk to the budget in regards to expenditure unknowns, uncertainty that exists, everything from enrollment, which we're still projected down 1,000 kids, which is big money, up to state aid, PPR. The state has financial forecasts that show over the next several years everything's gonna look great. The reality is we're one lockdown away from that not being the case. And then on top of that, as we get into our schools themselves, we feel very strongly that the schools are set up for success with the SPB allocations in place for next year, given what we know now. But if we have any hiccups in regard to enrollment, if we potentially had another enrollment decrease, would be basically worst case scenario, et cetera. In addition to upcoming COVID response that we may or may not know what are at this point in time, especially if it's COVID response dollars that are outside the realm of available federal funds remaining for the stimulus. That's really the uncertain picture that we're working toward, and we're gonna monitor as we go through the next year. So looking at, just going down the sheet a little bit further, we talk about health and dental, $500,000. That number is typically 1.2 million or so, with the 5% increase to health and dental that the benefits committee typically recommends every year due to the health of the plan, because we're self-insured, so it's an employee self-insurance fund. Due to the health of the plan, that group has approved a 2% rate increase next year. So we're looking at $500,000 for the district share of that instead of the 1.2 million. On the para side, there is no para increase for the district effective July 1st, 2021. So we don't have to account for that this year like we have done the last number of years. Then going down into the site-based non-staffing budgets, you will see that this number, 36 million, is down a little bit from the prior year. In the prior year, we have a lot of the COVID response and a lot of general fund expenditures related to COVID and all that. The $36 million represents the work of what we did, meeting with department directors, non-school budget managers, and looking at the zero-based budget process. And that is really, once we back out the cost for the current year, that number is very similar to what it is. And the uncertainty that I brought up to the board around this number that is very valid that we'll have to discuss over the coming year. A lot of our operating budgets are still set for 21-22 at the level they were cut to this past spring. And whenever I look at the budgets today, a lot of our operating budgets still have enough resource left to get through the year. But the hard part is we cut the budget, and what we said last June, July, and August is we need a year of data in school to know if these budget cuts are sustainable or not. In absence of being in phase 4 and having traditional operations for the duration of the year, we actually don't have that data point for a lot of our non-school operating budgets at this point in time. So as we go through the year, we're gonna have to remain aware that a lot of areas outside the school building are still operating in reduced budgets compared to historical average, and we just have to monitor those. And then ultimately, 22-23 is probably a bigger concern to me at this point than getting through 21-22. It is the big picture. And ultimately, we have to have a soft landing in the absence of this federal funding at some point in time, and that's what we're working toward in the big picture going forward. So then just going down a little bit further, we're looking at no change to general fund capital projects. We're looking at an increase to utilities for the opening of Bamford. That number will grow even more next year with the opening of the 2 new high school, middle school combos. Then I've just got to do a little more work around risk management, but hopefully the unemployment insurance claims will go down a little bit next year, and we're not hit with another large premium increase on property insurance. Property insurance increases have been very, very, very large numbers over the last couple of years. Last year, 2 years ago, was $600,000 in a single year. So, a lot of that's really tied to hail and wind damage on the front range, and we use CIDSIP for property insurance, which is a pool of school districts across the state. So a little more work to do there, but all in all, that number is pretty close to being done. Then this group here will be interested in the next line, state on behalf payment. This is the $225 million direct distribution payment to para from the state on behalf of employees. It was cut in the current year for due to COVID, due to budget concerns. But as of the last couple days ago, I saw the governor has signed the para bill that reinstates the direct distribution on July 1st of 2022. So it's not showing in the current, this here is from a week or so ago, so it's not showing at all in here. But ultimately, that number will start to show again in the 22-23 column. And it's revenue, it's equal revenue and expense for the district, so it doesn't change the bottom line of this report. It's just important to know for the group because we think about para being fully funded and we think about the health of that plan in regards to our recruitment retention strategies and what, the benefit of working in the sector versus, doing something else with your career is important to monitor as we go forward. Then charter schools, they've been updated for their funding pupil count estimates and PPR flowed through to them for next year. And then when we get to row 26, budget available for ongoing needs. So $4 million represents the remaining balance available to spend or save in fiscal year 22 within the confines of a balanced general fund budget. So that would be money available for, anything left for like board priorities, compensation benefits, non-school budgets, or any of the remaining work for the budget design team. So that's really, I think, the key takeaway from the document right here is $4 million of ongoing resource left for the FY22 column. Then going from there, just to highlight kind of the tail end piece is how we get to soft landing in the future. I mentioned ESSER 2 and ESSER 3. So our ESSER 1 dollars and CRF have been spent. And as we think about ESSER 2, we have $8 million. Those dollars can be spent in the current fiscal year, primarily on the remaining cost of PSDV that exist in the general fund. So in its simplest terms, think about it like this. We are going to decrease general fund expenditures by $8 million in the current fiscal year. And what that does is going to increase our reserves. We have a reserve, we used it in the current year, we're gonna use it again next year. We have a reserve that is the dollar for dollar offset of this grant, and it is called the COVID Response Reserve. And that is the reserve that we use over the next several years to get to our soft landing and to assist with, budget challenges here in the short term. And I say short term, I mean 1 to 3 years. So I would say FY22 to FY24 is the time period we're talking about. So we have $8 million of ESSER 2. That will be on the balance sheet June 30th of this summer at the end of the fiscal year. Then we have ESSER 3, so we have $18 million available to spend for that. So the portion of that we can spend in the current fiscal year is around $10 million. Exact same scenario. We will decrease general fund expenditures by $10 million, which will increase fund balance by the same amount. So when you think about that at June 30th, and what does that mean? That means we have two pots or two grant funds that decrease general fund expense and increase fund balance by $8 million for one, $10 million for the other. So that means we will have around $18 million on the balance sheet as of June 30th, 2021 for COVID response reserve. And when we think about what that can be used for, the bullet points we shared with the board before is that can be used to balance the budget, can be used for one-time uses. One-time uses is a good example. We have around $1.7 million in the budget for certain one-time items next year. The biggest ticket item of that would be curriculum and textbook adoption. That was an item that was cut last year that has not been added back into the budget in an ongoing manner at this point in time. It can be used for upcoming COVID general fund response. The reality is, in my view, from the risk mitigation standpoint, not necessarily COVID response as we know it today. COVID response as in we don't know what it is yet. And that's really the risk going forward is we don't know what that's gonna look like. And then ultimately, this reserve will be used for a soft landing as we, at some point in the future, wean ourselves off of these stimulus money to get through the challenges and the financial implications at the current time, and we go back to 100% general fund operations for sustained operating costs. So After we assign that reserve, do the journal entries for ESSER two and ESSER three in the current fiscal year, we have close to $8 million of ESSER three remaining for use in fiscal year 22 and 23. Those resources are primarily going to be assigned under current law or under the guidance from CDE to address learning loss, which is what we expect. So those are funds we'll be using for summer programming, intervention supports, tutoring. I mean, those are just examples of what allowable uses would be for ESSER three. So ultimately, that's where we're trying to get in the future. So as we think about fiscal year 22 and then 1 and 2 years out from that, we have the general fund budget. So I talked about we have $4 million left available to spend or save in the general fund. We have $18 million in the COVID response reserve that can be used for the bullet point items that I mentioned. And then we have $7.9 million of ESSER three remaining, primarily for learning loss, like I said, in the next 2 fiscal years. So that's really the challenge, is how do we utilize all those resources to at some point in the future come out to this smooth landing where we're back in the general fund 100% of the time and we're, quote, back to normal. So probably the final point I guess I would like to make is as we went through this past spring and the challenges, the budget cuts and all those things that we had to do and live with to get through the year, we were really thinking from the budget side and the budget design team as all the work happening in the current fiscal year, and then we have the plan in place, whether we can fund it or not, we go forward. What really happened in regard to available budget, challenges around time, challenges around being in school and all that, we didn't get through the complete work. We got through the school-based work, which I think everybody in the group agreed was the most important thing, was to set our schools up for a successful 21-22 fiscal year after the challenges of the current year. So that process has been done. We want to, in September, October timeframe, we're going to reconvene the budget design team. We will start a review process of the SBB changes, get feedback, check for adequacy, all those things, see how enrollment looks, see how true up, if any looks, those kind of things. Then the second, probably more pressing issue of reconvening the budget design team is acknowledging a lot of the cuts from the past spring still exist in the non-school areas of the budget. We don't know if some of those are going to be sustainable in the long term or not, et cetera. Then additionally, we don't know what a lot of cost in certain areas will look like in a COVID environment or post-COVID environment. So I guess I just want to say, if you had asked me 12 months ago, I would have said, well, we'll be wrapping the big budget picture up in the spring. I think the reality is we're still in the beginning to middle phases of the entire budget review process and the budget design team. And there's a lot of work that remains in the future around getting the budget, resources targeted where they need to be, and then ultimately having that soft landing at some point in the future. So plenty of work to be done in the future, plenty of uncertainty as well, that exists on all levels across, our city, state, nation. So that's really the update on the budget with where we're at right now, and where we're looking toward over the next several weeks as we wrap up the proposed budget for the Board of Education.
Thank you, Brad. Do you want to speak to, just to make sure we're all on the same page, the very bottom, these are estimates based on different potential increases? Just so everybody knows what we're looking at on the very bottom.
So on the bottom of the sheet, there's a couple of just data points. So these represent, if we were to do certain scenarios, what would the cost be? So the cost of living adjustment, this number says if we did a 1% COLA to all employee groups, including para and FICA, the cost would be $2.3 million. The next row, cost of living to meet inflation, just says at a given inflation rate, what is the dollar value of COLA that would need to be given to meet inflation? This scenario is really simple because we know inflation is 2%, so it's just 2.3 million doubled. It's not always exactly double though. Then the para employer rate increase, I mentioned this, basically like every year since I've been here. Para went up, the district's para contribution went up first for the first probably 4 years due to the previously approved rate schedule. In the last 2 years, the district para contribution has went up as a result of Senate Bill 18200, the para bill. So a part of that has been the automatic adjustment provision, at least once or twice, and the other part of that was just mandated rate increase. So there's no para employer rate increase for the 21-22 fiscal year. The next row represents the employee rate increase, and there is an increase there of 5%. This is the final mandated increase from Senate Bill 18200 to get the ongoing employee rate increase, or the ongoing employee contribution rate to 10%. Now, the total contribution rate after July 1st, 2021 is actually going to be 10.5%, but of that amount, 10% is the legislated 10% ongoing rate increase, and 0.5% of that is the automatic adjustment provision that was keyed this past fiscal year. So that's what that represents. So unless there is another automatic adjustment provision in the future, there will not be any more increases to either the employer or the employee side. And that's represented by those question marks in the out years. That number is driven off of Paras CAFR and what their board approves in regards to hitting the 30-year mark to full funding based on their actuarial analysis. And then the last number, para decrease in salary to employees, is an approximation of the decrease across all employee groups to employee net pay at the para rate increase of that 0.5%. So that just means roughly if we were to go and pull everybody's pay stub, all things held constant, and saw what the decrease to net pay was after the para rate increase, it would be about $1 million a year.
That's a lot of information, thank you. Well presented too. I know that folks probably, well, what would be most useful now? I was gonna give us a second to chew on the budget numbers, but I wonder if there are questions in terms of understanding where things are now, based on the information you have, if there are questions for Brett. How many of you are just grateful that this is some people's job to be experts? Oh my gosh, you can rattle off the Senate bills, like right off. Is Heather's question down here? Go ahead.
Yeah. What is the estimated PPR for the district for the year?
For next year?
Yeah, for next year.
What is PPR?
Per pupil rate.
Oh, got it, yeah.
Revenue, yeah.
$8,418.
Okay. That's low across the state, right? That we would be on the low end of that as far as the district goes.
That's correct. We are a floor-funded district. There's about 15 in the state out of 178, which means that the school finance formula for, or state law says that no school districts shall receive less than 95% of the statewide average PPR. The school finance formula for us does not generate that number, so we receive supplemental funding from the state to bring us to the floor, which is 95% of the statewide average, and 8418 represents that 95% number for next year.
Okay.
I couldn't remember, just because we didn't do this at the end of last year as a big group, and then I'm getting old, and I can't remember. At one point, we talked about buckets, where we were doing like a certain percentage always went to salary, and a certain percentage went to the rest. I didn't know, I'm wondering, is that a fixed amount, or is that something like we just kind of hope that it's around? I thought it was like 80-20 or 85-15, I couldn't remember.
So we've done it different ways since I've been here.
Okay.
So we use that method in, so we use that method for the 18-19 budget and the 19-20 budget from my memory. And what that represents is for PSB, approximately 80% of general fund expenditures are salary and benefits, and approximately 20% are operating or non-staffing costs. So what that split represented is in a year where we're getting additional resources, basically to keep that ratio the same and to be able to fund operating and non-staffing budgets to a level in operations, which had not occurred for a number of years between the recession and several years ago, we came up with that split. And then part of the split would be for basically compensation benefits, workload, and would be subject to negotiations. And the other portion of the resource would go through the tactical leadership process, board priorities, all those regular things as we look at adjusting the budget. Then you're right, this past year, we cut the budget, so we went the opposite direction of that. And then this year, for our planning for FY '22, we used the budget design team to facilitate the role in regards to budget planning, and we did not approach it with the split methodology like that.
Any other questions? Thank you for that. Any other questions, just in clarifying the way things are, what we have to work with before we get into the rest? Go ahead.
Oh, yeah, I was just gonna ask, so looking just from 2019, 2020, moving forward, kind of skipping the year of 2020, 2021 with the budget impacted due to COVID, you would say we recouped those costs and some, so the 18.3 that was cut from the general fund there has been kind of recouped, and none of these line items here include those ESSER funds?
Correct. The ESSER funds are not included in this sheet at all. And the real takeaway is if you look at 21-22 and you look at total revenue, 334.8 million. And then you go back to 2019-20, 332 million. The reality, this is the state soundbite as well, that school finance for 21-22 has been restored to 19-20 levels.
Yeah. Okay. And so you would say, you would consider this a balanced budget minus those one-time funds? And then just to clarify, as a negotiation team, what part of those ESSER funds should we be looking at as available in this process as negotiating these contracts? Because I'm looking at, there's a few numbers around, right? You could calculate 26 million of ESSER funds. You tossed around 7.3 for learning loss from ESSER 3. As we look at that, you're talking about putting it into the COVID response fund. I guess my understanding is that ESSER can be used for any state approved use in your district to backfill your general fund. So I guess how would you look at those ESSER funds when we think about, I guess I hear your soft landing as like, we have to moderate risk going forward into 2024 when we come out of that funding cycle, but how would you look at that?
Before you answer really quick, the funds we're talking about is it SR?
ESSER.
And these are the federal funds coming from COVID relief?
Like elementary and secondary emergency.
School emergency relief.
Yep, got it. Just wanted to make sure I was on the same page. Go ahead. So how do you see the limitations in terms of what's available?
So I would say that the allowable use for ESSER is hardly as broad as the description that you just gave. At the state level, we have to remember that how federal fund utilization occurs on the ground at the detail level is often different than how it's presented at the Capitol. So think back to last spring. They cut school finance, it was a lot of money. I can't remember how much they cut it, $600 million or whatever. And they via increase to the BS factor. The sum of ESSER 1 and CRF was very, very similar across the state to the amount cut in school finance. And numerous members of Congress, as well as the governor's office, said that K-12 did not take a funding reduction in the 2021 year because they backfilled school finance money with ESSER and with CRF. I would argue that is not remotely true at all. To give us highly restrictive one-time funds that in the case of CRF had to be used by December 30th of the current fiscal year is not remotely the same as having flexible, allowable for any legal expenditure, ongoing general fund dollars. So thinking about ESSER 2 and ESSER 3, a lot of the issue is conflicting information that comes out. So at the federal level, somebody says something. It trickles down, it finally goes to CDE. The reality is at the end of the day, we're beholden to what CDE says. A lot of the stuff CDE has said about the federal funds doesn't necessarily align with federal guidance. It doesn't matter, there's nothing we can do about it. We have to do what they say to do.
What CDE says to do or the federal government?
We have to do what the state says to do.
The state, okay.
Yeah, we're required to follow state guidance. So as we think about that, and you think about that COVID response budget, those challenges are exactly why we've approached federal stimulus with that methodology. It is easier for us to work to identify allowable cost, and we basically follow the KISS process. I mean, we're trying to keep it simple. So we go from the lowest hanging fruit that's allowable for federal fund expenditure. We move those expenditures to the grant. That frees up general fund resources, which are not restricted. So in regard to thinking about the budget, ESSER is very, very, very highly restrictive. And the $18 million of COVID response budget, that is the less restrictive pot of money that we're working toward using for those bullet points I mentioned, like using to balance the budget, one time, general fund response for COVID, et cetera. That is the resource that's ultimately over the next several years going to be talked about in this group at the Board of Education and in general budget planning, not the restrictive ESSER funding. Okay. To point out you mentioned the 28 or the total number, 18 million plus the 8 left, about 26 something million dollars. The 18 million that we're moving or that we're freeing up to have an increased general fund balance, that number to be used for the bullet points is $18 million. And I feel pretty strongly that number is accurate and is where we're at. The remaining $7.9 million for ESSER 3, that is not planned to occur for the ESSER 3 part. We have significant learning loss challenges, summer programming, et cetera, to move. So when we think about ESSER 3, we're gonna have new expenditures related to learning loss, summer programming, et cetera. Those new expenditures will be charged directly to the grant. So there's no additional freeing up of general fund resources past the $18 million that I mentioned. And I mentioned uncertainty. The catch is, at this point in time, we don't know if $8 million is enough to respond to learning loss across the district over a 2-year time period or not. It might be more than enough, and in that case, we talk about how do we utilize that. It might not be enough, and in that case, we have a different conversation.
Yeah, that answers most of it. I still just kind of narrowing it right down. Would you be willing to add a total of, in some sum of few million dollars to that final 33 or 334.8 million that we could look at? I see Dave shaking his head no already. So, but I mean, I guess that's a real question, right? Like we have to, if we're pushing that money into the general fund, theoretically, we're not using that necessarily, but you said that it could free up some money. So I guess I'm just trying to get to where I can have a better understanding is when we're looking at ending with a balance sheet here, or a budget that's balanced, and looking at how we're gonna negotiate salaries today. I just wanna know what sort of dollar amounts there might be available.
So let me see, because there's a part of this is like, how big is the pot, right, that we're trying to get
Yeah.
into? Let me see if I understand based on what I've heard so far. You can tell me when I'm wrong. Is a part of it, there's a mix of making up for cuts, trying to get back to whole and backfilling things from the past where you had to cut last year. So there's that piece of it. There is new money coming in, but it's not just general fund money that can be used for whatever, and it's also one-time expenses. So in terms of how that, or it's one-time monies. So you have to be careful about how that might get used for ongoing expenses. Is that a piece of it? As well as CDE guidance that is maybe more narrowly focused than the national narrative of, you got a bunch of money. Is that an accurate in a nutshell?
Yeah, I think the takeaway for the group is ESSER funding is basically wholly separate. It's a separate issue. The takeaway for the group here is we have $4 million of ongoing general fund budget available to spend. We have $18 million of COVID response reserve to be utilized over the next several years that is one-time money in the general fund. I think those two items are the takeaways for the agreement.
So for our work today.
Yeah.
We have, it's best to probably look at the $4 million that you've determined that is what we have to talk about in our job today. But in that 4 million, you have some other categories that aren't compensation, so it's not just 4 million compensation, it's 4 million for some of these items. We're only looking at the compensation side. Is that what you're? And then your examples below, just to recap, if we do like a 1%, for example, across the board, that is what it would cost from the 4 million that we have to use. Okay, thank you.
Any other clarifying questions? I can tell we're itching to get into the possibilities, and we gotta do the story first. Let's get some clarifying questions here and then go ahead.
So there's the learning loss that you're talking about. I'm wondering who is making those decisions, like who's part of that decision-making process, not on what the program is.
I would defer to the assistant superintendents for more clarity on that.
So I could speak to that Scott and I put that in front of the principal advisory group as a listening session this last Friday about what they felt like would be some uses or how they would see using those funds. It was things like additional staff, such as paraprofessionals or maybe some learner-only positions. It was some program materials. It was professional development. And again, at that point, it was just ideas, like what do we think we might need to address learning loss?
Thank you.
Yeah.
So things are in the works to spend that money in a thoughtful way to address that specific problem. Sounds like still a little bit early on, but the conversations have been started. Okay, go ahead, hear it, and then.
Brett 2.0, one of the line items at the bottom that's not included is step and lane cost. Would you know that off the top of your head? Want to throw that out?
It's $5 million for all employee groups.
Okay.
So-
And then the other thought, or other thing that I guess I'm hearing, I don't wanna read the room and throw something out there that's not there, but Dakota was saying he's looking for some more money. I'm hearing, that ESSER 3 funds for learning loss is an area that is being discussed. I don't know if it's the right thing to negotiate and talk about that here, but I think there's probably a broader group of stakeholders that would like to have input into how to address that more directly in schools. And so I would just say it like that. That's where my head went.
So thinking about putting people's minds together around that topic,
I'm not
there's a
sure
lot
we're
of,
negotiating learning loss.
right.
But I know that there's a lot of people in the room that have a very vested interest in doing it right and wanting to have input into that process.
My question actually was what steps and lanes were, so.
Okay. Great minds think alike. Go ahead.
Yeah, I guess just for clarification of the sheet, and I think it kind of piggybacks on what Dakota was asking, is Brett, is really the only kind of one-time cost type of expenditure in here under like capital projects? Meaning like most everything else in expenditures is ongoing?
I'm sorry, I'm hard of hearing.
Sorry, I could be, I'm putting them way down here. I was just saying, to clarify your spreadsheet, you know, almost all of these are ongoing costs, so they can't be like supplanted with ESSER funds. But the capital projects is a one-time cost, is that correct?
So two different things. So in the multi-year projection, the capital projects listed there is our ongoing capital project budget. So what it really is $700,000 for facilities and $200,000 for transportation. And that's down from 1.6 million, I think, last year. So that's an area that we have not increased again going forward. That's ultimately something we need to address. What I'm speaking of, so like, let's talk about, so that's ongoing budget, that is what it is. The other area I mentioned is out of the $18 million COVID response reserve, I mentioned one-time uses in there. These are not included in the budget document at this point in time, but these are things that we're thinking. I mentioned the number $1.7 million. What that 1.7 million represents is almost all of it's textbook adoption, because that budget was cut too and has not been increased. An IT security audit, and a building automation control project for the IT server upgrade. I think that's what's embedded in that number. So that's not included, the budget, the multi-year budget projection is only ongoing cost. So we're talking about what's available for ongoing use. And then if we have one-time uses that are approved, we'll ultimately put those in the proposed budget, and you'll see them basically itemized as one-time, non-recurring budgets.
Okay. Yeah, I was just trying to, if I was kind of thinking that along the same lines as what Dakota was looking at, it was, are there places in here that you could kind of take from ESSER and put it in there and, you know, make the pot bigger, that sort of thing. I think that's what he was asking, you know, and so that was the only.
Yeah, well, I mean, at that point, you're doing what we've already done, which is say we can spend $18 million of ESSER in the current year that frees up general fund reserve. The general fund reserve is then what we're talking about. And we have 8 million or 7.9 million of ESSER 3 left to address learning loss going forward. So until we get to the point of learning loss is either exhausted, fully spent, or a balance remains, there's not more of that conversation to have.
Is that reserve part of the board mandated percent of reserve? That's just you guys making the decision to reserve those funds for COVID response possibilities later? Is that what I'm hearing?
Yeah, ultimately it would be in the adopted budget. So the superintendent proposes a budget, board approves it, and then that would be a line item in there. And it's completely separate from the 2% board contingency that you're talking about and the 3 to 5% unassigned fund balance target that we aim for.
And how is that fund held? Is that fund held like those other reserves are held, like they're like a managed fund or something? They're under the.
Yeah, I mean, they're on the balance sheet. The way it works internally at PSD is we appropriate all funds at the beginning of the fiscal year. So once they're appropriated, we talk about them, they're approved, they're included in like the revised budget if we make significant adjustments to those things, et cetera.
Okay.
Go ahead, Kristen.
This is a quick one. You said, sorry, but it is going backwards. You said 5 million for steps and lanes. What about steps or lanes? How does that break down?
It's 5 million for steps. So step and step equivalent for the other employee groups is $5 million, including para and FICA. And the percentage is 2.23%.
Do you have an idea of what just a lane would be?
Under the new salary schedule, I'm not totally sure what the lane cost would be.
Okay.
And the reality is lane changes vary every year. But we saw a whole, from I'm not an HR person, so it's really probably for them. But it appears that we saw a lot more lane changes last year before the conversion to the new teacher salary schedule, as people were trying to get those credits in and make all those things happen. So I don't feel like we have a good data point under the new salary schedule yet to determine what an average annual lane change cost would be.
Because we were going to the electronic version, so everybody had to set up their credit bank. And so when they were setting those credit banks up, some people realized they could make a lane change now, and they tried to take advantage of that. Obviously, we encouraged them to do that at that time, so it was kind of outside of our normal process. So we really, like Brett said, we don't know going forward, what the normal lane change amount's going to be.
I'm sure there will be more questions of that nature as the conversation goes on. And for now, let's just pause our brains from all the places we're excited or fearful of going next, and look at the paper you have in front of you, the information that it shows, and the piece of the story that it tells. There's Post-it notes around you, and we're gonna take a longer break. So people have a little more time to go potty after this. So I'm gonna give you your prompt, let you come up with your answers, and then we'll go on a break. I want you to just think about what stands out to you. And again, this is just in taking in the new information, listening to learn for now. What stands out to you from the piece of the story that you have now of what the budget kind of looks like? If there's questions in there, you can add those questions, put those questions on a separate Post-it note, and we can address those later. But for now, I just want you to have a Post-it of what stands out to you. And I'm gonna ask you to stick them on this table or that table on your way out. I'm sorry we have a crowding. I was trying to keep people spread out, but this is kind of, there's 2 doors-ish. No, that one's blocked by a table, I think. We've got 1 door out. So on your way out to take a break, just put it there and I'll try to sort them while you're on your break. So we can kind of just start from that piece of the story. And when we come back from our break, we'll jump in then to the story as experienced in your chairs, which is different than the spreadsheet, right? Related but different. That clock says 10:08. Can we come back at 10:25? Give you a nice long break there. Come back at 10:25. So I think that clock is good, accurate to phone time. So at 10:25, we'll come back in, see this piece of the story, and then jump in with your pieces of the story as well. And just stick them on either of these tables. I will organize while you're on a break. What stands out to you from that piece of the budget story?
I think she said, yeah. Yes. I certainly.
Hey, if you ever
She
get
still
a
volunteered.
chance,
Or
I'm
she's
there.
there.
Let me know.
Yes, that was really nice.
So I see Nancy.
Tell her I said hello next time you see her. Might not know my name, but she does. So funny. There's a lot of some big ones.
I'd forgotten it. Well, it's a good thing you bring layers.
Well, we were supposed to be read today and I forgot, so.
All right, welcome back. Thanks for taking the time to check in with your people and hopefully take care of your person. At the same time, I've kind of compiled most. I've got like 3 more lingering, but I think I got the bulk of the sticky notes. So I'm gonna start our story off with just thinking about this content and this angle of the story and the ways that it's impacting you now. And then we'll jump into the rest of the story, which we can be mindful of all of those different perspectives. So we'll get to that. Here's some questions that we may not answer immediately now, but they're things that people are thinking about. And apologies to folks that are on the sides here. It's impossible. Budget folks, if there are things that you can be working up answers for on some of these, or for any of us that we have the answers to these, you can be thinking about how to share those. One question, where are the 1,000 students that we've lost going? Interesting thing about that in terms of COVID, in terms of community, right? We don't necessarily know, but it's interesting to think about. What's the plan when they return, right? If this is COVID, are they gonna all come back? Or are they gone? Question about how do steps and lanes work for all 3 groups? And what might they look like separately? So some math there too. Questions about who's on the budget design team and wondering if all employees are represented. It sounds like you have a collaborative process for that, but wondering if you have full representation in those teams. There's some confusion still on the ESSER 2 and 3 funds and the parameters around those, what they can and can't be used for. And with that, I think this is an interest, but or maybe it's an option. Questions about, are there ways that we can maximize the use of those to have the greatest flexibility? Essentially, how can we use those to make the pot as big as possible, given those parameters and limitations? People are interested in learning more about clarification for the amount of money we have to work with. What's the exact amount for today? In other Post-it notes, it was like $4 million, we have $4 million, we have $4 million. And then some other folks still had some questions like, is that the actual number? Is that bottom line, or perhaps with the ESSER funds, reserve something else, is that bottom line number any different? Still some questions about reserves, the process for setting money into reserves, setting those amounts, decisions, and maybe that money gets pulled when you decide to use those rainy day funds and not. And then another question about what's missing, or a concern if all $4 million goes to salary, are there expenses that you're missing that are gonna be impacting people? So if that $4 million is the bottom line, wondering if there's a cost to putting all of that to salary. So then there's some good news and some kudos. Thanks for the detailed explanation. We didn't actually thank our budget team. If we could. Every time I hear from the finance people, especially when they do it well, I'm like, I am so grateful that you do what you do. I can count, but anyway, some people noticed that they felt like the budget picture is actually better than was expected in some ways. And there are funds available. When you think about where school districts were at a year ago and cutting potential, global financial catastrophe, I think that's still on the table. But in a lot of ways, there are funds on the table, and that's exciting. There's a plan. There's a plan for returning to normal with an emphasis on the soft landing and some accommodations for staff needs and increases. One person said the budget looks conservative, thanks for your good work. Kudos for backfilling the lost hours and positions, acknowledging the ways that that helps with workload and stress for people. And another kudos, 2 different people said thanks for, appreciative of the work to have the bottom line, and an encouragement then from one, let's move forward. We got the number, let's go. So then I have this heading here, and I'll tape these up so people can see some realities. I put that in quote because, you know, depends on which wall you're looking at, if it's reality or not sometimes. But some realities are some hard news. 4 million came up a lot, 4 million. And an acknowledgement that that may not be enough money for the things that people had hoped for. So that's not enough. If 4 million is the bottom line there's not enough money to offset benefits. So take-home money will take-home pay will actually go down again. Along those lines, with 2% inflation, not sure we'll get an increase in salary. There's not a plethora of money. 4 million won't cover steps for all of the groups. One person's math on COLA for inflation plus steps for all group, you would actually need 9.6 million. I didn't check the math. This is could be good. That's other things that stood out to people is just the uncertainty and the fluidity, right? Like on one hand, the budget outlook looks positive, and also there's this looming uncertainty that stood out to people, and that need for fluidity with it. And something else that stood out to somebody was the idea of one-time money, right? And how that impacts things. Oh, and I underlined here, along with that question, a lot of these came paired together, is the idea of reserves and what role they have to play in this year's negotiations. So this is the gospel truth according to the Post-it notes. We know that it's the beginning of the story. So we're gonna start that section of things. And as we do so, I just wanna remind us of the power of your deep listening in this time and the power of empathy. And this is something I know that this group can do really well. And I also think it's something that is best in person. So as we tell the story, thinking about the salary, I just want to remind you of that human side of it, and the kudos that I know this group can do that hard work well. Other thing to think about, a norm that you don't have, but is something that I offer to groups a lot. I thought I stole it from Susan, but it's not on your list, so maybe, I don't know, maybe you just didn't adopt it. Is the idea to take a helicopter perspective. So if you think about a helicopter being a nimble flying machine, they can be really low on the ground and see the specifics, right, of what's immediately in front of them. And they can also fly up and see the big picture. I think about trying to make budget decisions in this time, in the big picture, in the time of COVID, in the time of crazy uncertainty, and that's a lot, right? So we ask you in having a helicopter perspective to balance those two. I don't want to force the norm on you. I'll just invite you to consider because both of those things are true. The reality on the ground of how hard people have been working this year and how much everybody deserves $1 million raises is so true, right? And then when we zoom up, we see a perspective that acknowledges that truth and also sees a different type of uncertainty, and balancing those two will be important. Can I get a tape assistant real quick? I've got 3 charts that I want to do. Mine, you got more jobs than anybody I know already. It's maybe on that whiteboard, or just somewhere along the line so we can keep them front and center. Will you be my tape assistant as we start going too? Yep. You can delegate your job at any time. Okay. All right, so let's talk about the story. I know you guys just briefly started this on your last negotiations, and didn't get too far into it. So let's just imagine today we're a little bit fresh. When we think about story for salary, what else do we need to know? This marker just got fired.
Okay, I'll go.
Thank you.
If we think that we're pretty confident that our mate did the math right. We did some algebra. If we use the whole amount, the whole 4 million on COLA, then COLA is 1.739%.
So there's a part of this on the process that we're jumping to options. But I will keep it as some
sorry.
basic math, that's okay. If we use the whole amount on COLA, that's what?
1.739%. He might take offense to you saying it's basic math, because he was really proud of his equation.
Okay, so,
1.739.
739. See, this is why I admire the budget people. They can do the numbers in the right order even.
That's important, yes.
Right? Okay, so if we do the whole amount on COLA, explain what this number means then, it would be a that much increase?
Yes.
Got it. So if you said $4 million, assuming you're using $4 million as your base, put it all towards salary for everybody across the board, that's a 1.739% increase. Got it. That's part of the story, ish. Kind of an option. Tell me more about the story. What do we need to understand about salaries?
Like, part of the story is we've talked a lot about an influx of money into our district, but it feels like the conversation thus far has been, everything's been spent and there's this small amount left to talk about sharing. So that's part of the story is that, I guess that's an emotional piece. It just feels like everything's been spent and this is very,
right. So it's already spoken for or otherwise restricted in a way that. Okay. So there's this perception like, oh, there's all this money coming in and won't that provide such relief? And then into the reality, it's like, oh, I'm not necessarily feeling the relief. It actually feels kind of dismal. Yeah, kind of a bummer in the juxtaposition, especially perhaps.
I think part of the story, and we've thanked Dave and Brett for this before, but the 8.9 or 8 million that was infused back into the schools, part of the story is we've been able to hire more people. I didn't have to non-renew anyone, and I was able to hire, or I will be able to hire 4 more classified staff members this year. So part of the story is that 8 million that got pushed in really helped save positions and add positions.
Okay, so acknowledging one of the ways that influx of money is getting spent. In some of those, of those might be harder to notice at times, but acknowledging that that's more hiring, some new positions, not having to non-renew anybody. Those are difficult conversations. Yeah.
Part of the story is, and correct me if my number's wrong on here, but I believe that the cost of living increase is 2.3%.
So 2.3% raise would.
2.3% is the cost of living increase, inflation.
Got it. COLA is 2.3%, so if you wanted to keep up, okay.
That's million, like 1% COLA costs 2.3 million.
What is the cost of living increase that's happened then? I was reading that wrong.
You guys use 2.
Increase?
Yeah.
It's 2%.
2%, I apologize, go ahead.
No problem, I just wanted to clarify.
That's the bottom for CPI though. That would be like the bottom most conservative estimate of cost of living for the city of Fort Collins.
What's Fort Collins, that's the Denver, Lakewood, Aurora CPI.
For our CPI district. Yeah, but that's the most conservative.
Okay.
There's other projections at 2.3%.
Federal projection.
Okay, so COLA as calculated by, you all use the federal projections for the, what's the geographic area?
Denver, Lakewood, Aurora. It's the state's official that's what the state recognizes as the official rate, and it's what's used in the School Finance Act.
Calculated by the feds too.
It's calculated by the federal.
So this number, according to X sources, that we're just being clear on where that number is coming from.
From the Department of Labor.
From the Department of Labor for the Denver, Aurora, et cetera, area is 2%?
Correct.
Okay. So then the number on that spreadsheet, and that's where I was looking at the bottom and saying, are these percentages or is this cost? So if you were to increase pay to match the 2% COLA, that would cost 2.3 million.
Got it.
Is that reality?
No, that's.
No, that's 1%. Got it. So it's actually twice that. Got it. So the cost.
It's 4.6 million.
Got it. So the cost to kind of meet or cover the COLA would be 4.6 million. Got it, because it's 2.3 per percent increase. Got it. I'm here, and then Dave?
So part of the story, I last year and years past, I thought we had agreed that we would be looking at people first and include salaries for all employee groups. And it feels like at the beginning of the budgeting process, it feels like we're looking at salaries and COLA last. It feels like leftovers are what we're talking about.
So let me make sure I'm understanding, it sounds like process-wise in the past, you've said, let's talk about the kind of the human workload, working conditions, things early in the process, and then leave salary towards the end. Is that right?
Not with, that's what has happened, is salaries at the end.
Uh-huh.
One of the things I thought we talked about is let's not do that. Let's talk about compensation earlier so that it isn't leftovers for salary for all employee groups.
Okay.
That we would ask to take care of people first.
Okay, so in the sequence of how you are handling things, salary is often discussed, and clearly today, it's being discussed at the very end. And that's feeling unsettled to you, like that should be earlier in the.
It's something I thought we had, agreed on, and it feels like what we're getting are the leftovers.
Okay, so it feels like the money, are there financial implications to the decisions that you make earlier in negotiations? Are they significant financial, like budgetary impacts or?
Just the benefits, I think.
Yeah, benefits. Okay. So this isn't something that we can fix right now for this year, obviously, but something to keep in mind for next year of how that conversation maybe could be going forward. We can think about that when we get to options. Okay, go ahead, Dave.
Piggybacking on both of those, the budget design team, when they did their work, of which relied on the work of focus groups, which were primarily principals. We had some teachers, some classified staff in there. And when we were doing that focus group work early, it was primarily, the result of the $8 million increase was primarily by my watching it and facilitating the process, was mostly driven by workload.
Okay.
And that's why the elementary schools got the $8 million increase. The majority of that did not go to the secondary because the workload needs at the elementary or higher.
So in terms of how that 8 million was kind of spoken for through that process.
It's driven by workload, yeah.
Okay, that team focused on workload. And as far as representation, it sounds like it's primarily principals and some teachers in those conversations. Okay, good. 1, 2, 3. Go ahead.
Part of the story is morale is low right
Okay.
now, just because of the situation and everything. And if we come with, I can't think of a word, something real small, we run the risk of losing more educators, more employees. There's already a shortage and this could make it worse.
A case where I work with lots of different groups. You all are my only school-based group right now. And man, that morale being low is such a hard one. I can just tell you from across sectors, people are burned.
That's across the board though.
It's hard. It is really hard right now. Just want to acknowledge that for educators in particular, holy Lord. But gosh, as a world, we are ragged. That's hard, totally hard. I had numbers 2, 3, and then 4.
I have 2. Do you want to come back to the second one?
That's okay, go ahead.
Okay. I think part of the story is based on past practices. We've done the 80% salary and 20% everything else, and it doesn't appear to be that way. If I did my math right, it's around 72%. And then I also think the salary schedule as a perceived promise is what, when people look at it, what they're gonna make next year, and it's difficult when teachers are like counting on that money, or everybody is counting on that money for the next year, and when those things don't happen. I feel like it's part of our advertisement for teachers, is that salary schedule, perceive it as a promise.
Okay.
And sorry, could you guys speak up?
Yeah, bumbling.
Yep.
Yeah.
I'll try to paraphrase these two, and you can tell me if I get it wrong. So I've got 2 things. One is this thinking about those buckets of money that you talked about before, 80% for salary and 20% for others, and that doesn't seem to be reflected in the budget that you see. So there might be a question in there of that balance. It sounds like that's not a etched in stone balance, but it seems off that the way it's becoming, that ratio is shifting now. Sorry, I'm realizing I'm facing the wrong way for the people who couldn't hear. So the 80-20 split, there's a question mark about that and how that balance is being struck. And then also a perception that the salary schedule is kind of seen as a promise for teachers, and thinking about I don't want to assume, but like the steps and lanes that go with that being this is how it works and this is how you are paid, as opposed to having certainty versus uncertainty around that. Okay. Good. This is such a funny shaped room. All right, tape assistants, can I call on you? Do you have the tape? I've got a new helper on this side. I don't know where the tape is. Hang on, we're getting it.
Thinking too loud.
All right, good. Appreciate those. Number 3, yes. And I'm sorry I don't know y'all's names. I will get there, but I'm not there yet. Sure, but I'll forget it.
It is quite similar to what Carlos said, but I would say that this year, I was low. I think mental health needs amongst our students and also our staff are very high. You know, personally, I've had 3 students pass away this year, and that has been a huge toll on me. And so pair that with the teacher shortage that we're hearing about, that it's a hard profession to really recruit people to, and especially this year. And so my fear is that if we're not able to really prioritize teacher wages, living, I worry that our students will suffer in the long run.
Okay. So, and the fear, the wages aren't, sounds like just the burden that people are experiencing and the mental health needs with the challenges of this year have just been tremendous, and it's already a hard profession to recruit people to. And so there's a fear if the wages are, can I say stagnant? That'll be worse. All right, I think Vicki, you're number 4.
Part of the story is Poudre School District still has one of the lowest turnover rates in the state, or especially in northern Colorado.
Okay. So when you think about the market forces, even with these difficulties, you'll have a relatively low turnover rate.
Yeah. When compared to other school districts.
Okay.
Clarification?
Yep.
Is that just licensed, or are you talking about all grades?
All, if you look at all on CDE has a turnover report. And you really need to, just as clarification, you need to take a couple of year average, because certain groups are much smaller. Like 1 year it might look like administrators have a really high turnover because they're a small group, and you might lose like 6 in a year because they retire. So you really need to look at it over a couple of years.
Thank you.
Okay, so across employee groups, the retention here is high, at least compared to other districts and in northern Colorado particularly. Good, hands 1, 2, anybody else? 3, 4, thanks.
Can I just ask a clarifying question, maybe of Vicky? Because I'm confused about the teacher shortage, only because from my little world, I see that it's super competitive this year to get a teaching position. So can you talk about, like, I hear it, I believe it, I hear it from a lot of people, there's a shortage, but I'm not seeing it.
Our applicant pools are pretty high.
I'm seeing like 300 applicants for a job.
I mean, obviously, there's still a couple that are hard to fill, they always will be.
Are there certain areas that
Yeah.
are like harder to get people? Okay, that makes sense.
Seems like the reality of people feeling the stress of the profession and being burned out, and also, at least currently, you've got high numbers of applying to join in. Okay, good, appreciate that. Number 2.
Part of the story is we've heard from bus drivers and food service that they are needing support, and we've heard from the PACE group that they would like to come out even, and that should be our goal for negotiations. Just take care of all 3 employee groups.
When you say bus drivers, food service, can I call that classified staff generically?
Yep.
You say they need support, meaning, can you just elaborate?
Of the ability to hire more bus drivers, to hire more food service people, that takes money, to pay them for the work that they're doing. To hire and retain, I think, is the big thing for the bus drivers.
Man, bus drivers.
And food service, both.
Yeah. I worked in western Colorado during the oil boom, and it's busted now, but but trying to recruit a bus driver when you could make so much money driving an oil rig, like it's a hard one. That's a tricky one. Okay, so classified staff are seeing that need to hire people, retain them, be paid for their work,
and food service and PACE group as well as, everyone's worked very hard this year under super stressful conditions.
Nobody's been immune to those stresses. Okay, good. I had a number 3. Who was my number 3? Go ahead.
Oh, was it me?
I think so.
Okay.
And then I'll go for 5. Oh, I'm sorry, you were 4. 5, 6. Go ahead.
I was gonna comment on that as well with the classified. Morale is low, definitely can't hire. I think Trudy would be thrilled if we had 300 applicants for bus drivers. But also, classified took a lot of the heavy hits last spring. And what Kristen said about being able to hire more paras, that's encouraging. But I don't know where that is across the board. And refilling some of the losses that we sustained.
So I have acknowledging that classified staff morale is also low. They were heavily impacted this spring and need to refill some of those losses. Okay, good. Go ahead, John.
I had a couple parts of the story. The first part is, along with what Carolyn was saying with PACE, we had calculated out that perhaps a 2.2% COLA would cover the loss from last year, like minimally. The other part of the story is that Mapleton and Westminster both have a certified starting salary negotiated this year of $55,000 as a base salary.
So 2 other districts, Mapleton and which one?
Westminster.
Okay. So they now have, this feels like an arms race, man, you just gotta get your starting salary up there. What is it, 55?
55.
So, is a piece of this, you all, voters passed a bill here that was aimed at adjusting your salary schedule, and is that right? I don't live here. And so that was, those numbers, the starting salary was increased here. And now you see other districts that are upping their starting salaries as
Our
well.
starting salary is $11,000 less.
Okay. Thank you. Here and then there.
Okay, part of the story back on classified is many incurred loss of hours, so therefore had a pay cut.
And this is related to if kids are in school, you're not
Well,
cleaning the schools.
And to budget cuts as well, I mean, to budget cuts, that a lot of paras and stuff in buildings and different entities had to get their hours reduced.
Yep.
So therefore did not get a raise, they got a pay cut.
Yeah, so even if the base pay was more, the actual, what they were able to bring home based on their hours.
Right.
Felt like less, okay? It was less. Thank you for that.
Okay, I did better.
All right,
I did better.
Brian. Yeah.
Just to go on Vicky's story, even the traditionally hard to fill positions have been, there's been good quantity and quality of applicants. The positions that I have filled.
So tell us some of those hard to fill positions.
Integrated services, math, science,
Early childhood.
foreign languages. What else am I missing?
Early childhood.
Early childhood, well, I don't know about early childhood.
Yeah,
but I'll speak
we
to
do.
So even in those hard to fill spots, hard science, hard math, foreign language, all of those, you still have good applicant pools.
Yeah, counseling.
Okay.
Which could be due to the increase in salary.
Good.
I think Kathy's got it.
Oh, okay, Kathy, thank you. You're sitting in just the wrong spot.
I know, that's great.
Go ahead.
I was just gonna give from a comprehensive high school perspective, since, you know, Dave had mentioned that, you know, the majority of the budget design kind of, SBG went to elementary, that, we were actually in a place where we were able to restore all of our classified positions, and then also hire in multiple areas. I didn't have one unhappy department leader, when I was discussing staffing with each department, cause they were pretty pumped that, you know, in our building, and again, I think many of the principals here, our kind of ratio is around 96 to 98% people, and then 2 to 4% in operations.
So I've got two pieces there. From the perspective of the comprehensive high school, you were able to keep all of your classified staff and added some.
Restore our class.
Restore.
Yeah, because like I said, that at the end of last year, like we had to get rid of campus monitors, because there was no campus to monitor.
Because there was no campus to monitor. So, and then, so you restored them, and then you have added some, and that you're spending.
We were able to hire more teachers, and so, you know, our like average ninth grade class size is like 25.
So it sounds like investments are being made that, maybe doesn't impact the take-home pay, but is hopefully impacting workload in a positive way with those efforts. And then you were saying something about your spending, you said it's like 90 something?
96 to 98% on people, staff, and then like 2 to 4%. I say 2%, it's been 2% in very lean years. But this year we were able to start operating a little bit.
Okay. So in terms of balancing, and this is where district budgets might look different than the school budget, but at least your school budget, you're seeing 96% of the money going to people. Okay, I don't know where we're at in the line, but I think Dakota,
I think Dave had his hand up before me.
Dave,
Looking
one, Dakota, two. Joni. I was gonna call you Lori, because now I got all confused. All right, Dave, and then Dakota, go ahead.
So I think part of the story is, according to the projected budget here, we have $334.8 million of revenue that we're projecting, of which is only $2.8 million more than we had in the 1920 year.
So you have 334 million.
0.8, which is only 2.8 million more than the 19-20 year.
And you keep saying 1920, I keep wanting to say 2020, it's 2020, but I get it, it's 19 and 20. Yeah, okay, so, and this is, part of this helps explain the story of, it seems like there's new money, we passed the mill, this should all be good stuff, but the reality is, even with that mill, you're really only looking at 2.8 million more than you had in 1920. Okay, so not, kind of paints a bigger picture of where the finances would be without the mill.
Yeah, and I think it also represents the increase that we saw from the governor's proposal, so.
And thinking about the increase from the governor's proposal as a.
Restoration of previous cuts. It's kind of where I was going with that, I'm not trying to talk about that, but that's my idea.
So it sounds like there's just a lot of backfilling. There was an even bigger hole, and that there's a lot of backfilling still, like, that's happening. Okay. Go ahead, Dakota.
First, I did speak out of turn earlier, and I saw Carolyn, like, I felt like the student in my class that was, and I was like, dang it, so I apologize for.
Did you say you were shooting norms at him?
I did.
Firing norms at me.
With my special eyes, I specialize to do that.
It was a rookie mistake, never happen again. But I would just, like, you talked about the helicopter at the beginning, and I think this is gonna touch on a lot of things people have already said, but just thinking about from a bigger picture, like, we're talking about people problems here, talking about like making sure people can live in the city that we all teach in, and like, I don't know if it's up there, but the cost, like, we talk about cost of living a lot, but it takes $55,000, maybe $60,000 a year to live in this city. There's starting teachers who don't get there for 5 or 6 years on our salary schedule. And thinking about what we do in here, I really feel like part of the story has to be like, we have to make sure that bus drivers, people who work in food service, young teachers, young families can buy homes and can be a part of this community. So no matter like, what we want the budget picture to look like, no matter what what percentages we get down to at the end of the day, like, we're trying to let people live and buy groceries and raise kids, and that's what we're here for. So that feels to me like part of, kind of captures a lot of things, but.
Yeah. I've facilitated some housing affordability issues, and holy wicked problem.
Yeah.
But I appreciate you bringing it up, just acknowledging that the cost of living here is high. And part of this is an interest of making sure that all of your employees can afford to be a part of the community, buy homes, et cetera, and the difficulty of that. That what a living wage is where you have a high cost of living. I don't want to recruit y'all, but houses are way cheaper in Laramie. The weather is terrible 9 months out of the year, but houses are cheap. We have a glorious house.
There's reason for that.
I just saw somebody pulled up a clip. They said, "Show me you live in Wyoming," without telling me you live in Wyoming. And the girl gets out of her car and her hat immediately goes, flies over. Yeah, that's the reason. Anyway. Sidebar. Were you next? Yeah, I think so.
I don't know. I just raised my hand and looked there. There's someone ahead of me, I think.
I think I was. Go ahead.
Oh, I'm reading this for Shell, who's unable to be here, but she's watching. She's texting, and she says, and part of the story is that when salaries are reviewed every 3 years, we aim for the middle, but hire highly trained staff. Also, licensed staff pay compared to other district aims for a higher level while classified is in the middle. So we go higher for teachers and we don't for classified.
So when you say when salaries are reviewed, you mean looking at comparable districts?
Yeah, for classified employees.
And you aim for the middle, but with certified?
With certified, we aim high, which is great, but we'd like to do the same for classified as well.
Yep.
That's what we want.
So in thinking, in the interest of being competitive, that if you can stay in the middle, that should be competitive enough. but that for the classified staff, aiming on the higher end of that, it'd be nice to have those for everybody to be on the high end. Then you would be the ones they talk about in meetings, being like, well, you know, up in Poudre, they're paying them fine. No, I'm just kidding.
No, well, and then I have to read this because you followed up with, you know, according to Ricky Bobby, if you're not first, you're last.
I like the Ricky Bobby.
Yeah, she's sending me great, okay, I will pay attention.
All right, I got numbers 1, 2, and 3. Go ahead.
So I actually wanted to piggyback on Dakota's, well done, my friend.
Yeah.
Good job. I think it's also fair to say that we don't want employees to have a cut in their pay due to cost of living, insurance, that kind of thing as well. And so that's going backwards, and that's not anything we want for anybody.
This is a non-option, it sounds like. But part of the story is that that sounds distasteful from the get-go. So we can acknowledge that.
Part of the story is nobody likes that.
Right. The problem is no one likes less money. I can't believe it. Thank you. Go ahead. Oh, no, wait. Oh, I don't remember who was next.
Okay, part of the story is when you compare yourself to other school districts' schedules, you're not comparing apples to apples. There are differences.
Do you want to just kind of highlight a few?
Sure. Like, I know Westminster came up in Mapleton, and I have not pulled those up because we don't compare, they're not one of the comparable districts we use. But if you look at some district salary schedules, like Boulder, for example, which we do compare to, you get frozen a lot sooner on those schedules than you do on our schedule. You can't move down and across like you can on ours.
Okay. So recognizing some of those differences, where Boulder might look good if you only focus on one area.
Like if you look at the starting salary, yes, Boulder looks very good, but then you might freeze after you get to lane like 6 or something.
Okay, good. Good, appreciate that.
So part of the story is based on the zero-based budgeting process. Many groups are not even at tier 1, which was the lowest level.
So based on zero, let me make sure I get this right. Based on the zero-based
budgeting process. Many of the groups that were part of that process aren't even at tier 1, which was the lowest level of what that process told us we needed.
Okay. When you say many groups, who does this apply to, or is it everybody?
It's more on the operational side of the house, so it could be facilities, transportation.
So mostly on your classified folks?
Yeah, they're primarily classified.
Okay.
Good job.
I gotcha.
Felt good.
Yeah, sorry, I
No, it felt good.
Don't worry, my tape
Sounds
got
good.
over.
I got it.
Do y'all remember a year ago when we didn't want to touch anything? I mean, I still just get back in my car and hand sanitize for good measure now, which is probably good, but so the evolution of our awareness has been so.
It smells good, yeah.
Okay, I feel like I'm not hearing from many of our principals, and I'm just thinking in the name of your norm for balancing participation, want to encourage folks to speak up, so we have the 360 on this story, and same for cabinet. I know, Vicki, I guess is cabinet, but just make sure. And Dave, okay, sorry, you covered your bases, you're fine, shush. But principal, I just want to make sure that we are, I think I've only heard just a tiny bit from principals, so if I just want to encourage that. Starting here, one, and then to my lovely tape assistants.
Part of the story is Poudre School District does a fabulous job of offering professional development, and it's the way that people increase their salary by moving over in terms of lanes, and part of that story is people work a long time really hard to acquire all those, credits to make those jumps. I guess my point in that as part of the story is that there's almost like an underwritten assumption that when all that work is done, that will be rewarded, like getting a master's degree or getting the 180 hours, I'm quoting not exact figures, of hours to make those links.
All right. So, appreciate the kudos of the professional development offerings and the kudos both for what's available, but then also folks taking advantage of that and working hard for it, and with an expectation of the rewards that will then come with that. Good, thank you.
Part of the story. Oh yeah, thanks. You're welcome. You're awesome. Part of the story from the PACE group that we shared last time is, to no fault of anyone other than COVID and shutdown, the PACE group took home less this year, which I think you've heard referred to a little bit today. So part of that story is we just would like to not make less money. And part of the story, and this is stating the obvious, is there's just a finite amount of money.
Yep.
There is just one bucket of money that we all feel, I think, highly committed to just being good to all of our people.
Yeah.
There just isn't a lot of money this year.
I appreciate that. I mean, you said kind of stating the obvious, but it's an important one, right? It's not out of anyone's maliciousness or neglect or anything else. There's just not as much money to work with as you might like. I think this is a place where, when it's frustrating, when we're not getting what we want, when we feel like our needs aren't being met, it's comforting to point fingers and be angry and find an enemy, because then we can be angry at somebody. And I liked the way you started off through no fault of anybody's, just the realities of things and COVID. This happened, that PACE was taking home less. And also through no fault of anybody, there's just not money to work with. And so just remind ourselves of that, as tempting as it is to say, well, it's your fault, or I need more, or you need less, or whatever else, that there's just a reality to that. Okay. Thank you.
So in the past, when negotiations and the process around compensation came out as a win-win across all employee groups that supported and encouraged morale.
Do you want to put some more meat on the bones? I think we have some newer folks on the team. Do you want to just explain or give an example of when you remember that being?
Yeah, so I think I can recall probably losing track of my years, maybe 18, 19, 19, 20, was when there was an equivalent compensation benefit across all employee groups. Like when there's a reduction, we all take a reduction. When there's an increase, we all take an increase, and that has felt like good morale across the whole system.
Okay. Kind of communicate some of that. We're all in it together, in the good and the bad. We're in it together. Okay. Good. Go ahead.
I'm using my left hand.
I can see better. It's made a difference.
Feels weird.
And apologies if I'm have my back to you. Yell.
I was just gonna say, what I've noticed is, we've talked about a teacher shortage, and I could be wrong, but I've also seen like admin shortages, and then as you go up further in admin, you're just reading all of these chalkbeat articles where there's like one lone superintendent finalist. No one wants that job. Separate thought. But, yeah, so I would just say that, I mean, there's shortages in, all groups here that, there's, just to give an example, I had 61 applicants for a social studies position. And I think I only had like 11 for a dean, and so, and then I'd heard from committees for the principal ones, it was even smaller.
You said, so in a recent search, you had 61 applicants for social studies positions and 11?
Yeah, currently for our current social studies position, we have 61. And my current dean one, I only have like 11.
Thank you.
I just have a question. Is Dean paid on the teacher schedule?
No, it's more of a teacher on a special assignment, but they
Okay.
get a stipend for supervision.
Because my AP was looking at jobs and she was gonna make less as an administrator when she was a teacher, and she was like, no thanks. So I didn't know how that worked.
Okay, so the dean's salary schedule is a little bit different than it sounds like it's more of a TOSA with an additional stipend, a little bit, not necessarily exactly comparable, but certainly a stepping stone to administrative positions.
Yeah, it's paid off of the teacher salary schedule, but then they also get a stipend on top of that.
Got it. I was a dean once and they didn't have that under stipend. It was a tough deal. Go ahead, Fred.
I think part of the story that I want to acknowledge is that the difference from the 19-20 to the 21-22 school year really is $2.8 million additional dollars. But we've carved out $8 million to put back towards schools. We have $4 million left over to, for lack of a better term, kind of lament about at this point. Because I think we're looking at it and everyone's thinking, gosh, this is not gonna be one of those win-win years, Tracy. So we're looking for other things we can pull into it. I think part of my story here is a lot of good moves were made to push some money to try to address some workload pieces, knowing that there's not a lot left over for comp.
Okay, so seeing that what a small increase you have, just 2 million more to work with this year compared to
2 years ago.
2 years ago. But acknowledging how much has happened to even have 2 million to work with, even though people are saying.
To have the 4 million to talk about and then thinking about the 8 million that went into schools already.
Yeah. So a time to think about.
That money came from somewhere.
Yeah.
And as that budget development group did work, and I understand people saying, well, I wasn't on it, so I didn't get to say, totally get that. I was on the group, so I got to see a lot of what we did and discuss. And I'd say there was a lot of good thinking that went into what do we need to do to support schools? And that's a conversation that hadn't happened ever. It was always, well, what's left over, we'll see if we can push something in that direction. This was more like a school first, so I did hear, I think Jackie, you mentioned earlier, salaries at the end, and yeah, I would totally agree that that's where it's at. But what happened this year, which has never happened since I've been a part of Poudre School District, is we talked about what do you need to educate kids at each level, and there was some work done on that, so that was exciting. I know that's a lot of stories.
But it's you.
It's a lot of information, sorry about that.
It's okay, my Sharpie markers are going. So thinking about that, there's an acknowledgement of we're not gonna have kumbaya win-wins, hooray, necessarily on the financial piece. But that
I
does.
can blame Tracy for that, just.
Finger pointing acknowledged.
That's right.
And with that, there's a piece, you could tie it to workload, you can tie it to culture, you can tie it to meeting your kids' needs through this really tricky time. But that budgeting process and managing the workload, what do you need to educate kids was at the center of that, okay? So to the point that the salaries maybe feel like they're coming last, process-wise they are coming late, but there's still an awareness of needs, okay? 1, 2, 3, go ahead.
Actually, Dave's had his hand up for quite a while.
Oh, go ahead, please.
Okay, all right. And I'm not for sure, honestly, if this is part of the story, but I think it's something that we do need to recognize. And that is, we received compensation last year when all this hit. And that was priceless to a lot of us. Because we could have very easily just been, we're shutting completely down, this is what we're doing. But the district paid us in full and not taking anything away from us, because let's face it, we were not working our full days. But we were getting our full pay.
You're talking about for classified, right?
So, yeah.
Okay.
You know, and so that was a benefit to our group. Does it help us this year? Does it help with raises and stuff? No, but I do think it needs to be acknowledged that it happened, you know? No, is that, like I said, it's not gonna move us forward this year, but it kept us, it did keep us going, so I guess it's a positive I'm trying to put it.
I appreciate that. So it can be easy to think about, oh, things look so dismal now, our actual take-home pay, is it keeping up, blah, 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 but acknowledging, given the circumstances, how that the fiscal management allowed you to stay and for a lot of people to keep getting their
Right.
full pay.
And to keep your benefits and, you know,
Sure.
I mean,
Yeah.
and
Fully
so-
keeping benefits, there's something priceless in that.
yeah, there
right?
truly is,
Yeah,
so.
good, appreciate that, go ahead.
Okay, so part of my story, because I'm new and perhaps somewhat ignorant to obviously all of the spending, is that, you know, looking at the CD website, they listed a much broader use for those ESSER funds than what was explained today. And with that story then, it makes me wonder why we have so much sitting in reserves. And while I know it's always good to be prepared, I think taking care of your people should also be a top priority, if not the top priority. That's the only way you're going to be able to function.
Okay, so I've got two different ideas here. One, your interpretation of the CDE guidance makes it seem like ESSER funds could be used more broadly.
Yes.
And then the second, that it seems like there's a lot in reserves. So this is a place, I think that we could have more story, maybe around these two topics, and it's a place that we had questions. I know Dave is next on the hopper anyway. You can have your own.
If you give me two, I'll go for it.
Okay, that'll work. And this is a place, I would say, having participated in these conversations before, ESSER's a new one, but the concept of reserves is always a tricky one. And so it's a time to focus in on the different perspectives, knowing you might prioritize things differently, depending on where you sit. But it's a perennial question that comes up, so let's work together to understand it. I appreciate you raising it, just given the balances where we're at.
Sure, I'll help fill up the story on that one too. So, my first topic though was I wanted to jump off on what Brett was talking about over there and amazing things that we've done in this district that I've never seen. One of them was, the reality is we're a floor-funded district. We've been a floor-funded district for a very long time.
You've been a what?
A floor-funded district.
Floor.
Sorry,
Floor.
floor.
No.
So it's hard to
Right.
be anywhere on the floor. So it's hard to be in the middle when you're on the floor. We did have local support from the employee money that allowed us to, in a sizable and noticeable way, move our salaries to a more competitive nature by passing the Milliview override. That is really the only mechanism we had because we're a floor-funded district. Make those adjustments. District reserves. So I think probably the best thing is to just, we do have a fund balance policy. It's DBAA. And it is basically structured around what we call a governmental accounting standards board statement number 54. It tells us how we need to classify our reserves. And so when you think about the reserves and the classifications that I think some of you are looking at on the budget, When you look at restricted, those items are required by state law or other law. It includes TABOR, multi-year agreements, things like that. Typically, TABOR is 3% of governmental spending, which is a calculation that goes across all funds. But it roughly is about 3% of general fund also. So that's the restricted classification. And this is all in the fund balance policy. I encourage you to read it. It's written fairly well to describe this. In the committed balance, we have a conversion from budgetary basis to GAAP basis accounting. So that's our committed balance.
Hang on.
I'm going from restricted to least restricted.
So there's some that just by statute are restricted and there's nothing you can do about it. And the next classification, committed?
And that's committed in the budget process so that we can do that transition on a budgetary basis, our GAAP basis, which is in our comprehensive annual financial report. We have assigned balances, and in those assigned balances typically live carryovers. So departments that carry over, schools that carry over, that's where those funds live. And then that brings us down to probably the one that we talk about mostly in this group is the unassigned fund balances. And the unassigned fund balance is really made up of two pieces. One is the fund balance policy calls for the district to maintain an unassigned fund balance between 3 and 5% of general fund. So that's where we try to target that unassigned balance. For years, we've been at 3% or lower, because we often have dipped into that in things we do, either voluntary or.
So this is a place that per district policy, you're mandated to keep.
If we dip below 3%, we have a time limit on how fast we have to restore the funds.
Okay.
Because of how deep the depth, if you go deeper, it happens within a year. If it's not as deep, you can take it over 2 years. Okay, so it's kind of the deeper you go, the more the hurry is to get it back.
Uh-huh.
Okay. The last piece is an amount that is done by our Board of Education for a contingency reserve. We have at times utilized that reserve for things that come up that are completely unexpected. I know that we had a mid-year drop in student count many years ago. We hit the contingency fund for that. I can't think of any there's other things that have been emergent that the budget can't support, and so the board will often release that contingency reserve. Is that 2% now? We're holding that reserve at 2% right now for the board contingency, and that's set within the budget process. So that unassigned balance really is anywhere from 5 to 7% if you add that 3 to 5% range in there, including the board contingency.
Okay. So as far as what you theoretically could mess with if the board were to approve it.
Don't get me Wolverine.
Oh, sorry. I don't know if I've seen enough cartoons to know what I just have. Oh,
I think it's your more Chris.
I was like, I tried to dress myself today, but I'm out of practice.
Oh my God, Carrie, I find that like total, I'm like just wanting to do that. I'm impressed.
I went to graduate school for this. You're welcome.
And in full disclosure,
Yeah.
the additional reserve that we'll have, according to what we just talked about, the $18 million would be a COVID reserve that would also be.
Okay, so that would be kind of another category. So the 18, I've never had a COVID reserve before, but look at you now. I guess so.
That's exactly what we did with the coronavirus relief funds last year, is we charged the allowable costs that we could identify last year and created a general fund reserve, of which was more flexible than the federal funds as they came into the district.
Okay. So times that the contingency fund has been used historically, sounds like one time where your enrollment was way lower than expected, and so it was.
It's meant as an emergency fund, so typically it's something that you wouldn't expect that happens just immediately upon you, and
Okay.
that's when we draw upon that.
Okay, good. I wonder if there's any other clarifications for the ESSER funds, because it sounds like there's some interpretation of these that they could maybe be used more creative, no, I don't say creatively, but like more broadly than they currently are now, as opposed to going into that COVID reserve bucket. Do we have an answer on that? Or is it a different question?
I kind of have just a clarification for what Dave just said.
Yeah, go ahead.
I wanna, so the contingency reserve and the board mandated 3 to 5%, those are intact, not using the $18 million. Those reserves are full and intact.
We have adjustments that we need to do to those reserves to bring them up to the levels that they are.
And is it your intention to use that 18 million to do that said adjustment, or?
Into an option, I mean, that could be an option.
It sounds like it could be.
Okay, so you're saying, okay. Alright.
So it sounds like if those unassigned reserves have been drawn down over the.
We're gonna have to bring them up $1.7 million, I think, if memory serves me right, to get them in line with the percentages that are in the fund balance policy.
Okay, so is it part of the story then that some COVID money will be going to kind of make those reserves whole again?
I think it's an option, it's a possibility that we could do it that way.
Okay. I'm gonna say could, because we're understanding the possibilities of what's legal. But we can think about that as a possibility when we get to options. Thanks for the clarification. Do we have any other clarification on the ESSER parameters?
It's not an ESSER, but can I ask Steve another question?
Yeah, go ahead.
What is the difference per pupil, because we're floor funded versus like an average difference? What is it? Do you know?
Brett might know better than I do, right then. Probably not off the top of our head.
It's gonna be like $8,600, something would be the statewide average, 8,700.
So it'd be 95%, right? Yeah.
Oh, there, I could do that.
Yeah, so if we take that and divide by 9.95.
Um,
8861 is about the statewide average. 8,861.
861?
Yeah.
And what was ours again? I have it on paper, but I don't remember where it is.
8,418.
8, I think.
8,418.
Thank you. So, be mindful on these things in terms, it's great to build the understanding, be mindful of what's in our wheelhouse to influence, and these are the walls that we have to work in. 1 and 2, go ahead.
So I have a question. I think this was brought up at the last meeting, but just clarification on Schmeizer's buyout. Is that part of this contingency reserve? And would that, so that has.
Yeah, it is not part of the contingency reserve. What's being asked is the pay for Dr. Schmeiser. What we have to do is per Tabor, so this lives in our restricted budget, the restricted fund balance at the top. Per Tabor, we're required to not only reserve for 3% of governmental spending, but we're also required to reserve for multi-year contracts. Often superintendent contracts are multiple year contracts, so by Tabor, we're required to maintain cash reserves for that full obligation of that contract. That's where that came from, because we're legally required to do it, so that's why we're legally required to do it, so that when it comes, if we have to pay it, we have the cash to do it. That's why we don't enter into many multiple year agreements in the district, because we have to set cash reserves aside when we do that, if we can't get the language right in the contracts. So there's very few of them in there. And yes, and then the second part of your question, part of restoring some of those reserves is restoring the multi-year contracts.
From ESSER? Or?
From the COVID I mean, we're getting to options again, but I think there's
okay.
possibilities from where we could get that from.
Thank you. So, we've got some awareness building in terms of understanding the reserves. Some of the restricted reserves are set aside for things like those multi-year contract buyouts, which sounds like you try to avoid because they could be expensive in that way, but that they're mandated that you have the funds on hand to pay for it. Okay, go ahead.
We were wondering, and I'm sorry if I missed this, of that $7.9 learning loss, the ESSER 3 or whatever, for the next 2 fiscal years. Is that what's available still, or is there still money to come out of that? Like maybe the summer school and
I think we
whatnot?
have the summers, correct me if I'm wrong, Brett, we have summer school coming out of there right now? Yeah, so we have the summer school coming out of it already, we've calculated that.
Just let me clarify, so that's 7.9 million available. We know that we're gonna spend up to, I think, $3 million on summer school this year. Let's just assume we spend 3 million on summer school this year. We will have a remaining balance of 9 million left for future learning loss and future summer schools.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, so thinking about what's money's available with what purposes can be attached to it. Kristen, I need you. All right, appreciate people kind of zooming up and down, understanding the context and the story here. I've heard a couple times, nobody wants to make more money or make less money.
Wait a second.
No one wants to make less money, and I don't think you're gonna have anyone arguing with that. I keep thinking of Kristen's point too of, gosh, it would be nice if there was a whole lot more to work with. We're gonna start the revolution to like pour adequate funding in education globally.
Running out of story room.
There's always more room for story. We got lots of walls to cover. Anything else that we want the group to be aware of in understanding the story?
Just one more really quick question. Is that sub money coming out of, the building sub money coming out of any of these reserves? No? No.
So,
I don't believe so.
so we currently maintain a sub-budget,
Yeah.
so that's where that would be coming from.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, so that's part of another line item. Anything else we need to understand about the story? Right, if we think of more things, we can always add it. What time is it?
7:50.
All right, let's see, let's say, we're close to lunch.
Lunch is here.
Lunch is here. I'm wondering if it makes sense to try to quickly, in 10 minutes, have people in small groups generate interests, or if people are fried, we wanna have lunch and come back for interest.
Lunch.
Lunch, okay. There was no.
Great idea, but let's do.
I think we have full agreement on lunch. So let's talk about logistics for lunch, how long we need, where folks can go, when we wanna come back.
We have our spaces.
You have your spaces?
Yeah, we're
Okay.
there.
So folks have spaces, I think there's outside spaces perhaps too, if folks wanna explore those. And how long do folks need? / how long are we contractually obligated to give you a good break for?
12:30.
If we come back at 12:30, so it gives you 40 minutes? Is that reasonable? All right, so at 12:30 we'll come back, we'll dive into interests and options and hopefully move into our design. Vicki has one more comment on the logistics for lunch.
Yeah, okay, so we have box lunches, really, there are some that are gluten-free, not a whole lot, so if you are not gluten-free, don't take it, please. And then Terry should have left you kind of the menu of what those are, okay? So there's salads and sandwiches.
Thanks for lunch.
Thank you.
Yeah, exactly.
put their fruit dipping sauce on their burrito because you thought it was mayonnaise?
John saved it.
I convinced myself for a little while that it was honey mustard. I was like, oh, that's really sweet, mayonnaise. Honey mustard, nope, yogurt fruit dipping sauce. Thank you so much. Lovely to get to enjoy that time together and also not have to think about food to put in our faces. So thank you.
Carrie?
Yes.
Jamie.
Jamie.
I'm sorry?
Sorry, I need you. Sorry. So we're gonna jump right back in and rock and roll here to make progress on working towards agreement on salary. Don't forget all the goodness of the story over there, all of those multiple realities that you're juggling. But we're gonna move into the interest phase now. Fist to 5 real quick, because I know last year got funky and you've been doing everything online since then. What's your comfort of separating the difference between interests and options? Fist is like, I have no idea what you've been talking about. On up to 5, I'm a professional, I could teach the workshops, I'm not worried about it at all, and anywhere in between. Pull them up. I got some 3s, I got some 4s, I got some 5s. All right, looks like we're mostly in the 4, 5 range, some that are lower, but that's okay. I'm gonna trust that we pull each other up. My favorite Susanism is an option, there's only one way to do that thing. There might be slight variations in flavors, but essentially there's only one way to do that thing. An interest, there are lots of ways to do that thing or to meet that need. So if you have an idea and you want to check yourself, you can kind of put it to that test. So giving everybody a 2% raise is an option because there's only one way to do that, right? An interest is that everybody feel valued for the work that they do. There's lots of ways for people to feel valued for the work that they do, right? I'm gonna divide you into groups and I am gonna count off in the sophisticated, cool way that you do. And I'm just gonna need your help because I don't remember which sub-team you're on here. We've got 5 stations around the room. Once you get your number, you're going to go to that spot and brainstorm the interests that you have around salary. And then we're gonna share them. There's probably gonna be some repetition and that's fine, great minds think alike. But we'll share them and hopefully this will save us some time. So let's start with classified folks. I'm gonna go around and we're gonna count off 1 to 5. If you are number 5, the next person, you want to say 1, not 6. Tricky stuff. So I don't remember who's entirely who, but yeah, classified, raise your hand. So you are 1, 2. You are classified?
You're classified.
Raise your hand.
Yeah,
One, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yes!
Good job.
Round of applause. In my mind, I was already thinking 6.
I heard you start to say 6.
2. Is that everybody?
Good, Brian, back.
I got 5. We kind of went
He's
like,
the
we did
5.
like a crossfire thing. That's great.
Here's the 5. All right.
3.
Teachers. Certified. 1. Where's your PEA?
PEA.
I'm sorry.
Certified.
PEA, certified. Certified, licensed.
And once you start at 3,
No, that's okay. We'll just start over. Okay. Yeah, you're right. You're right, because otherwise we'll get all the ones. It's sophisticated person thinking. Zoom does this stuff for me. So 3, 4, 5.
1.
Yes.
Brothers.
3.
Not too much too. Oh no, hello. On 4.
4.
That's close.
Don't confuse me now. 4, 5.
5.
1. Genius is again.
I'll be a 1.
I'm claiming 1.
You're claiming 1, I'll be a 2.
2. All right. Admin, do admin and cabinet, do you typically do separate or?
Separate.
Yep,
Separate.
okay, admin, 3.
4.
4.
5.
1.
Wait, 2.
Forgot one of these.
Hang on.
Mel's 3.
Mel, you're a 3.
I'm a 3.
Mel's a 3.
You can't see around the corner.
4.
4. What else am I missing for admin? Your cabinet. All right, so admin just has up to 4, then let's start cabinet. Where's the logical place to start? Okay.
5.
5. 6. 1. I was starting to say 6 under my mouth. 1, 2,
3.
3. Any other cabinet? Oh, 4, thank you. Is that everybody? Okay. As many interests as possible. Remember, these can sometimes have tensions between them, and that's okay. Just brainstorm. There's markers underneath your spots. Assign somebody to be your writer, and that person can pick somebody else to report out for your group. This is a place where distancing is maybe a little tricky. You're going to be a little bit crowded in those corners. So just make as much space as you need to feel comfortable, and speak loudly so your recorder can hear. Okay? Number 5's up here, 1 is there, and around.
Have fun.
Me too.
You're on your way. I love the colors. Thank you. I do too, it's a great color, A. I used to.
Right, keep it on my hand.
Oh, yes, you are the.
I make it
If I have really awesome penmanship. I just moved those up there.
Okay.
The groups are really big.
You don't drink it for me.
I don't drink alcohol.
Under down, okay.
So.
I think we're good. Oh, no, no.
For driving.
I already said
I have an interest in making sure that all.
I have an interest.
I mean, I'll do
I don't have any interests.
Make up a option.
That sounds like an option. Living wage is a number. Is it about employees, survival, livability, dignity?
Equitably.
Increase salaries.
All right.
Sweet.
Let's try.
You guys are shouting out.
I don't mind doing
I have an interest in. You're good at it.
I have an interest in making.
So.
It's difficult.
Just say it.
No, I literally don't have anything else. I'm
Maybe
trying.
that's it, maybe this is our interest.
I wonder how many folks are gonna feel in there.
Equity means something really specific. Or it could mean different things. Maybe delve into like what else that means to you.
Yeah, I was gonna say, it's a hard thing. It's a very specific.
There might be multiple things, but I don't know.
My option, that's an interest.
No, because you were. Look at what you said.
You were option-ish.
I haven't.
Yes.
I look at it as valuable.
Yes, that's good.
Yeah, absolutely. It is.
I have an interest in interesting.
Right.
No, as I was trying to think of the everybody
Interest.
Yeah, so when you get the zero-based budgeting.
Budget decisions that we make now are good.
Yeah.
Well, we are in this weird spot, we don't know what's coming. I know, like, I see an increase this year and things like that for all groups, but I also know that we need to balance that insecurity.
And so it was all based on that. For tier 1.
Sorry.
Was a long time.
Yeah.
Yes.
That's a good one.
Along those lines, I think kind of brought to mind, maybe I have an interest in balancing those long-term goals.
I would even put, okay.
Can I just say
Compensation.
Yeah.
Like I have an interest in making sure we have
Feeling
money
I
in
feel
case
very
of
valued.
an unforeseen circumstance that our district wouldn't be doing.
Please.
And everyone
We have a.
healthy rhythm. Yeah, I guess
Back them up to what's. Back them up to like, what is it about that?
We have what?
We got called out, they did. That's what we avoided.
I have an interest in all employee groups.
Yes, those are our options.
I don't know if this is.
So they're, because we want all groups to feel that.
aren't hindered by the cost of.
I've been interested in knowing.
No wonder you're fighting about your options now.
So what would be an example of being like?
I write.
You don't need, like, you think that's the cost of living with that requirements, but the cost of living actually.
Yeah, so that we're moving at the same rate as.
Wage cost, like it all figure, that's kind of an option.
Yeah.
What it is.
Yeah, we're gonna get number one.
Oh, okay.
Does that work?
Presenting in a.
I don't know, like,
I don't know what should we ask.
Because the cost of living is a certain percentage.
Right.
Economic.
So
Say that again.
the cost of living, I mean, the
Yeah.
So how about,
cost
I'm interested in decisions that we make
Right.
today.
Sorry.
Yeah,
Well,
say it
I guess what I'm
again.
trying to say is like, trying to maintain the percentage of cost of living within our town, so we're not.
Yes, I like that.
Like we're not below, we're not like crazy above, but we're.
Right, like not, I don't know how.
This might be the, oh yeah.
Interest.
Like it feels
So I
like.
haven't across the tracks and
Part of that big.
So yeah.
Cost of living increased, the compensation matches with our communities. Projected cost of living short here, maybe, I don't know, it's tricky.
And then. I just don't know how to say it.
Yeah. Beg forgiveness.
I won't tell Susan if you get it wrong.
Okay.
I have an interest.
Okay, and then I'll, what do you call it?
I'm sorry, interest.
Like, feeling respected.
Part of the, what they positive attitude.
We spoke to those like bus drivers and child nutrition.
Yep, it's got.
Custodial.
Yeah.
For sure.
I have an interest in putting it.
Nice.
I have an interest in PSD, still being one of the best districts.
Nicole, did you finish that idea?
No, I'm trying to wrap my brain around it.
Okay.
Nope, that's right.
Keep space and the big compensation space with.
All right, I'll take care of it. And your room, the spirit room, you bring it in, bring it in.
Too long.
When you write it on the board, it's a different, yeah, it's a different language right there.
It's an A's in Marcola.
Cost of living.
Adjustment, okay, I was always.
And I was like,
yeah.
that's not increase, hold on a second.
For what?
I would say I'm trying to figure out how to like.
Oh, I thought you were talking about dinner.
Just in promoting growth opportunities for all job roles.
When they take more, I don't think there should be discussing.
Yeah, growth opportunities, yes.
Like professional.
Like financial growth?
Let's say professional development, yeah, I was trying to figure out how like.
I
think it's nice if you know where I wanna go up from here, like PSD, I wanna move up, like what does that look like? for
How do I
each
get
position,
there?
you know?
I just put it together. I have the opinion that could be done earlier, but I feel like COVID.
Okay.
I think it answered.
Yeah.
Okay.
But it's addressing gaps.
I think you have all troops that would do that.
In fact,
Not exactly how it's like,
Like, I feel like, really good stuff.
I have an interest
I
in
kind of have
letting all employees.
I think I have
use the resources.
presidents right now that would be more.
Our decision.
Remember that.
Yeah.
Just like
value, but also, but they see us as a body of making.
Trust the decision making.
Tag words of like start looking for making.
Another one was the one that was for younger, like.
What's so hard is like so much like to tell.
I think somebody else did this. Clearly,
You can't argue with it, right? You can't argue.
No, and I'm like, I know.
Another person is private.
But I was thinking.
Hey, one more minute with this group.
Because that's what we're doing.
I know, I always do that, like, I'm gonna cheat this a little bit.
Oh, yeah, that one.
I'm borrowing, it's not cheating, really.
Yeah.
How to word it.
It was salaries?
But yeah, like,
First is. Alright, start wrapping up the conversation, but stay with your group. Go ahead and open your group up this way. I've got 1 group, 2 groups already, 3 groups already. Ready? Alright, so this is your check. I got a lot of 4s and 5s, and now I look around the room and I see a lot of options. I love you all. You're brilliant, and we're gonna keep coaching you into interests. So this is a list where people said, I have an interest in, and these are just some of the things I saw around the room. I would argue that the things on this side are important and also more akin to options than interests. So this is a key thing for understanding and unlocking possibilities and creative solutions, is this to be able to distinguish. I've reframed some of these. This is a little matching game. As actual interests on the other side. So if you have something like, I have an interest in a living wage, what is it about a living wage that is important to you? What is it about that concept?
Sustainability.
Okay, it could be about sustainability and that your workforce feels stable. Okay, it could be about community. It could be about having a sense of belonging. If you can't make your ends meet, it's hard to feel like you're a part of the community, okay? So that one idea could be captured in either of those. Let's do another one. You could make cases for some of these other ones. How about knowing how much money we have?
Transparency.
Okay, that could be about transparency. Okay, it could be about clarity. Good, excellent. So again, there's only one way. I mean, there's a lot of details to knowing how much money you have, but the value behind it is having clarity, right, and certainty and transparency. That you feel that maybe sense of trust. Maybe that might be a part of that one. How about more money for everybody?
Feeling valued.
It's what?
Feeling valued.
Okay, that could be feeling valued. Any others that could be part of community? Okay, could be what?
Say dignity?
Dignity, good. More money for everybody could be a way that you show dignity, okay? One more, maintaining adequate reserves. What is maintaining adequate reserves really about?
Resiliency.
Okay, it could be about resiliency, that the district is able to weather difficult times. And be
Sustainability?
could be sustainability, good, that the long-term future of the district would be in good hands. So I want you to check your list. I'm gonna give you a few more minutes. If you have anything that looks like this side, they're brilliant ideas, but you're gonna be able to be more creative and more resourceful if you frame them in terms of kind of these values, if you wanna think about them that way. Pick a different color marker if you need to, and just highlight the value behind what might be an option on your list right now. Take a couple minutes and just go through, think about what's important, what do you love about that idea that you could capture that way.
Transparency could be sustainable work and groups to down the future.
option.
I feel like sustainability and resiliency kind of go hand in
Yeah,
hand.
collaboration.
So,
Collaborative, there we go, covers that.
Well, that's.
There are more interesting ones too, you can come up with other
No,
words.
that's all.
That covers a lot, it's good, good.
The value behind that one feels very similar to.
Would that, should I even also do that?
Yes, yes, I live in the community.
Future growth and success.
We didn't even know, like, so we went, we would go say, hey, how did you come? Some history.
Right, like feeling valid, valued.
Sustainability, same.
I think it's just another way of
Feel free to add your own words into the word soup too, mine's not. Okay.
I like, remember the third one?
We're not last.
Equality, valued.
And the value.
dignity.
Sorry.
Like, how are you from Michigan?
No, I'm sorry.
Colorado?
I grew up in Colorado, I lived quite a while in Minnesota.
Okay.
Spent time now in Michigan.
So I think, yeah, like as we're thinking about this.
Eastern, right by the cross.
It's nice.
I value.
I grew up in Eagle.
Take like 30 more seconds with this group.
Cross, basically.
The fourth.
Kind of by Baraboo.
Extra pay.
And it's also.
Family before, like, before they moved. They were.
This one.
We just.
But they're from like.
I'm not sure.
They're all through Darrell.
There's somebody here I can do.
It's up there all the time, so there's no problem.
All right.
My brain is like survival mode right now.
I'm barely in, I'm making a scene.
Yeah,
Put them up in the front of the room here for the group to consider, so have somebody rip it off, thank your group members, and you can head back to your spots.
Yes.
You're so
Don't forget to bring a spoon. All the way up on the top.
Yeah, that's totally.
Number 5, but it doesn't really matter.
Wow. That's amazing. Well, I just love that song. Those river towns.
I'll take some.
That's what university's got. I was a home girl. I was
Yeah.
you were going to say it. Awesome, amazing.
Next to a 5, I don't know, that's gonna make me a little nervous.
Huh? Use the whiteboard.
All right, go that way up.
Use the TVs.
Whoa, boy.
We can use easels in this wall space here if we need. What are we still missing? All right. Sorry. I'm gonna record these up on the front just so we have a kind of a consolidated list of them as well. Someone from group 1, I don't know who your spokesperson is. Hopefully you can,
Probably me.
come on, Brian, do your strut out here so we can see what you.
Tell you about my Jordans today?
Oh, boy.
You want me to do again?
If you could just share your list with us.
Oh, sure. So we dove deep into options right off the get-go. Wonderful facilitator smacked us across the head and we got to interest. Solid budget now in the future. We talked about all groups feeling valued, which all these things point to, and how much we can legally spend, that transparency idea, decisions supported by public. And then retaining staff cabinet down, PSD #1 district in the state. Do I need to say that again? #1 district in the state. All right, thank you. PSD providing service to kids, meet their needs, addressing their learning gaps, healthy, safe environment for all, people first, things second. New schools opening successfully and addressing indoor and outdoor needs for older buildings.
We still had some options up there, but I'm not gonna.
No, I did not. You point out which, no.
Hey, what kind of shoes are you wearing?
Jordans. Just stand the ground, Brian.
I'm gonna try to capture these all in one consolidated list, but we'll take pictures of them all. I heard having stability in the budgets, legality, people feeling valued, public support. There was what's best for kids. And also just being people focused. You went so fast, I couldn't
Sorry.
keep up. That's all right. I didn't expect anything different with those tennis shoes on today. Anything from that group that I missed? I'm going, are those the big ones? That covers it. All right. Round of applause for group one, appreciate it. Thank you. Who do you have to speak for you?
I wrote, but I didn't volunteer to speak.
You get to pick somebody. You wanna volunteer somebody? Good, Dakota, go for it.
I will say.
She pointed, yeah.
I did say right up front, I didn't have very good.
We do not judge. Also, I never judge spelling because I don't know if you've noticed, this is not I miss my squiggly lines in this context.
Yeah, kids mock me every day for my handwriting. Like, yeah, just draw a picture. Can't do it. We had all employees achieving a living wage. We were immediately told that was an option. So we quickly tried to gently reminded.
Yeah.
So we put, with that, be part of a community that they work in, that kind of built into the bigger mission of kind of equity and developing communities that all people can be a part of and enjoy. All employees feel valued and supported for their work. Workloads that are manageable. Educators feel positive about being an educator, or all of us in the district feel positively about working in this district. Ensure future growth and success in PSD, and then attracting students back.
So tell me on some of those last ones. There was workload manageability and then people feeling great about being teachers.
People feeling positive about working in the district. I don't know, we said educators. Is that okay? Am I making a fair change?
Yeah, you're.
Okay.
Good, yeah. So having that positive morale, and
Yeah.
there's an intangible there that I like, feeling positive about
Is it
being.
like pride maybe or something?
Yeah.
I think we're trying to get at the idea of morale.
Yeah. It's that community in the sense of belonging, but like, yeah, maybe it is just morale. I feel like we're missing a little word there. We'll come up with it. Good. And then attracting.
Yeah, and then the future growth and success of PSD.
Okay. Awesome. Round of applause for group 2. As you go, it's okay if you find other people have taken some of the great ideas. You can still share, or if you have a different flavor of it, feel free to extend on that. Go ahead.
I'd like to say first that we are confident that these are interests. We'll see how that goes. We have an interest in understanding the amount of money we have to work with, some clarity. We have an interest in everyone getting more money. That's an interest. Everybody feeling valued through compensation. Fiscally, we have an interest in being fiscally responsible now and looking ahead, long-term. We have an interest in knowing which buckets can be utilized, again, the clarity. An interest in all groups represented on the budget committee, that's more about collaboration and transparency. We have an interest in coming to consensus today. And then the living wage, yes, we were in that, you didn't do that right bucket. So we changed that to, we have an interest in paying our bills.
I love when just the sentence, I have an interest in, makes it an interest. All right. So I captured, I think there was one that I missed here, maybe somebody that can see this side can help me. I put clarity, fairness, I think is tied to, I put the word fairness onto something else I heard. Fiscally responsible, everybody feeling valued. Oh, everybody feeling valued through the compensation. I would argue that through compensation makes it an option, but I won't judge.
Thank you.
I know, coming to consensus today is about timeliness.
Yeah, there you go.
So today is an option, but I have no idea how to spell timeliness. Timeliness, though, is like the sense of urgency and how everybody will benefit from that, at least clarity and some other things. Okay, good. I added representation, thinking about what to feel like their voices are heard. You could argue that's an option, but we'll let it ride.
So you're kind of arguing with all of ours.
You told me from the get-go they were
Let's see
interested.
how
I
this
get it. Thank you, Kristen. All right, round of applause for group number 3. Number 4. Who we got for number 4?
Okay, so we're gonna go through some options, I'm just kidding. So we started off here, some of these are definitely option-ish. Can we use reserve funds to increase salaries? All groups present COLA and steps, lanes equivalent. Ensuring budget is stable now and in the future. Not using one-time funds for ongoing costs. Interest in making sure we have a good backstop, reserves. Presenting an agreement we can all support and benefit, and that benefits all. All groups feeling respected. Have an interest in putting a dent in workload. Substantive salary discussions at the beginning of the year. Now we kind of went back and tried to get those more in line with the values. Interest in looking at available funds, equity for all groups, long-term stability or sustainability, and resolve workload, address salary earlier in the year. That's kind of how we whittled that down in the second pass.
What is it about, this is a nice example, what is it about talking about salary earlier in the year? That's because that is very clearly an option. I think it's probably a fine one. But what is it about that that feels good?
Prioritization, maybe?
Okay, it maybe shows that you're prioritizing things and that that's an important one, so let's talk about it earlier, okay? It's about having clear priorities and the process matches priorities. Anything else that it might help with? I'm hearing transparency under somebody's mask.
I whispered that. Yes, I did say that, transparency.
So if it feels like a lot of these budget conversations are happening all along and then at the very end, the curtain gets pulled back. For some of you, you're a part of those conversations and it's no surprise. But if it feels like you're out of the loop, then there's a transparency component to it. Anything else?
And what you value people.
Okay. So I'm gonna capture some of those. This is a nice place where, yeah, just checking in of are things aligned. Is there a reason that the discussion does get kicked to later? Tell me more, just so we can understand, because it's part of the story. Why is it usually a late conversation?
Typically, it's just the way the money comes in from the state, and we're so tight, sometimes it's even June before we have a really clear picture. And Dave and Brett can speak so much more than I can, but that's what comes to my mind a lot of time.
I think it really does have to do with the timing of when the School Finance Act hits and things are settled. My observation, again, it's my first time at church, so I've watched a lot of them. And it seems like the hesitation is that, you know, we don't know what the School Finance Act is, so we're gonna have to wait until that's done, but then we can't wait to develop the budget until that time, so something has to be done in between, right? So it's having that conversation earlier.
Yes.
Just around how we would operate as things develop.
Okay. Yeah, it is really tricky. I feel like you're waiting, it's all made up numbers until you have certain pieces. And I know school districts are often in a real pickle waiting for those numbers to come in.
Well, there's a danger in being wrong.
Yeah,
You know, if
right.
you're too
Get your
early,
hopes set on
there's a-
something based on one projection.
Yeah, I
and then
would think
it's-
that would be.
One thing that would make it important is to also understand how you move when things change. So you have an early discussion, get some idea where you're grounded, and then things go this way. You've already had the discussion on how you're gonna do that. So this way, you've had that discussion, so then we're not waiting till the last minute. I think it could be better.
This is an interesting case
That'd be
where
good.
people want transparency, they want clarity, they want adaptability. Some of those things are gonna have a trade-off, right? As you're going through, it can get really messy, but acknowledging those tensions can be useful. Go ahead.
I'd add capacity to that in terms of that early conversation. You can see it as Dave and Brett 2.0 are giving their budget update. we're still asking a ton of questions.
Yeah.
Some of us have been here for a while, we're still asking a ton of questions. Sometimes capacity building takes time, and you can't do it all at once, and so maybe there'd be some value in that, capacity building over time.
Right, I think about that on a workload manageability side too, like if you're asking them to come up with 20 different scenarios based on a whole bunch of hypotheticals, that could be a lot of wasted work. Whereas if you wait a couple months till you know a little bit more, right, there's some trade-offs there. What did you want to add?
Kind of piggybacking on what both of you have said, I'm wondering if, maybe not right away, but maybe when we have kind of an idea I'm wondering if what you're saying, Dave, is that we could have like option A, option B, option C kind of
make a
Is that kind of what you're saying, that it could be that kind of scenario?
I think there's a possibility for that for sure.
Okay.
Hold on to those ideas because those are all options.
I know, I was just asking if
That's okay,
it's
no,
an option for an option.
Yeah. I have an interest in asking a question about an option. All right, good. Anything else with that group 4? Anything else from group 4? All right, round of applause for group 4. Thank you very much. And number 5, last but not least, who's the spokesperson?
Yeah, so I think we ran into the same problem where we were thinking that we had interests and maybe they weren't so much. So we kind of went back and just kind of labeled these based on all of them that she gave us, because that's the best way to make the teacher happy. So,
I feel that teacher.
Not at all, not at all. Honestly, it's a good thing to learn how to look at this differently. First year, so that's transparency. I don't know if that's up there, but paying all employee groups equitably, and we wanted to talk a little bit about what that was, and that was the idea that everyone's feeling valued for the work that they're putting in. Budget decisions made now are considered for future budgets. I think that we're hearing this on a couple different folks here, and that was part of sustainability. Balancing long-term goals with compensation. Again, sustainability. Employee compensation is keeping pace with COLA in Fort Collins. We're not giving too much for what people need, and we're not going under what they need as well. We're finding that balance. We're striking that balance. That one hit a lot. That was sustainability, community, and that idea of feeling valued. And then also trying to fill these hard to fill positions, bus drivers, child nutrition, custodial, things like that. That was sustainability and community, because you want to think you're inviting people in and saying that like PSD is a good place to work. We have an interest in that being the case. Promoting professional growth opportunities to all employee groups. So again, feeling valued, a sense of dignity. We want everyone to have those same opportunities. And decisions positively affecting employee mental health. There might be a better way to say this, but we definitely knew that mental health was something that we all have an interest in there. And that's part of resiliency as a district, so.
Awesome. Anything else to add from group number 5? Hey, round of applause. So, you all, there's a lot more detail, obviously, that you've had in your conversations and that are included. This is a little bit of our Cliff Notes version. I tried to kind of highlight ones that came up. Stability and sustainability, certainly came up in a couple different groups, as did feeling valued and supported. Often when it comes to compensation, we know that we are not our paycheck, right? We are so much more than that. And also it's a way that we do communicate value and that people feel the expression of our employer, I don't say our employer's love, but our belonging there. So we've got public support and the legality of it. We want to do what's best for kids and stays people focused. We want a sense of community and belonging, equity, I got equity on there twice, sorry. Manageable workloads and the capacity to do the work. Positive morale, future growth and success, thinking long-term. We want clarity and fairness, fiscal responsibility, representation, collaboration, timeliness, resourcefulness, having respect for all. I captured creativity from one of these, and I can't remember now.
It was on 4 because I was wondering which one. That was a group I was in and I wasn't sure.
And you
what it
didn't
was.
see that reflected. Now I can't remember what I heard that made me think it. Sometimes I make things up, but I try not to. I'll scratch it for now. I might have been interpreting something differently. Transparency, having aligned priorities, right? That you're prioritizing things and attacking them accordingly. Adaptability, I captured keeping up, thinking about the living wage concept. There's maybe different ways that we keep up or might be able to support people in keeping up, but if people are feeling like they're always treading water and drowning, that's not what we want, right? So how do we I mean, it's part of that feeling valued and supported, but how do we help people keep up dignity and growth? Okay, so now this is where we are quick to jump to options because that's the concrete way that we can solve the problem. I just want you to invite you to be creative and think, how might we meet as many of these interests as possible? Obviously, compensation, and we're talking about salary, right? And that is a piece of it. Also, some of your process things that you've brought up when we talk about salary, that's something that can help increase transparency and clarity, right? So that can be an option that you come up with. Thinking about other ways that we can help make people feel valued, other ways that we can help promote dignity and people feeling like they're a part of the community. You have the reality of only so much money to work with, right? So how can you be creative to say, how do we do as many of these things as fully as possible? Also want to call out, we want both a stable budget and the long-term growth, and some of these other things that could potentially be very expensive, right? And so you are in the hard position of recognizing those are in tension and you could get all of one of these. People could feel really valued and not have the long-term stability for the budget, or vice versa. You could be overly cautious with your budget and not have enough of people feeling valued. Those tensions. I'm thinking it's gonna be fastest to send you back to those groups, but I also like mixing people up. Any thoughts on this? Nobody wants to say, yeah, send me to a different group because they know their buddy's gonna be like, well, shoot. What was your idea?
I'd say same groups because we're at 1:15.
And so let's be
We've got
speaking
an
that
hour
way.
and 45 minutes.
Yep, that sounds good. All right, so head back to your same group. In the options phase, you're gonna just brainstorm as many possibilities as possible. When we get to straw design, you can evaluate more, cull things out, say what would work, whatever. For now, just anything goes, put it up on the board, rejoin your group. And I'm just gonna keep a pulse of the room of when we have maybe reached our end, and I'll call you back. Whoops, sorry.
Oh, you're all right.
I'll give you a paper cut. Okay, yep. Sorry. Oh, no, you're fine.
Good to meet you. Yeah, I was thinking the same thing.
I think that the hope with COVID was to limit the folks in the room, but I don't know. Let me check with, yeah, let me check in with Vicki and I'll see what the, I think part of it was, but yeah.
I have it, like, on the road today.
Sounds like there's some outside. Okay, so the other people are caffeine.
Those are, all right. I start throwing some things down while I wait for people. Want to do marker meeting?
Storing hours and.
Okay, can I just check?
So I'm getting interesting. Okay. So interesting.
Already tried one out.
Very nice. I agree with that.
That's awesome.
I don't think I am right now.
Frustrating.
I mean, there's not enough.
We just go get that one.
You know, it's like.
Right? So we're doing options,
It's
right?
like our first introduction to it, because hopefully.
Handwriting and.
Let's do it. All right, so. I do want to kind of attack Christmas identified, start outlining options.
What's in there?
Take.
They're not like in this part. We're going big, I would say like empty. Well, it's not supposed to be like, put it in a box and just like anything, you know?
Well, I mean, I'm just kind of going back on. I've done.
Not is value.
I've done like 7.
That's what I think we're doing.
So, I mean, that is one option.
Steps and lanes. Steps and lanes.
Not evaluating.
Really interact with that very much.
That's against the law.
So. And then we've got lanes, we use them as games and things like that for teachers and classrooms. What does that look like? Is that how you kind of go up in pay based on what you?
Based on your.
Okay. I have seen grids. I didn't look carefully, but yes.
I think it's fine.
Okay, that's cool. That gives me the idea.
But what we do is, I mean, and this is again, based on, whatever that percent is, which is like based on that percentage. Brett will know the exact. That is other, yeah, we all get it.
So I guess one of the options would be step by.
Market adjustment. Yeah, I mean, as an option, so steps, lanes, plus market adjustment, I guess.
That's story. It's not going beyond salaries with ongoing.
The options we go with right now.
I have heard.
So we don't get locked into.
Which reserve though?
Yeah, there's.
There's like several.
What would you want to do with that budget? So like, so that you could take up compensation.
Nice and stuff.
For example.
I feel like people are like, when they don't.
I know, because I know you said it has to be anywhere
So like
between
New York.
5 to 7 or something.
You can just, really options are.
Yeah.
Another option.
No, totally, appreciate it. Yeah, we go back.
We talked about a COLA.
I didn't hear what you said.
A COLA.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. There's an option I was thinking of. Oh, shoot.
I was just, I did, that's your matches, that's $1 million. Kind of being like a.
Sure, right?
This would be. It's too
Is there
much.
a way we can?
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, thank you, John, I appreciate it.
No problem. She's like, I don't know.
I said I would never see it.
Part of that is.
Did we solve it? These are about 6 minutes all the time.
No, to pay, compensation.
I equals MX plus B.
Specific as possible on these.
With the slope of line.
Sit down.
Yes.
I used to have like a one-time.
That's true.
Which is not conservative.
Gotcha, one-time
Commitment.
I got one that's on the opposite. It's an option. I just that you can be in total, have a and then we more than they're anything we can get back better. Three in a few years is the financial outlook.
Financial resources.
To increase it all. I know, I'm sorry, it's not.
We're not gonna hit you now, but later.
No, this is brainstorming, y'all.
You're right.
I mean, another audit.
So if you're.
I would almost say like, I would have other decisions.
Picking up the couch.
I would think like, well, it's not that way, right? Like, or maybe depending on that makes. It's kind of got
Oh, yeah, if this,
then
then
this.
that.
Because there's so much that we're storing. Like, for example, our enrollment. I mean.
Yeah.
Yeah, obviously that would. Some revenue.
Yeah, sure.
fighting in.
Goes to the. At which point is it really additional
This is the more.
I mean, there's. Yeah, for right now, those would be. It doesn't have much. That's true, I would, but, you know, if we have not. And when we have.
You just write it.
It could be like.
So we're just waiting for the city commission interview to happen. So that's not a phone versus.
Yeah, I put. They always.
Or if feds give us more. I guess.
Yeah, I mean, if there's a digital.
Don't make that. You never get to make that.
Didn't we do that without 4A? We said something like, if 4A passes, then we would.
But I'm guessing if we're having a problem with that, everyone's having a problem.
Yes, that's what it was.
Yeah.
And that was a very concrete thing.
Because I think those were like one way.
Yeah, we got kind of a,
Yeah.
in January, and then it was consistent with the tax money.
I mean, that's a if we can settle on like.
I mean, I'm just talking about something that is.
If this happens, then we'll come back and
re-look at it.
Right.
Backfilling reserves that got taken.
Break that down a little bit, we have a couple if this statements, right? We've got enrollment going up, maybe.
Use that money that's.
Okay, I have a question. Compensation.
Reopen compensation.
Reopen, thank you, yeah.
Kind of settle on something.
Google now based on.
We know it's kind of. Yeah. Right, say something like, you know, everyone gets a 1.5.
Back to the mandatory threshold.
And if this happens.
Right, that's the amount we need to.
Even if you do something else. Through their rain. Because of vegetation.
Right, what's another option? So we have like,
You're not.
right, like.
You're not.
Okay. What if the opposite, which is also a little bit extreme,
I'm saying.
as much compensation as we can,
Do come on as a.
like that was
That's where
covered
the
here?
lowest.
Okay, just.
And I think thinking about this, talking about it a lot, we were talking. Just being creative, you know, I know that. For the ESSER funds,
I just don't want
one's coming down the side.
You don't want to.
Our district has always been so creative. Look at things differently. I mean, because I think that would be.
Close to. I don't know if that's an option, but like.
I think we wanted to, like the situation where.
No, this is for all point, I'm not singling anybody out.
No, I'm just.
Let me have your attention real quick. I notice conversation is still going, but the lists aren't growing as quickly now, which is fine. I want to encourage you to revisit your list with a lens for specifics. For example, many of you say have on your list steps or lanes or both. I would encourage you to create perhaps a menu of options, but when you say steps, are you meaning steps for all across the board? Or are you meaning steps for some, or, right? So I want you to distinguish these, what you mean by them. Similarly, some of you have things like sign-on bonuses or one-time pay. Be specific, how much, to which people, right? It's okay to get specific, and that might mean that you have 5 different options, okay? One more? If you have an idea, I noticed one group said find more money or find more revenue streams. Great idea. This is the time to come up with what that would be. Give us an idea. What does that actually look like? Check your list. Check your list.
you guys have to evaluate our priorities.
It's feel right. Just feel all of our bodies. Yeah.
Yes.
You know what, we got like a combo. And I don't know if that hit again.
You won't get it that year.
I don't know. Yeah, I mean, that's what we, well, I'm just, like, yeah, you're not moving down on the salary schedule, so they get to make market adjustment, and a COLA is also. Maybe we don't, when does that, is that really comfortable for us? So maybe it's for the market adjustment and a one-time. It's hard to whatever, right?
So do you need,
Definitely market adjustment.
How does that, so, it's not like a set fee, yeah, I mean, you could take.
Yeah.
That I don't know. Sometimes that fee, I mean, it's kind of like this combo of, like this menu. Kind of cost out, like, expense costs, wage and market adjustment, and we get that. I'm left over out of that. That would actually. Exactly what they were talking about.
So, he said five,
and then like last year,
that it would take X times a million.
And all groups to get this. Yeah.
That's separate from this. Is that your $4 million?
If we did a 2% COLA, yeah. Okay, so it would be a total of like 9. Right, so if we did like a 1%, then it would be 5. Right.
Honestly.
Doesn't matter if it's about like, and then also, I know how the other, just wanted to make sure, I was like, I'm gonna look at that for that.
They actually want to go. Reserves, where are they right now? I mean, I know roughly, I don't know, 3 to 5% reserve.
That's like.
I know.
That's what Brett.
Was like a morning round and something that got you to like 2 or 3, 28.
Oh, 28, I was like 8, that was.
Because I know when we were deciding, we talked about doing one thing, that's what.
But it's your plate, because that was part of the totally.
Because we've done that in the past, like that was it.
Take 1 more minute with this group, 1 more minute.
Like somewhere higher than.
Partial benefits. Same concept, same concept, it's just,
Same measure.
That's all, okay.
So maybe we start getting into this. Because it is kind of made up for the COVID reserve. Is that right? So like in the future, it's yeah, so we're not just always like every question we're coming up with. So if you feel like you're done, go ahead and bring your whole easel up. Start wrapping up the conversation and just bring your whole easel up to us.
I think we ought to think about.
Oh, no.
And then they find something else.
Okay.
Everywhere.
I don't think it's enough.
Doesn't sound like that much.
Have you been following that?
Five, ready? Just bring the whole easel. You can leave it on the easel. We're gonna bring them all together. Just bring the whole thing.
You're gonna take that up there.
The whole easel over with your blue star paper on it.
Good call.
Oh, man.
Like, we need chaperones, we get, like, we're gonna try and throw, 300 kids outside, and I was like, I will get you this hoodie, and
Grab your easel.
100 people, and I was like, oh God, I just.
And with your easel, can you bring it over? Bring your whole easel over.
Yeah.
Over. Are you breaking them?
Because I guess merge, you know what, because they need it.
We're gonna leave.
All right,
He hasn't talked to me directly about it.
My true dream is to be better than the analysis. That's my only dream. He's pretty good.
He's just talking about how.
Yes.
Paper's there.
Yeah. You can even leave them on the easel.
And like, it is a slow process, but I'm just figuring out. So, yeah, and even, I mean, you can mention that. Yeah.
Yeah, she's gonna have
Something like that. Yeah.
Yeah, that's fine. We might go back to you.
Alright.
Justin, thank you.
Yes, thank you for your help.
You holding up down there?
All right.
Yeah, we are.
This is where I have to be the horrible person who keeps moving us along, even when the conversation could unravel in weird ways. Come on in. We're getting one more list up here. Remember, we're moving towards straw design, right? And thinking about what combinations of these things might get through. We want to be thinking about which of these ideas helps us meet as many interests as possible, recognizing that sometimes your interests are in tension with one another, and more of one interest might mean less of another. I wonder if there's any that you see on here, and I know this is somewhat subjective, but I wonder if there's any ideas that you see up here that are like, yes, clear wins, doesn't need a whole bunch more discussion. You could make a case for like, yes, that's an obvious thing we can start doing. Take a look and see if there's any just like low-hanging fruit.
All association groups represented on budget committees.
Okay, if we made sure that all association groups were represented on budget committees, would that be, is that a low-hanging fruit that people, that I'm thinking about representation, feeling part of the community, the transparency and clarity early on? Are there any objections to that make this not as easy? Anything that I'm not seeing of why that might not be a good idea?
Can I add a point of clarification? I think what added to confusion is we had 2 budget committees running this year.
Oh.
And I'm just now realizing that's adding to the confusion. So we have our normal budget advisory committee that is, we got the employee group presidents, others that we talked about budget, and that started, I think we started early, did we start in November, Brett? Yeah, we started in the fall. Yeah, we started in the fall on that one. But most of our focus has been on the one we've been talking about, which is the budget design team.
Okay.
Which was a different committee created specifically for the purpose of reviewing the entire district budget.
Okay.
So that was unique this year.
And the budget design team, although it just started this year, it's not just a COVID response, it could be a way of doing business going forward.
It was in the fall, by all, what we could see was we're gonna be doing business going forward differently going forward. So
Yep.
it was designed to prepare us for that.
Okay, so thank you for the clarification. The budget advisory committee has your association leadership on it,
And that's in the employee agreement,
and that's in the employee agreement. This is the budget
design team.
Okay? So what the proposal that we think is an easy win is to have everybody represented in the budget design team.
Yes.
Yeah. Where is that, so I can put a big star by it? And it might be in multiple places, all right. So all association groups, can we give a thumbs up to that? That seems like a good easy win.
Can you do that in a darker color?
Okay. Do you want to add anything to help us understand? Any waffling?
I mean, my only hesitation is it's hard to describe what the team does here in very short order. And it sounds like that would be easy, but yeah, I'm not saying I'm opposed to it, I just haven't thought about it.
Okay. Okay. So it sounds like there's an interest in participation. The implementation, we'll have to think about how to make it most useful for everybody and what that would look like. Okay, good. Any others that you see up here seem like quick wins? Like a pretty easy solution. Go ahead.
I would say talking about salary earlier with the caveat that it's all about creating scenarios so that based on, as information comes available, where it's gonna steer that, so that you're not saying we're gonna do a 5% raise and then the money winds up not being there, then you either have to say, no, sorry, we're just kidding, or it comes at the expense of something else down the road that takes money out of the classroom and away from students.
Okay.
So I think we can meet earlier, but as long as it's just talking about if this is what the numbers are, we can do this, if this is what the numbers are, we can do that.
Okay. So having some reasonable expectations about what those early conversations look like.
Nothing concrete.
It's all just hypotheticals, building that shared understanding, and everybody has to suspend falling in love with ideas until it's actually sorted out, okay? So starting salary discussions earlier, maybe sprinkling them throughout your negotiations. I know you get your budget updates or your environmental scan in that way, but maybe adding some more pieces more regularly. Any other thoughts that would help us understand that one? Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, we kind of touched base on this in group 5, but if this, then that. And so, like he was saying, if we lay out some ideas for where that could go based on, it's like a little choose your own adventure. And as we get more information with the budgeting and things like that, we can make a more informed decision. And some of those options that we came up with that looked viable would immediately be off the board. So it kind of helps.
Okay. All right, so as part of a piece to include in start salary discussions early, let yourselves play with some hypotheticals and some choose your own adventure paths that depending on the financial outcomes, it can help direct you down which path you might need to go. Okay. Any other discussion on this idea?
Oh, not on that one.
No. Let's do a temperature check then. Start these discussions early and start doing some hypothetical scenario planning earlier in the year. How do we feel? All right, that looks like a little agreement on that, so I'm gonna put a star there. So good things that you're doing to boost transparency and clarity, representation, you're meeting some of those interests with some of these solutions. Did you have another one that seems like an easy win?
An easy one, I think, would be to keep legally required reserves or meet all our legal requirements because we kind of have to.
Keep your legally required reserves. I'm just gonna go ahead and put a star. I'm not gonna temperature check that one. So you have all of these interests. Legality is kind of that trumping interest, right? That says it's gotta be legal. Nobody's suggesting we commit fraud here. All right, so you have to maintain the legally required reserves.
Let's all get paid.
Checks for everybody, and we're going to Vegas. All right.
Another part to that, man. The other part to that was to think about the future and not just think about the now. And that doesn't have any kind of legality behind it.
Yep.
But we have to be thinking about that.
Yeah, so this is a place where when I think about balancing interests, I'm hearing you affirming that, can't remember exactly how we said it, but the sustainability, the stability and sustainability of your budgets. Because you could do something for this year that then puts you in big hot water in 2 or 5.
Nobody can predict the future.
Yeah.
Right, another pandemic,
Yep.
another big issue, a recession.
Okay, good. Again, people might prioritize these things differently, but we're hearing a elevating of that sustainability for the long term, at least from one perspective. Good. All right, anything else that looks like an easy, quick win? Those were the only ones that I spotted right away. Go ahead.
Look for efficiencies and redundancies. I think, where we can save and try to change some things up.
Are there places that people, I don't know if this is a too pointed of a question, but are there places where it seems obvious that there's redundancies? I feel like districts have been wrung dry so much that anything redundant has been squeezed out or cut a long time ago, but are there places where you see?
I think that question hasn't been fully answered because we didn't get all the way through all the departments this year. But we ended up having enough time to focus on the schools, but there was more work. That's that, where Brett was talking about, we're gonna need to start up again next year early. I think we still need to come back to that.
So is this something that could happen through your budget design team?
Yes.
Okay, so if I assigned this to the budget design team, could that be a win for everybody? Question?
I think it kind of goes with the clarity too, because we were talking in our group And I brought up that a lot of people are talking about this new position for staff resiliency and like, how are we getting the money for that? And then Mel explained that that was a grant. But a lot of people don't know that, so they just think, really, the district is
wasting money
paying
on
for
that.
this? So I think maybe even through that design team is then, sharing out.
Okay, so with the design team, and then that can also help with communication.
Misconceptions.
Yeah. Good. As an organization as large as this, it's hard to know what pots of money are there and where things are coming from, and you might have ideas about what's worth it or not. And
right.
Yeah. Okay. Good. Let me do a temperature check on this. Does that work? If part of the committee design team is going to look for those things and then help communicate throughout the district with it. Abstain. You can't abstain, or I'm going to call you out by whatever color your mask is. you over there. All right. Good. So those are some wins. Now, any others? Out of the way so you can see them, and I apologize, you guys can't see them. All right, I think we're getting to the hard point now where we need to put like concrete ideas on the table, straw design style. I need to steal one of these, so I'm gonna take this. I had a vision in my head that we would somehow get to this point before lunch, and be able to have like a little group put together the solution over lunch, and we'd all be done by 1:30. Obviously, that didn't happen. We're gonna put some ideas on the table as a straw design. You don't have to love it. But what I'm hoping is that the ideas that come forth are possible in that there is some way that folks might be able to agree to it. Think of this as a rough draft. We'll maybe make another rough draft, and we'll keep massaging it till we get something we can agree to, so we hope. So think of your options that you have up here, and sorry, I put group 2, I think they're up on the table. Think of these as your menu or your salad bar. I want you to start pulling ideas from those places. I'm gonna put them on the board, and we'll call this straw design 1. And then we're gonna kind of evaluate that of how it does or doesn't meet our needs before we make a straw design 2, make different iterations. This is where you have to be brave. Pick something from the salad bar, and I'll put it on the board.
Can I ask a clarifying question? Maybe it's just me, but this is really hard to do when we don't have maybe all the information about pots of money. I mean, we can come up with great things, but in the end, if it's not something we have the money for.
Yeah.
So do you have some guidance on that?
What I would say is, ballpark about, we know that there's kind of $4 million there, and then we have these questions about the role of reserves or the ESRA.
ESRA.
Thank you. ESSER money. So I think that we have rough ideas. What I would say is part of our criteria is looking over at our finance team and says, what does that pencil out to and how does that work? So I think, I guess I would say, I hope you have enough information to at least make a draft, but then part of our evaluation is what impact does that have on some of these other things? So if somebody put up here something that would totally blow the reserves, and you'd have to go, break the legal requirements on those, it would obviously not float. Or if you think the board is not gonna support digging so deeply into reserves, you can adjust your propositions accordingly.
I have a question.
Yeah.
I was just gonna maybe start, I don't know, is that possible?
Yeah, and again, this is where I don't know what the final answer is of how big the pot of money is, what the options are with reserves or ESRA money. But we can put something up there and then use that as criteria to evaluate.
Maybe, and I'm trying not to be out of order here, but we have thought of a straw, so obviously we've thought of a straw, right? We're the budget that we have to do that. We do have something we could present that would help maybe get that conversation started, but I don't wanna be out of order either.
No, this is the time that
We are May 6th, that it's almost 2 o'clock, so.
This is, Dakota was ready to just put something up here. If you've got something with the pieces already ready, we could start with that.
I don't wanna.
I withdraw my.
All right, so with the humility of not wanting to put the cart before the horse, and also being an overachiever that says, I gotta figure out the math of what this might look like, it sounds like there's.
I think it helps frame the buckets.
Okay.
Is where I was going, so I have to run to my office and grab something.
All right, let's do that. How far away is this? Down the hall.
I did too. I was mad at him like sprinting.
Okay.
Yeah, same.
Yeah, why don't we do a 5-minute break? That's a great idea. Take a 5-minute break, and then whenever you see Dave come back with his copies.
I know. So let's go walk down to the bathroom.
Me and Karen just went to what I was saying. My cousin, Kate's sending out all the shared leadership meetings for next year. What? Kate's sending out all the shared leadership.
I don't see friends with me.
That was a great idea. Get some
I know, it's
better perspective.
I was like, I would need help.
I wouldn't have got down there and
She doesn't claim me, but I claim her.
I claim her.
Oh my gosh.
I'm surprised
I
she's
heard
like
that today.
me.
How many years have I not known that? That's crazy.
We keep it secret. Just in case one of us says something stupid. I know that we're classified. Are you back already?
I got trapped back here, but I'm gonna do this.
Oh, there's a sprite. I might let the COVID.
Ryan, how are you?
Man, how you doing?
This is
Oh, Gina, I'm thinking it's supposed to.
You gotta cut her loose.
I do. It makes me mad every day. That's it.
We haven't done anything with them, hardly. Trish texts with her all the time, but we haven't done anything with them, so.
I think he's so sad.
So in summary, again, this ongoing option exceeds our ongoing revenue by 2 million.
Right.
We feel that that's sustainable. We have talked to the Board of Education. They're okay, I mean, nobody likes to bring forward a deficit budget. And legally, we're not really supposed to do it. We can do it. We can write resolutions on how we're not gonna get into an ongoing deficit. It's not ideal, but we understand this year is not an ideal year either. So, yeah, that's it.
So based on where you stand, this would fit within the realm of legals?
This fits within, so this fits within the realm of not only just, well, it doesn't fit in with the resource that we have, but if we put some of those one-time monies in, and I heard that as a theme through many of the discussions, that we could provide something like that by mixing those two a little bit.
So I want you to have a quick partner talk. You don't have to move, just with the people around you. Do you have a question?
I have a couple clarifying questions.
Yeah, let's get things clarified, and then I'm gonna have you chew on it with partner real fast.
On the bottom one-time pay one,
Yeah.
if somebody's at the top of their band, they would get that 2%.
That's correct. It's based on the salary.
And then my question on the top part is, for classified employees, one-time payment for those at the top of the range on the August payroll, is there any way to put that into the base so that you see that every month? So that your take-home pay isn't less?
Jamie, those are the one-time payments at the top. I don't think, because you're maxed out, you can't necessarily prorate it. It's been done as a one-time pay. And it wouldn't, I mean, honestly, that probably wouldn't be a big amount to prorate over a year.
It sounds like there's maybe a communication need on that
Right.
if in the end.
So how is that different than it would be applied to the base on the admin? Sorry,
So-
I'm not understanding.
Yeah, so the one-time pays are for, if you look at the classified, it says salary increase of 2.23%, okay? And then it talks about doing so this is how you split that 2.23 up, right? The 1.23 would be movement within the range for classified employees, and then the 1% would move the entire ranges by whatever that 1%, right? So when we look at the one-time pays that we're talking about in that second bullet point, it pertains to those that would not get that 1.23%. Am I saying that right?
Yeah, they would get the equivalent in a one-time pay.
They get the equivalent of the ongoing in a one-time pay, but it's not built into the schedule. They're maxed out, so it's not ongoing. And that's historically how we've done that.
Is it kind of like you get your tax refund all in one boot?
It's recognizing those employees that have been with us for a long time that are at the top of the range and they don't get the benefit of the range movement. So what we've done is we've recognized them by saying, here's a one-time pay to compensate for the fact that you're not gonna get an ongoing rate.
So it's a way to still give them the compensation, but in that month, one-time pay. Another clarifying question?
And I'm,
Sure.
because I don't, it's just worded different than my brain works. Are we saying for license that the whole entire salary is gonna get a 2.23% increase plus step?
No,
Or
no,
is the step that they're getting the two?
it's the latter.
So
It's
you're
the
gonna
step.
adjust the current salary schedule? No, I guess,
No, so salary schedule stays the same, the step is given, and the step is on average equivalent for licensed 2.23%. So it's not both, it's just the step.
So for classified folks, if maybe this is the language that is familiar to your brain, and you tell me if I'm saying the same thing, the licensed folks will get the steps and lanes
But not,
as promised. I know it came up as a promise in the salary schedule, but not an increase in.
this does not have a COLA for licensed salary schedule,
Does that help with the language of what it means and what it doesn't mean?
just so we know what it is, right?
Good. Any other clarifying questions? Yep.
yeah, so I just, in terms of the piece of that, I guess this applies to range movement, doesn't, I don't know what that means, so admin would get a 2.23, like basically like the COLA or step or whatever. Is there a second 2.23% for
No.
admin, or that's just that?
No, what that's saying is if we apply, for admin, it would be bullet point 1, we would be 2.23. The second bullet point's if we applied it in a different way. So if we move administrators through the range like we did with classified, administrators, we don't do those one-time pays at the top of the range, so there'd be 30 staff that would not get an increase that way. So What, in the admin thing, what we're saying is there would be no range movement, it would just be purely moving the ranges.
Gotcha. And then what's the approved market adjustment?
Okay. Jamie, you wanna talk about market adjustments?
Sure, looking at, classifying positions every year, it's a part of our process that we've done every year, so.
I'm talking about the admin, I know how that works.
It's very much the same,
Okay.
it's looking at data, and looking at the salary survey data compared to other districts and looking at which positions are we falling behind compared to other districts. So it's very much the same.
There's only a certain amount of money that we can use for that, that's left over out of the pot of money, so it's not, we make decisions based upon which positions are the lowest in our comparable markets and how much we can bring those up. We probably can't bring them all the way up. There's probably
So
a
that's
small
for like
percent.
all kinds of administrators, like principals and.
Anybody on the, any position on the administrative and professional salary.
So it's not all positions either.
Yeah.
It might be a handful of positions that we look at that are way below market.
Be like a third of the,
Well,
Just
for
do a third,
classified,
a third,
we do
a third, yeah.
Yeah, because there are so many.
So is there like a plan, like we know already that there would be like, you look at this group, or this would be determined after all this was negotiated, you know what I mean, like?
Well, we're looking at the data now and have our data comparisons for those positions and know which ones are below market. And which ones are not, and which ones are significantly below and that kind of thing. So we would have to prioritize the use of whatever funds are available to apply market adjustments.
that probably wouldn't get all the way there, right?
Right.
Like, let's take two more clarifying questions and then I wanna give you a chance to chew on it. Go one and then two.
What is the, for 1% COLA for just licensed staff, what is that? I know we were saying for 0.3 for everybody, but what is it just for licensed?
I think it's 2.23, right, correct?
No, she's saying what's the dollar?
Oh, the dollar.
I'm gonna let them crunch those numbers. It sounds like they know what they're looking for. We'll see how fast they can crunch and let's find out. Go ahead.
I was just gonna ask, is it okay if it's a couple clarifying questions?
Oh my
I'll be quick,
That's it, you're fired.
So,
No need to worry.
so for the one-time payments, like what I kind of hear you saying, Dave, is that $4 million from that coronavirus relief, before you'd said you needed 1.7 to backfill to the minimum for those reserves. So that's like 16.9 or 16 point something. So you had about 12 million left for those reserves. Are you saying those one-time payments would come out of that COVID relief? But this 2.23 basically for everyone would not. That's basically ongoing salary increase.
I mean, there's a lot behind the scenes in there, but I think where you got in the end is right. The 2.23 is coming from ongoing.
Yep.
Everything else would be coming from some reserve or another. Some of it might be COVID relief reserve. Some of it, like I said, might be some of the 4A that we didn't quite need to spend because we only needed 2 million of that out of the 6 that we had put in the MOU. So it's a combination of.
So at a 2.23, we're talking $2 million deficit this fiscal year with that pay increase.
With the step and then the equivalent of 2.23 to the other groups plus lanes and market would.
And then
$1 million deficit.
So a $2 million deficit this year, typically, like looking at the state formula, the percentages of that ongoing though that may cause a deficit this year, there's kind of some makeup there, right? So once you're going into the next
year,
you're gonna be increasing the general.
I mean, from a purely number sense, but we've never negotiated that way. I don't think we've ever come.
Which is fine. I just want to
dedicated
for
what we did.
People that
So.
we're talking, a couple $1 million this year.
All of them?
That's it.
Oh, that was easy. I was waiting for more.
If we
All right.
wanted to dedicate future revenue, we could talk about that.
So I want you to imagine that you are shopping for a pet and maybe you had your heart set on a black cat when you started the day. And no. Instead a brindle dog has just waddled into the room and that's kind of surprising because you really thought you were gonna get a black cat. I just want you to kind of hold this up as a potential idea. And even if to the degree that it's different than what you originally thought of, I want you to think about what actually looks good about this silly little puppy that's wandered into the room. What do you actually like about it, even though it might not have been, or maybe it was what you imagined originally. I don't know. But I want you to just think about what do you really like about this? Where is this meeting your interests? You wanna be really sophisticated, you can say, wow, I can really see how this is gonna make people feel valued, or this is gonna lend itself to stable budgets, or how this feels like there's some fairness in it, whatever those things are. And then you can look at, boy, but I really had my heart set on something with long scratchy claws. No, think about where it's not meeting your needs, okay? Think about what you would maybe want to tweak in it, or what doesn't work for you at all. But just kind of don't come to a conclusion on it yet of in or out, but just appreciate the good or the not quite there yet about it. And we'll articulate those in a second. So just in small groups, it can be whoever you're sitting by, you don't have to make a big deal of it. Just discuss, what do you like about this? How is it meeting your needs? And then shortcomings of what doesn't feel quite right about it. Okay, just real quick, chew on it with somebody sitting close to you. Groups of 2 or 3, however you like.
Yeah, I was gonna see if we could do with them. I just wanna see what they're thinking about it. You guys are the experienced. Ryan and I are both new.
By experience, you mean young and fresh
Cool and stylish, anything else you want me to say, yeah.
All right,
that's good, that's good. Do you want a chair?
This helps everybody. It's just, it is I feel like we're not gonna see us. It does, I mean, it's familiar that it's. A lot of the environment with this. Like ours. Bottle one time.
Will you guys thanks.
It's not alcohol, right? So, and this proposal to me seems like across the board.
I mean, I thought you were coming to me. I was ready to listen.
And if the budget, they're gonna get added, then there's like go back and forth, because they already know that.
That'll be on, okay.
And I want to know,
If it's not too tricky,
oh, you're good.
it'll be like 5%, right? Yeah. So what I mean, that would be some new. What about this one time?
Dave will even suggest. The point I was trying to make at the end is, it's $2 million ongoing. I thought, we have a reserve, COVID reserve. I just cover that 2 million. Some stay at 1%. You don't want that COLA.
And then
You guys zero plus a rate, which is that.
They get max tax.
Do you like just the ability to divvy it up? Not only make up for the next time cost, you would have covered it plus. And so, I know he hates that. He's like, that's not how I've ever looked at budgets. I'm projecting out. You are projecting against the pandemic that is like once in a 1,000-year, let's say. Maybe it's 1 in 100, I don't even know. But that's my point. And I am much less confident than this guy, David. Maybe we're like bouncing each other out. But yeah, I guess like thinking about negotiating for teachers and for pay, I like this idea that gets everyone all the stuff. I just really wonder if making even a small one possible for in our community by using COVID reserves that are essentially given to us by the federal government for the purpose of propping up our community. Using it in this fiscal year to cover deficit plus.
Track me. They will say no because everything will go away. The budget should look the same or better next year.
Balanced in 2022, 2023, based on, I think, pretty sound projections from the budget office. And I mean, I'm using the numbers that is full.
Right.
One more minute.
I get a little, Ryan has seen me on whiteboards. I get a little crazy sometimes. Here, right? Move across that $6 million. That would be like, that would be at 2%. That $6 million that you would take from the reserve, made up.
So,
that
state formula in 22, 23.
Let me
Dave
ask
would never
this.
agree with me, but that's my opinion.
It's not as cold.
I'm so sorry, I'm so sorry.
This is what everyone says, right, and that's what I higher a little more favorable, because no employee groups wants to come back and say, hey guys, we're 12% this year. Remember last year, this,
That's true, people.
that's where the experience comes, every year it's about salaries. So, that's what I said in my group, we're trying to adjust, a lot of things.
Alright, start wrapping up that conversation.
And people,
a little bit differently than you.
Thank your partner and
don't hold their
on days of
that boosts salary.
I've got 2, 3 groups ready.
Going through retirement.
I'm ready.
My groups are ready.
Right, you wanna guess.
This is really close
That's
to
gonna be-
retirement. I feel this is this
Yeah,
seems
yeah,
like.
That's 7, I've got nearly everybody.
Yeah, plus pulling.
Alright,
I'm with it. Yeah.
let's hear the good first. And you get bonus points. I was texting with Susan earlier, telling her what a good job you did. I'm gonna brag more on you on this one. You get bonus points if you can say things like, I really like how X meets our interest of Y.
Oh, man.
Yeah, right? So what are the good things of this where something in this straw design is meeting an interest and you appreciate it? Go ahead, Brian.
I like that it's demonstrating the value for all employees by tapping into one-time reserve, which I believe is a little bit of a risk, but it's a calculated risk. And I think it's the right way to get it done.
Okay, so you're acknowledging the risk, but it seems like a calculated risk, thinking back to how you wanted the long-term stability and don't shoot yourself in the foot now. But acknowledging that it's a calculated risk that's balancing those things, so you have the demonstrating a value for all employees. Okay, good, excellent, thank you. Other things that feel good about this, where it's meeting your interests?
I feel like tapping into the one-time pay is something that came up on a lot of interests and options. That again is applied to all groups.
And so what is it about that? Is it about helping people feel valued?
It's looking at all buckets of money and feeling valued and being fiscally responsible.
Okay.
Because it's not ongoing.
So it's a way that you're able to use all the money, but keeping it fiscally responsible in the one-time pay, okay? All right, other things where this is meeting your interests? Thinking back to some of the other words you used of dignity, fairness, collaboration, resourcefulness. Wondering, thinking about the community sense and the sense of belonging and how this straw design does or doesn't communicate that. Go ahead, Vicki.
There is a sense of sustainability with this one because of, the step lane and market adjustments. It's similar for classified and licensed. So there are parts of this that are definitely ongoing.
Okay. So there's a mix of benefits that are the one-time cost, but also in the ongoing way with the steps and lanes. And also there's the similarities between licensed and non-licensed staff, kind of giving benefits. Any other things we like about this? All right, let's flip to the other column. What are ways that you look at this and are like, ooh, I'm not sure that we're satisfying an interest enough, or I wish there was something else to meet another interest. Again, bonus points for phrasing in terms of interest, but that can help us think about what options might be improvements or ways to make it better. What's not quite right? Go ahead.
Cost of living adjustment is not included, so just increases the difficulty in belonging with community that we serve. Okay, so without a COLA adjustment, it's maybe not meeting the sense of community and belonging. So we have that idea of keeping up. If the cost of living is going up by 2%, this is not advancing that cause as far as it could. Okay, thank you.
Our salary schedule is not set up where everybody gets a 2.25%. It's set up at the very top left. Right, am I saying that right? Get a huge percent in the bottom right. Don't, and so.
Oh, so it's incentivizing people earlier on.
So okay, sorry, but it's not going to help those teachers at the bottom who can't have that COLA because their steps are very small.
Okay, so it doesn't do as much to help. Can I say experienced or long term? Like, how would you call it?
Later career, maybe.
Later career. Thank you.
Their range. People max out.
Even before they're maxed out. Even yeah, because it goes.
So for folks who are maxed out or just later in the careers, the steps and lanes don't mean as much to them. Those increases. So the COLA is more important to them. Thank you. Go ahead, Dakota.
I have I guess, interest in using maybe more of the ESSER reserve funds, and I know Dave's gonna be mad about this. To add a COLA, understanding that money, one is to kind of continue to boost morale, preserve K through 12 education as it exists, and the quality teachers that we have in the district, while also understanding that there was an $8.9 million increase in staffing at the school level this year, not projected into the future. Adjusting that against, you don't have to write all this, against the state formula, you could essentially, as projected, barring any COVID rebounds, recoup that cost in 2022, 23.
So it sounds like what's not quite right is that we don't have quite enough of that morale boosting compensation piece, and an option without having the specific numbers is pull more money from ESSER. I keep getting that wrong. ESSER.
Yeah, I guess, yeah.
And with looking at the positive predictions for the future, et cetera, thinking that you could still maintain some of the stability, but have a bigger boost.
Like demonstrating a commitment to the staff and their quality of life after a year that's been incredibly challenging.
So at least, so we're hearing some ways of wanting this compensation piece to be more, and thinking creatively about how you might be able to up some of those numbers, thinking about COLA, so that the staff are feeling it. Other things that aren't quite right? Go ahead. Oh, go ahead.
I was gonna ask a clarifying question. So with this one-time pay, Dave, you mentioned that was equivalent to about 2% of salary. So just in my mind, wouldn't a cost of living be 2% as well? Like to stay at the rate of cost of living? You know what I'm saying?
So it's mathematically, if the one-time pay is 2% of salary, 2.3, and COLA would be 2.2, is that essentially the same? Like what they would be getting is a lump sum, other than the fact that it's not then built in and ongoing?
I mean, the different differences are if it was ongoing, it would be prorated across the year, like if our checks are. The other thing too is with the one-time money, I'm sorry. Can you repeat the other part of the question?
I just was trying to see if like 2% is 2%.
It's equal to 2%. So
yeah.
So the 2%, if it was provided in COLA, would be ongoing. The main difference is one one-time and one is ongoing. So the other one is just provided once, and that's it. They're similar dollar amounts, though, I think.
Okay, that's what I was asking.
So for this year, or for the upcoming year, the boost could be similar in that one-time pay dollar-wise is about what that COLA would be, other than it's delivered all in one.
That's what my clarification.
The increases are similar, it's just the next year, if it was one time, you don't get it again.
Right, so that it doesn't have anything for certainty going forward.
Sorry,
No, that's okay, Brett, what do you want?
clean that up.
I just want to clarify to your question, Kathy. For the classified and the administrator schedule, the way they work with the min and the max, a 2% one-time pay is approximately the same thing you would receive if we did a 2% COLA. I want to clarify the difference on the license scale being that licensed is viewed in total cost. So the total cost of the license is like 123 million for salary. We would multiply that by 2% under our new salary scale because we have multiple input levels in the new salary schedule. We would find out what the dollar total of a total 2% increase to the license schedule is, and we would adjust step one salary schedules for step one amounts for every lane to whatever dollar amount needed to be to generate the total dollar value of the 2% increase for the license. So everybody in the license schedule would not get 2%. For some people, it could be 1, for some people, it could be 3. It depends on where you live mathematically in the license schedule, just to clarify.
Is it a place, because my non-math brain did a terrible job following that. Is that a place where those that are on the bottom right of the salary schedule would see a higher one-time pay? Or is it the opposite, that they would also be seeing less?
It depends. I mean, I looked at various areas of the salary schedule, and there's some areas where a step is more than a COLA, and there's some areas where a step is less than a COLA. So it just depends.
Okay.
Because it varies from place to place, right?
I do want to piggyback on that. Last year though, when we recreated the salary schedule with spray money, we looked at our values, and one of our values was really putting money at the, I can't see it in my head, the top left, right? The new teachers.
Yeah.
My wondering concern really would be if we do that again, a second year in a row. Our members were not thrilled with it, but they understood that we had that value statement. I don't know that that's a concern of mine, that we can't do it to the teachers.
So not enough to show that last year the people that are early career folks maybe got a bigger boost, and that there's not enough to show the value for your late career folks again.
So last year it didn't, sorry, I had a question. I'll wait.
Okay, go ahead. Thank you.
I just wanted to clarify something. It seemed like when we were hearing about these two proposals, there's really two different ones, and I took it to mean that the top one that we have on this handout was more of an ongoing, and it would get folded into different ways of paying for that ongoing after we got past this season. Whereas the one-time pay is just this right now.
Right,
did I
that's correct.
understand that correct?
Yeah.
So the idea of like COLA, it's kind of being wrapped into this ongoing one for this year with the expectation that next year COLA would potentially come back.
I think the rub is that it's not really a COLA the way it's being provided, because it's being provided by the staff. So
I've just seen it in terms of like ongoing versus not.
Yeah.
Thanks for that.
And it really has a function because and this is just how we've always done negotiations. PA is the biggest group, so we model everything after the teacher's schedule. So we use terminology around the teacher's schedule like step and step equivalent because it's the biggest group and it drives most of the cost.
No question. Okay. I saw a hand.
Oh, yeah.
And then two.
Well, I was just gonna say the same thing, like we have people in later career who their step might be a $500. You know what I mean? So now they're not getting, there's not a lane journey, there's only a step journey, and I'm with Elizabeth, and I feel like it's really leaving this bottom quadrant really out, which could be a concern. Yeah.
I think one of my concerns is that this would be the second year in a row that no group has had a cost of living adjustment. I hope that changes. I would need for it to be a third year where that happens.
Good. So it'd be the second year with no COLA. That, when we think about morale and things, that can be hard on folks. I'm looking at the clock and we've got less than 20 minutes. I'm wondering if we have time in there to create a revised proposal or tweak this one, add some revisions to it, or if it's wiser to just talk about next steps and how perhaps a subcommittee could take it from here and what that might look like. Turning to the wisdom of the group now, I feel like we're close, but that the ironing out, addressing some of these things might take longer than the time we have to get done at 3 o'clock today.
I mean, I don't know if there's any interest in people, I don't know what your schedule's like, if we think that we can get anywhere if we stay a little bit longer. Okay with me.
Okay, so there's some interest in maybe sticking it out if we said,
Maybe until 4.
okay, if we said, let's see if we stick around till 4, if we can get it done. Let me
We caucus for a few minutes
Okay.
and then come back.
So let's do this, cause we want to, especially if we're gonna try to stick it out. How long do you need for caucus? I've seen one group saying 5.
10 minutes max.
Anybody?
Let's do 10, we're really down there far.
It's 5 minutes just to walk there. Okay, so 10 minutes, so 2:53, yeah, right, 2:55. Come back at 2:55 and we'll go from there. Yeah. Yeah, my husband will pick up the kids, and we're doing take out for dinner. Oh, sorry. Just thinking that's got some good things about it. There's some things that we're not so sure about it, and some places where it's maybe not fully meeting our needs. I want to offer it up to the group now to do a temperature check. This isn't your final ratification of anything. It's just where are we at right now, so you can feel like, yeah, we like it. We're for the imperfections, we can live with it. We're satisfied. We can feel a little so-so, maybe feeling a little more uneasy about some of those imperfections, or we can say we're not quite there yet and we want to do some more work on it. All of those votes are valid and good. They just give us a sense of how much work we have to do in the next 1 hour and 2 minutes. And you're doing such a good job. Susan texted, she said, keep up the good work. So let's do a temperature check with this straw design, call it straw design 1, as drafted by Dave and submitted to the group. Where are we at on it? How are we feeling? Go ahead and vote with thumbs. Okay, I've got some ups, I've got some downs. I've got a little bit of sideways. All right, so we have too many downs to make it fly. We do have a lot of ups. A couple folks that are having ups. Anything that you want to share with the group of why you really like this and feel good about it? Go ahead.
As I said at the beginning, I think it honors everybody, and yeah, not quite where I think we'd love to people to be honored, but fiscally, I don't think that's feasible.
Okay.
And I think it's responsible because who knows what's coming? None of us would have predicted a pandemic in March. And so I want to make sure we know what's coming and we're doing a good job of saving for the future, but honoring the employees now.
Good. So for you, it's balancing those things.
Just what he said.
Okay,
Exactly
same.
what he said, yeah.
Okay, good. Anything else?
Really not comfortable going into next year's money.
Okay.
You know, it seems like this is more money than we thought we had.
Okay.
And honors all groups.
Okay. So you're feeling like it's really hitting those needs of honoring the groups, but keeping the stability and not tinkering with later years' money.
Right.
Okay, good. Had quite a few folks that were thumbs down. We know, sorry, I've been rearranging our posters up here. We know the issues and places where it's not meeting our needs. Feel free to add to those, but if they've been said, we can acknowledge that those are there. I wonder, folks that are thumbs down, are there revisions that you could suggest that would make you feel better about it, that could flip you to an up? I'm starting from this as like, maybe we're close. Are there tweaks, rather than starting with a fresh straw design, are there tweaks that we could offer to this that might help flip people? Yeah, go ahead.
I think the one-time pay, so a COLA, would be a huge step in the right direction, a 2% COLA.
Okay, so I'm gonna call this straw design 1A. And so the revision is, instead of the one-time pay, make the one-time pay ongoing.
For all groups.
So incorporate it as you would a COLA. And I think that the COLA from the feds was 2%, is that right? And that the suggestion for the one-time pay is what percentage? It's 2%, okay, I just wanted to make, I thought there was like 2.23 or something there. So it's the same, we're good, just as this. So instead of making it a one-time pay, making it ongoing, and incorporate it as we would. Do you wanna expand, or anybody that likes the idea, expand on how that is meeting interests more than the current proposal? Go ahead, John.
So I think the biggest concern that I had with the straw design is that looking at equity, when we have, as Donna mentioned, the teachers that are kind of topped out at the top of the range, we don't have something ongoing for those licensed folks where we do with classified and admin. If we took the one-time pay and made it the COLA, then that would give something to those folks that are at that top of that range. They'd have that ongoing like the other groups.
Okay, so So in the interest of making sure everybody feels valued and supported, it's doing more to provide more pay for folks at the top of the salary schedule. I know when I say the top of, we all know that's the bottom right of. Okay, good, go ahead, Dakota.
I would just add, the reason for making that change is really, I guess I'll speak for myself, but I really see the federal funds that would be used for that this year, and then interest in making that ongoing, something that really was by design of the federal government to boost like local economies, boost K through 12 education, and to be used kind of as a way to really drive economies back to success after COVID, not necessarily something to prepare for the next disaster. And that's that again is my personal opinion, but I think that's how I really see those funds as was financially designed by the federal government to be a boost for the local economies.
So having the interpretation that those funds were voted on and sent out to be an economic driver, economic stimulus, supporting education.
For COVID, not for future.
And thinking, spend it now, don't hold on to it for
Yep.
So this is just clarifying, and Dakota and I talked about this earlier, so he knows what I'm gonna say.
Oh, I'm ready.
No, and it's not a ready, don't be ready. But Dave, if we use that 4 million in a COLA way, technically that is taking it away next year?
The $4 million for one time?
Yeah.
So it would be coming from that COVID relief fund, so it would reduce the amount that we would have for COVID, those other items, soft landing, the multiple year buying out of the $2 million deficit, things like that.
But we're also committing to that 4 million next year, because it's ongoing, COLA is ongoing.
If, in this proposal,
In
yes.
this proposal?
Yes. Yeah, which would make a $6 million deficit ongoing.
Okay, so you knew I was
I will acknowledge that, yeah. I was ready.
This is responsible and, yeah, we can.
That's great. So there's a trade-off there that it would cut into your COVID money, COVID-related funds that are available, and so there's a trade-off. Also, it seems to be, in a way, it's using one-time money for ongoing expenses, and you could make the case of how you might make that up. Do you want to?
Yeah, my only case would be that I know that projecting into future years is challenging, and as Brian said, like all risks are on the table all the time. But that one-time money would be used in that fiscal year one time, and the projected budget going forward would cover those costs. Understanding that Dave probably disagrees that we can project out into those future years.
I think we could write it in MOU to take off new money next year if we wanted to do that.
So you're saying just let me clarify, so if the state formula were to like go down from the projected, that we could take that money off?
Let me make sure I'm understanding, because I might be misunderstanding. So in the multi-year projections, we have 4 million and then that other number that's like 7 something next to it, right?
Yeah.
So what you're saying is, if we go into a deficit, that next year will help, right?
Mm-hmm.
I think we would have to understand that we would not be able to use that money next year for negotiations. It would be spoken for.
It's already spoken for.
Okay. So anything, if the state formula were to increase and that number were to go up, we could negotiate that money, but we would be acknowledging that $6 million was coming out of 22-23, out of that projected 7.8, clean off the top. But we'd be kind of setting a floor of $6 million additional.
I can't speak for the board, but I'm not sure they're gonna tolerate it.
Before we have to.
You did convince him of that, sorry.
So we're kind of holding up this new critter that's walked into the room and saying, what do you look like? What do we like or not like about you? Am I gonna take you home with me? Let's keep going with this, and we're recognizing the trade-offs, likelihood of success at the board level, et cetera. Go ahead.
I just needed a clarification. So you're saying that would kind of dip into 6 million of the 2022, 2023. How does it not dip in 10.6 million? Because in your your top part with the steps and lanes and everything, that becomes 6 million, that's ongoing. And then the bottom part, if it were a COLA, it would be 4.6 million, so that seems like that would be ongoing 10.6 million.
Once you put ongoing in there, it'll impact future years going forward until you get new ongoing money to cover it, so.
Right.
So.
That's where I'm not understanding how you guys are saying that it would dip in 6 million, and maybe I'm just.
So like, what I was saying, I was just going with what Dakota was saying there is if we were to, and I was just checking to make sure I was hearing it right, if we were to pledge future revenue to absorb the deficit is kind of where that was going, so I was just trying to play that out.
Is it fair if I capture that this idea of changing it from one time to COLA puts pressure on future years' budgets to be able to maintain it?
Pressure on future year budgets, yeah.
So people are getting that bump this year, but then when it comes to next year.
That pay increase stays every year going
Because the
forward.
pay increase stays, which we like, then that just puts the pressure on the budget, then you've gotta have the money.
Because we ran a deficit in 1 year, so now we not only have to deal with the needs of the next year, but also the deficit that we created the year before.
Okay.
Which can get away from each other. We've even been in that situation probably during our 2-year agreement. I think we ran into that kind of a situation.
And I guess just my concern, if we did the one-time pay, and this would, probably can't be answered right now, but how that would affect, Jamie, our classified, and how they would potentially move on their salary schedule. That's a concern I have, how that would help classified.
So I think if correct me if I'm wrong, let's see if we can make sense of this together.
Yeah.
If it's a one-time pay, then the next year you go back to whatever your normal was from this year.
Right.
Whereas if it's incorporated as COLA, it's kind of like giving you a new base that each year that's what you're starting from.
Right, okay.
And so, and there is also a trade-off of, I think how people perceive money is different, right? I think about that with our tax refund, like, isn't it nice to get that big lump sum?
Right.
Even though they've been taking it out all along, right? But the perception, it feels like a gift, or it feels like a boom then. Whereas people may not notice it was spread out as much, or they might notice it more because their actual dollar amount on their paycheck looks better.
Okay.
Hard to say what people's perception is.
Right, right.
Other things to consider with this.
I guess this is just a wondering I have. I mean, I'm hearing COLA is important for PEA, and I mean, what do you value more? Is it more valuable to give a step, or is it more valuable to have a COLA without a step? I mean, that's another option.
Okay.
It is another option.
So I'm gonna.
You can't do both.
So not
Without running a huge deficit, right?
without running a huge deficit.
Exactly.
So if in the name of elevating that financial stability and keeping the deficits lower, if you were to do get the 2% COLA.
Yeah.
So we'll call this straw design 1B. So it's still based on our original straw design.
I think you take a 2.2 COLA. It would grow the step, be the equivalent of it.
So apply a 2.23% COLA to all. And then no step increase. Would you have no lanes too then?
Usually, I mean, we try to honor the fact that people have gotten that.
For furthering education.
So keep your lanes, but no step increase.
Yeah.
Steps are experience, right? And lanes are, okay.
And they don't necessarily, steps do not always equal the years of experience.
Right. So this is a different option. If you apply the 2.23 COLA to everybody, but didn't have a step increase, kept your lanes. What does that mean for classified and admin? Would you kind of just take that increase and, yeah?
Can I clarify something on the license? the way the new salary schedule's built, if we apply 2.23%, we're taking the dollar value of doing step and we're converting it to COLA. The way we do that, or the way we would do that in our new salary schedule, is to increase step one for every single lane by a matching dollar amount and letting it flow through mathematically, because we have bands, percentage bands in the calculation as well. So the dollar value to make the total license portion constant would be to increase the base of every lane by $1,110. What that really means is depending where you lived in the license salary schedule, every licensed employee would get at least an $1,110 raise if you were to approach it that way instead of a step. That make sense?
So $1,100 at the minimum, but it could be more for some.
Yes.
Just depending on how it flows.
If you're further, so for, like I said, I'll just throw out bachelor step one. They're currently at $44,000. It would go to $45,110. So that position would get an $1,110 raise. Other positions further through the salary schedule also have percentage increases that recognize and reward longevity in the system. Some of those positions would get more than $1,110 depending on where you fall.
So this is something that would, for those who have been around longer, their bump would probably be higher.
Let's just say if you were on PhD step 28, they're currently $93,761, and next year that would be $95,638. So that is an increase of almost $2,000 for a PhD person with 28 years of experience. So somewhere between $1,100 approximately and $1,900 depending on where you lived. So the total dollar value is the same. We're talking $3,368,000 to do it this way versus the step cost is $3,369,000. So that's just adjusting the base to make the total dollar amount stay the same.
So for admin and classified, mathematically, would you just kind of have to repeat the process to make it fit with the way their salaries?
It would be no change because this is a total salary schedule increase of 2.23% to licensed.
Got it.
So you would still approach classified and admin the same.
Okay, we've got. So the end outcome, other than with this applying COLA, would that take away the one time or? So this would take away the one time.
Not for admin or classified.
So let's clarify.
It would take the one time.
Oh, no.
We were saying maybe.
Well, I think it depends on how you wanna write the option.
Yeah, let's build out this option a little bit more. And well, let me pause before we build out this option some more, because it's fun to consider these new puppies coming into the room. Let's come back to this straw design 1A of just saying, make one-time pay ongoing for all the groups, incorporated as you would a COLA. So keep the proposal, except take that bottom chunk and move it up, and so it becomes ongoing. How would folks feel about that if that's a proposal? Okay. Thank you for just jumping in without caucusing or anything else. We have a flipping of folks that felt good before that feel less good now, and some folks that felt a lot better with that option. So let's keep massaging. Straw design 1B, we're saying apply 2.23 COLA to all. So there wouldn't be a step increase. Certified staff would keep their lanes. Would you want to add a one-time?
The original straw design had the one-time pay, so they're just trading out the step to the COLA.
Okay.
So I think the original straw design would include the one-time.
So you would have a one-time pay at like 2% as it is in the proposal. So people are getting, essentially you're tweaking the base with the COLA. Certified staff aren't getting their step increase, but they do get credit for the lanes, so they could be moving across for their education in that way. And you would keep one-time pay, this bonus thing at 2%. Chew on that for a second. Maybe talk with somebody close to you.
Can I ask a quick question?
Yeah.
For design 1B, what is the cost piece look like for that one? Is that going into next year's money, or is it more like what you have proposed for the first one?
So in back of the napkin math, what that first option would cause the deficit to move from $2 million to $6 million.
1A. The
One A, but I'm talking about 1B.
1B.
1B is the one where we
I
have,
don't think there's additional,
okay, so it'd be the same cost.
because we're
First one you
swapping step for COLA, really, for license.
Okay.
So as far as,
There's no steps, but COLA
Right.
comes back.
But that would end up being like the same, got it, okay.
Right, but I think it also honors the people that are maxed out on the license salary schedule by doing the COLA.
And taking a lot of classes and trying to move that way too.
Right.
so if one of the things that we didn't like, I'm gonna say it, upper schedule. What's the eloquent way you said it for the more experienced folks? So if one of the things we didn't like about the initial straw design is the way that it wasn't doing enough to help your veteran licensed staff, this is a switch that would do more to boost their wondering if we need to do some in-room caucus about this possibility?
Can I ask a quick question? So if we did it that way, then how does that help the people in classified that are maxed out?
Good question. How, so if classified folks are maxed out, if you increase the base with COLA, is it,
So the classified would get the one-time payment at the max that's differentiated, strong.
spell it out again, classified would get what?
They would still get the one-time pay.
For those that are maxed
And the
out.
same with admin.
Okay, so they'd get the COLA plus the one-time pay?
No, they wouldn't get something COLA, they would just get the movement through the range, and then if they're maxed out, they would get the one-time pay.
And the COLA.
No, there's no COLA for that one.
They're maxed out.
If they're maxed,
You're
yeah.
maxed So in the classified, if you're looking at the paper document, what we had was 1.23 movement through the range.
Right.
People that are maxed out wouldn't get that, right? Because they're not in the range anymore. But then the 1% is more similar to what you guys think of COLA.
Okay. Does that, when we think about how that carries forward for them, I'm thinking about part of the shift is what does it mean for your base in the future? For classified, does that carry forward? It's a one time, okay. So the dollar amount that they're getting this year is the same, but it's a one time way if they're already maxed out.
Right.
If they're not maxed out, then it just goes the 2.2. Okay. Question?
I have a think outside the box.
I love that.
I know. My worry is, and this is where I don't have my technology in front of me, so I can't pull up your wonderful spreadsheet where you say like each percentage, like you have it colored, and I don't remember, I think it's red and then green and then orange, where like the first over here gets like 5%, and then I don't remember what the percentages are. Do you remember off the top of your head what
Well, it's
percentages are?
we've restructured the whole salary schedule, so it's built a little differently
Okay.
now. It's all based on like Brett was saying, it's all based on that first step. Everything generates from the lane down from the.
Okay, so my wondering is, can we try to do some finagling with that? Because I do think teachers really do own that step. And so wondering if we can say that that step is everyone at least gets a 2.5% in the step where I'm just throwing out just an idea, you can love it or hate it. And then anyone who would make anything less than what they would have, and that's why I don't know what the percentages are, because I don't have that there, that we go ahead and grandfather that in. Because I don't want, because we're trying to help the people down here, we're hurting the people up here by doing that. I do think teachers have an ownership on that step. I know that they get upset about the pay freeze, and I think they would look at it as a pay freeze. And so I'm wondering if that's a way to kind of do both. And then my other question is, instead of a one-time pay, what percent COLA would you be willing to add so that so it's ongoing instead of a one-time pay? So maybe a 2% COLA, just one-time pay. Is there a potential to do like a 1.5% COLA that would be ongoing that we would look at? So maybe it's not as high. So those are some questions that I have to make it.
Yeah, let me see if I'm understanding the possibilities. So, you're saying we got a lot of thumbs down here because of the impact to the deficit. So there's a part of you asking, is there an amount, is there any possibilities here for some sort of COLA, so that people could have both their step that you're saying their value as these experience, and also, is there a possibility to add some sort of COLA piece, perhaps less, that would bust the deficit less. I'm wondering in the other, I'm trying to imagine the spreadsheet with you. It seems like you're either moving with steps and lanes as intended, whether or not it's budgetarily possible, but as intended, or in the name of not busting the budget, we were talking about this. Is what you're.
I'm just wondering how to sell it. So if we say, like, even if we're finagling the not for the bit, but we're saying you're getting your step, but that step is 2.5%, unless you would have made more than 5%, then we'll say those teachers are the teachers who are at like 44,000, right? So they make a little bit more in the beginning. I don't know. That's why I don't know the percentage. It used to be the old way. That's why I'm asking. I'm just going out. Outside the box.
So trying to think how you can give everybody a boost, regardless of where they're on the salary schedule. Okay.
But I do think teachers are really sensitive about freezes, and I don't know if I can sell a freeze. Okay.
Just to throw out the percentages in the new plan so everybody knows, we're looking at 1.95% for the first area, then they get a little more aggressive, 3.35%, 4%, 3.75%, 3.5%, so 4 bands are between 3 and 4%, and then the top tier bands, it tapers off significantly, and the final band increase is 0.6%. That is the bottom right of the salary schedule that she's talking about, where the step increase, the dollar value is not as high.
Where the step increase is not as high in those bottom right. Okay, so for this is where we're thinking about communication and how do you sell it, and who is it benefiting more or less. It sounds like the straw design 1B would help those folks on the bottom right more.
But I still think teachers, I don't think we would be happy with one saying we went into a freeze. Even if they're saying we're putting 2.5%.
If there's not steps, I can't sell it to them.
Yeah, I mean, I think teachers are really upset about, like, they're teaching year 15, but they're on step 9 or whatever, I don't know what it is. They really are, and I don't think we can sell it.
Okay, so I'm hearing in the feeling valued way, if you're not gonna do steps, then that's gonna hurt people. Even if financially it looks the same with the COLA, that the communication on steps would be tricky. So that takes us back a little bit to straw design as initially proposed, but maybe a 1C now. Is there an amount of COLA that could be added? So keeping steps and lanes as laid out in the plan, but maybe thinking about some sort of COLA. I'm wondering if it's instead of the one-time, kind of the bottom chunk of, if that's kind of a trade-off we could make. Is there some amount that instead of putting it towards one-time pay, could get put into COLA? We had a whole bunch of thumbs down for the full 2%. I wonder if there's another option that instead of being one time could be put into COLA. Dakota?
Before we do that, can I just make one last pitch for, doesn't have to be the 2%, but just one last pitch for why I think PEA thinks that the COLA is possible this fiscal year. With that increase, so we're talking about a deficit, but in the reality, we aren't talking about a true budget. Money exists as liquid funds for the district. And it would still leave, even with a full 2% COLA, it would still leave you with around $9 million in your COVID relief reserve. So I completely agree, we've been throwing around deficit a lot, but I just want to make one last pitch that I don't, as I think PEA looks at this and we think about what can we do for teachers in this district, it's hard for us to go back to our teachers and look them in the eye and say, sorry, we had a budget deficit. And they're like, but you put $9 million in reserves. Plus, or you put $13 million in reserves, sorry. So with giving them that ongoing raise and still putting money in reserves, it really does feel like we can get the best of both worlds, right? Like we're supposed to sing Hannah Montana or something like that, but there's I really think we can have that. We can have $9 million that go into coronavirus relief fund, plus get people a raise that is ongoing and like based on projections is not necessarily a deficit year over year. I understand that it looks like a deficit if we take the 33,408 that we have for this year, not including ESSER. But if we didn't take that and we looked at it, the holistic picture of the budget as it exists for PSD right now, I really do feel like that is not necessarily a deficit. And that's my last pitch. I just wanted to.
Thank you, Dakota. Go ahead.
I just had a question. I noticed when we did like the temperature check, it seemed like ACE members and PACE members, I didn't see cabinet, were up when PEA was down, and then it was opposite on another. Why? Like I'm just wondering, like, is this not fair across, are these all not fair across employee groups? Like why, I'm just wanting to know why those groups are so different and where we're coming at it from.
I'm wondering if, I don't know, I'm the person who lives in Laramie, it's my first time with y'all in a while. I'm wondering if people are thinking about whether and how they would sell it or message it to their groups,
different
and then that's
groups.
different, I don't know.
Cause I know there was a thing about like, you know, and I'm just gonna say it, like admin pay was high, but I know like classified pay is low. So I can't figure out why there's a disparity between, with admin and classified and then PEA. I'm really just wondering where that rub is.
I guess to answer that, if I could.
Yes, please.
If you look at the classified package ongoing and the administrative package ongoing.
On this one that Brett gave us, or, yeah.
As a straw design, both of them have something that covers those that are at the top of their pay, those that are at the top of their range. And so steps and lanes for educators just cover steps and lanes, it doesn't cover folks that are at the top of their range.
Okay, so that's the difference between the three groups.
Like a 1D could be, we peel out the stuff for classified, the one-time payments for those that are at the top of their range, and we peel out the putting it to the base, but instead putting the 2.23 for those that are not at the top of their range. Then that would be equitable, but I don't wanna take money out of people's pockets.
I see. Okay, thank you. I've been trying to figure that out and wrap my
That's a
head
good
around it.
observation, yeah. So that the way that it impacts different members differently is a part of where PEs may be stuck on that. Okay, go ahead.
Just an observation, I'm not a tax person, but I don't even play one on TV.
Jackie, can you speak up a little?
I can. I'm just wondering about one-time payments. Are those taxed at a higher rate?
I don't believe so.
They're not. They're not viewed as like a bonus or a.
No, it's just for the tax table for having exemptions
Okay.
under the new tax act.
Okay.
However your deductions are your tax deductions for state.
So no difference. Okay. Thank you.
Boy, it almost got real complicated when you're on taxes into it. So I'm looking for some ideas for the straw design 1C, I think we're on to now. I'm hearing from PA folks that it's important to keep steps and lanes as proposed in the straw design, but maybe instead of the one-time payment, I'm hearing something with COLA in there. We know that we got a whole bunch of thumbs down when we did 2% COLA here. I don't know if there's another move in that direction that could get us closer.
Okay, this is like really gonna not sound like a smart question. If we have 2.23 is what it looks like we have that is kind of in the budget, but also pulling 2 million in. Should we be looking at that as 1.5 COLA and the rest apply to steps and lanes and whatever total salary increase? Because then it's steps, lanes, COLA, but it's still within the band of what money we have.
Does it get complicated if you slice and dice, like you get a half step?
I'm a principal, I'm not a finance lady.
I said half step and I heard.
Here's a thought. Can we check and see? It seems like from PEA, their concern is that there's staff that are already maxed out, won't see anything, other than the 2%, oh wait, yeah, the 2% one-time pay. Is there a way we can see how many people we're talking about that are maxed out?
Maxed out on the license schedule
Yeah.
and see what we could do,
Oh.
one-time increase there. So where are you going with that?
Yeah, or something, I mean,
Right, if you're maxed
something like
out.
2.23%, I don't know.
Yeah.
So the idea is
So I don't know what the cost is. but-
now trying to infuse, we're working on building an option, I just don't know what it looks like yet, so looking at infusing some more money in the folks that are at the higher ranges where they wouldn't see the benefits from steps and lanes, taking some of that money as a one-time or as a COLA kind of
That
thing?
would be one time,
It would have to just be one time,
just like kind of everyone else.
Yeah.
Is one time.
okay?
And that, could that be true for classified then as well?
Yeah, that's what we're doing, that's already what's been.
That's what I was getting at, was what was the down from PEA that we could fix?
Okay.
That's what I was trying to.
So we're trying to fix.
If it's capped out people, figure out who those people are and increase their one-time. So some people would have more one-time pay, but that makes sense because.
It's only one time, it's not ongoing.
Can I ask a clarifying question though? But when you're doing it with classified or admin, right, case or classified, it's a 2.23 ongoing, right? The original one, not the second step. It's ongoing, it's not just for this year, right? So you're taking everyone's salary and increasing it by 2.23%, and then you're not going back, so now their salary stepped up to the new 2.23%. So my worry is I don't wanna just look at figures from maxed out, I wanna look at that pay scale of any teacher out there who would not, with just doing a step, would not make at least 2.23%. And that's where I'm like, we're gonna be equitable again for everybody. I think everybody needs to at least make a 2.23% ongoing raise, not just a one-time pay, but an ongoing, so it's fair for everybody. But having certain people make it not others doesn't feel okay to me.
That would totally mess up the schedule that we
I think the way we get at making sure everybody gets an increase is taking step and then putting.
Right, well, because like even just looking at, that's not maxed, but there's people at like year 1920, they would only make a $400 raise next year. That doesn't seem equitable to me for ongoing, where other people are making 2.23% of different salaries that could be smaller or greater for long term.
So we're still noodling on what do we do for these folks that are capped out and what improvements can we make that are not just one time but ongoing?
It would be about 260,000 to provide a one-time payment to those people.
How much?
260,000 of one-time money.
Is that just topped out or people who would make? People who aren't making any money.
That's the people that are topped out, it's around 140 people. What you're proposing, like the 2.23% across the board, is not how the license salary schedule is built, and
So, right, and that's where it makes it hard, because some people are depending on that COLA, while other people are just depending on that step, so we have different people, everyone will represent both groups.
and that's why we built the salary schedule the way we did last year, so we have multiple input ways. The reality is, we know that for the license, for the stall one, we're talking $3.3 million. And there's a couple of ways to get to $3.3 million. You can do the base, and then ultimately you can put the band, percentage of the bands as well, but you have the ability to mess it up pretty quick by altering the percentage of the bands.
People are gonna look at their own personal self, and say, I'm only making $400 next year, and I get it one time, that doesn't seem, so that's what, we have to sell it, right? So that's part of our job, and so.
So, we have an option on the table here to look at your licensed folks who are capped out. It sounds like tweaking it in an ongoing way for only some gets really messy, like the salary schedule is not good for that. If you want it incorporated that way, it's better to lean on COLA for everybody instead of steps. But you could do a one-time payment of some sort for licensed folks who are capped out, and give them a one-time bonus. It would not address the ongoing piece of that. There's still an element of this of being capped out. I'm wondering, as we're noodling with how to help these folks that are in this place in the salary schedule, I'm kind of wanting us to zoom up a little bit, think about the big picture. broadly of employees. And think about how we're balancing these, and I don't have the answer. But depending on the number of folks we're talking about here, I'm wondering what kind of creative solutions we can come up with that are gonna balance thinking about everybody feeling valued, everybody having the benefits, thinking about fairness across the board. We have a rub with fairness in this one chunk. And also there's only so much flexibility with the salary schedule that you've just redesigned and tried to be so thoughtful about in doing that. Go ahead.
Can we do a quick in-room caucus? Would that be okay?
Does that work for everybody? Yeah. Are we, so we're still noodling on what I have one here as some sort of one-time payment for those folks who are capped out. So we have that as kind of the latest on the table. I'm hoping in your caucus time, you either have a persuasive argument to swing everybody to a different option, or a new option that's gonna be creative, and help meet people's needs a little bit more. Let's try and be quick about it, because we don't have a lot of time. Can we have 5 minutes? Is that okay with in-room caucus?
Yeah, 5 to 5.
Fine, I'm gonna let you self-organize. If you lose your people, merge your amoebas.
It's not. It's one or the other. Right now. No, you're right, Deb. And what's upsetting, or what's a little frustrating for me. It's this or this.
That's why I was asking my question.
Right. They do that every year. Right. Yeah, that's not different. And that's not different. This is just moving the range. Right, right.
Gotcha. It's about the same.
7 out of 7, 1, 2, 3. Right. I see.
Well,
This is the question I had. How many people?
It was 740.
yeah.
I heard that.
Well, it's really, we have to come back.
That's the same.
I don't want to max our range. What about us who took a 500 pay cut? I'm sorry, and that's something I want to say, because I mean, look at, I don't know what our.
Just in case.
So.
That's why
Oh, 100% correct, yeah, nail on the head, right there.
Somebody needs to say, like, hey, we all have to go back and say this. We have, you know.
I don't think there's any way to do it.
Our understanding if negotiating, if we add this is definitely more. That's just my job, sorry. I probably get clarification on this first one. And that's, we've heard of 10, I don't.
You have 1A, 1B.
I don't mind the 6 so much, because that's a little too.
Add 2.
For your collaborative efforts.
Exactly. So, and that's, and I appreciate what they're saying, yet I don't.
I'm ready for some stronger.
You're so. That's right. And when you
That's what's gonna happen when I go back. They're gonna say, oh my gosh, we didn't know we were gonna get What happened with our work? That'll be their question. Because we weren't expecting things, so we'll be happy about it.
Workloads in schools sounds like it's gonna be somewhat addressed by the increased budget. This is separate, and I don't know about custodial.
Workload in school got handled by the 8 million that was funneled in the school. We didn't have any money to handle the issue in child nutrition.
I've heard it, but I think it's.
Departments forgot soldiers in this.
But I think if we're just concentrating on this, my point is. Some of those people possibly in a color hours, okay? Now let's flip it. Any of our groups, that's what they lost, us. Okay, so. Okay.
Yep,
Yeah.
Yeah, because
So.
August, I was 600 a month.
So.
That's right. We were losing lots of money.
And I don't know about. Increasing temperature was very significant.
Yeah, I mean, pushing that car.
Exactly, for everything.
So these arguments would make sense in normal time.
It's okay. We did IR
All right, let's start wrapping up that caucus and heading back to your spots.
That's what last year was all about.
Right.
Was to get those young starters.
Exactly.
The chocolate in front of me. The bathroom's a little small.
You know what? I have to get my numbers right.
Can we talk about this? Is it a possibility?
Look at one-time people who are capped. We kind of did,
Okay.
probably not what we're going back.
Okay, that's all right.
Yeah, we did talk about
So I'm gonna do a quick temperature check, just process-wise, to see if we're, if this is close. And if not, we can see if there's time for another quick option or another quick straw design to put up here. If it's not gonna be a quick one that people can smile and get on board with pretty quickly, I think then we will table the discussion and have IR come together to chart out some next steps. Okay, so perhaps we're there, or perhaps we can be quickly there. But if we're not, then we'll call it, do some wrap up for today, and have IR come back together for next steps. So let's do a quick temperature check on this. I think straw design 1C is give steps and lanes as proposed. Keep your one-time payment generally for people, but look for some additional money to help buoy those folks that are capped out on the licensed salary schedule, and give them a one-time kind of bonus, so that they see an increase, since they aren't gonna see it as much in the increases in steps and lanes here. So again, this is one time, it's not easily incorporated as a COLA, you can't kind of split them. It would just be a one-time payment for those folks that are like the bottom right on the licensed salary schedule. So it's a temperature check on that. How do folks feel about that? Straw design 1C. Go ahead and give me your thumbs. Okay, so I still have some up, have some sideways, and I have a handful of downs. Okay, so we have enough downs and quite a few sideways. They're feeling uneasy about that. I wonder if there's a 1D that we can quickly put up here that might fly, and we'll do a quick temperature check with it. And if we're not there, we're not there.
John Robinson has.
John, go for it.
So, our schedule is, as Dave and Brett have talked with, I'm so sorry, with Elizabeth, our salary schedule is different, and it's hard to reach all of those groups. our suggestion is if the other two groups are really satisfied, thumbs up with the ongoing and the one-time pay, we'd like to take what we would have as a one-time pay and place it as a COLA simply for license. I think that would give a thumbs up from our group.
So use one-time pay, so the chunk at the bottom, as COLA for licensed. So for everything else stays the same, admin and classified staff would get it as a one-time bump, but for licensed staff, instead you would have that rolled up into the base for COLA. Okay.
Can we afford that?
We just need it crunched real quick.
Yeah, I mean, it's.
We didn't say how much of a COLA, it would depend on what that would look like.
Yeah, I don't even know.
So it'd be about $3 million total increased ongoing cost to do 2% license COLA.
On top of what, Fred? On top of the 6?
Steps.
On top of the 2.
How much would we be going into a deficit?
So we would add another $3 million to the 2, so it'd be a total of 5.
Well, wouldn't we take some out for the bullet point number 1, paid on, or no, bullet point number 2, paid on the license assignment, download filtered on the T schedule, all license assignments, and extended contract. That would be moved out, so it wouldn't necessarily be 3 million added to a deficit, but whatever.
That would add.
Maybe this will help because I think this came up before with what does a deficit mean? And there's actually a definition, and when we talk about ongoing deficits, it's kind of like in Tabor. And what it talks about is ongoing revenues versus expenditures, and if you have an imbalance of that. So like this year in this first proposal with the $2 million deficit, we would propose a budget that actually spent $2 million more than the ongoing revenue that we have to meet the ongoing expenditures. And we would have to do a document, a resolution to tell the board that we're doing that, because we're legally required to point those deficits out. So yeah, I mean, I think that, yeah, I mean, it would add another $5 million to that.
It would add another how much?
5 million, it would be 5 million, so it'd be 2 plus 3.
Wait, so you're saying that you're proposing a COLA of what? Because we didn't say a number for COLA.
I heard.
Maybe I didn't hear him, I'm sorry.
So, I just said, so what I recorded is if the other groups are okay with the one-time pay, use the one-time percent as a COLA, for the license, so I didn't have a number, I assumed we were still.
We had 2% on the paper, so I was assuming we were taking the 2% and moving it up.
I don't think we came to the table
So
with 2% in mind.
the one-time pay negotiated would be 2% for license, that's what you're saying, that's 2%?
So if we did.
It was,
And if
it's not on the paper, but we said 2%.
What's the dollar amount? 2% just for license?
$3 million.
That's
3 million.
So that is
So
5
you're saying by taking this 3 million and putting it up to COLA.
It makes it ongoing. Right, it makes it ongoing. And we don't have enough ongoing revenue to do that.
So the cost, when we think about the cost proposals before, straw design, as it was previous to amendment, had these deficits in it, you're saying this would add 3 million to that deficit.
Well, I'm gonna go back to a question Amy asked a little while ago, what some of the different are, because we were pretty close to the same up and down a second ago, and I think when we look at it, I think we're going back and forth about how much we wanna borrow from next year to put into this year. And I think that's the rub, right? If we go back to the conversation we had, even about the first one, there was nervous energy in this room about being in a $2 million deficit. And so it's gonna be hard pressed to push people forward. John, I hear the piece about admin or PACE and ACE being comfortable with this. I think it's more about how much money we wanna borrow from next year to pull into this year. It's probably where groups are at. And I think that's important for us at least to put in the room.
What we're not comfortable with is $5 million of deficit starting into next year, which does impact what we even have to negotiate next year. And our job, I think, is to negotiate what we have right now.
Okay, so this is the, hang on, let me just do a check-in. It sounds like there's ways that this would make improvements for some, but there's a concern of how much kind of extra you're spending and obligating yourselves to the future, thinking about the financial stability component of this. So at what cost would that be coming? How comfortable are you with using future money? I'm really wanting to do a temperature check to see if this
Can I
is
say
the
one more thing?
solution.
I mean,
Go ahead and do one.
We came into today thinking we had $4 million to negotiate. This puts us in reverse by 5 million. I mean, technically next year we would have nothing to talk about. Or we could have more. But I think, are we gonna gamble that?
So
I know we're not comfortable with that.
So thinking about the initial, what's the pot of money that we have to work with, a lot of people started the conversation thinking it was more.
Less than that.
There's been some flexing to dig into reserves or COVID
doubled.
money or whatever. So that now we're essentially if you do the one-time money too, it's 10 million that you're essentially paying with instead of 4. Okay, and that feels like an extension for some already. Okay, so.
I just want to put in the room also, I think we look at the projections, but we're less than a year from when we knew or thought what the projections were, and then we ended up having a whole lot of conversations to cut people out of the budget or cut people out of our thing. And so I think there's a trap for us. If we, like, I would say I'm uncomfortable $2 million this year. If it turns out good, we have the $2 million next year, right? But we don't want to get ourselves back in a boat where things don't go well and we're having a whole bunch of conversations to cut people out. It could be as early as the fall if things don't go perfectly. Certainly could be a trip for us next year. So I appreciate that we've gone from 4 million to 10 million. I think lots of people would be. But man, to go further than that, for me, it just feels like a huge challenge.
We're managing tensions there with people's risk aversion and what that looks like.
I guess I need clarification because I'm confused about this COVID reserves that earlier was pretty much presented as it's set aside, we're not touching it. But then it's presented, well, now we're gonna take some out for some one-time payments and some small things. And this is not a reserve that we have to keep, right? It was given to us by the state to replenish what we needed, what we were out, and we're choosing, not required, to set that money aside and just let it sit there.
So it sounds like there's some confusion about the shell game of what money can be used for what purposes. And then also what we can go into the reserves or deficit spend for and what we can't.
Right, so when we're saying deficit, I keep thinking, yeah, but we have this money sitting there that we were given to help us and it's not being used.
Right. I'm wondering if part of the rub is thinking about the one-time expense versus ongoing. So in the original straw design, it's borrowing some from the future, using some of the COVID funds, using some of the shell game that happens, borrowing some from that, but not committing yourself to the ongoing thing.
Right, which I understand the difference between one time and ongoing. So then I guess my next question is, why is it not possible to put this one-time COVID monies toward, the site-based non-staffing budgets and then move that money to some more ongoing things? Not an option? Moving things around, being more creative.
Some more shuffling where it's possibly. Let me just see where we're at because we're running out of time. I like the ideas for creative thinking. I was sensing some reluctance on this, adding more, digging more into reserves / more deficit spending / whatever you want to call it. Spending more money didn't feel good to some folks, but let me do a quick temperature check on this. If this was a proposal on the table, lead licensed and admin getting the one-time pay, but roll that money in as a COLA classified staff and admin, keep it as in the straw design, but put that money towards a COLA to change the base for certified staff, licensed staff. Temperature check. Okay, not a lot of enthusiasm on that. I wonder if anybody, after looking at the options and hearing the values that people are balancing, I wonder if there's an initial proposal that you would be willing to reconsider and feels any better. And if there's not, that's okay. We'll go back to the drawing table and keep working on it. But I wonder if there's anything else that, after reflecting, you.
I just think it would be nice if IR can have a discussion.
Okay.
And take it back to our groups, frankly.
Like right now?
Like right now.
We'll go down to Odell's, no, I'm kidding. No, I just think, and this is just me, for my group, I would rather have a smaller conversation about this.
Okay, good. So it sounds like folks are feeling like we may be close, but maybe we just need to let our brains rest for a little bit and come back fresh to it with some of that perspective.
Just to clarify, I understand the bottom right, not, we wanna treat people fairly and find value, but I'll just be honest with you. For me, I'm not willing to negotiate beyond the money for what we have this year.
That feels like a hard line for you of how it
I
feels.
think it's a hard line for pacing.
Yeah.
Right, so it's good to know some parameters that group can work within. I'd like to ask you, as a closing today with our negative 59 minutes, to connect with somebody who's on a different team from you and reflect on what worked well today and what you hope you can carry forward into the rest of your work, whatever that ends up looking like. And if you could put that on a Post-it, and then things that were difficult today, or things that you want to tweak and build on for next time, add that on a Post-it too. And I'm just gonna ask you to do it with a partner, since you're in the room. Reflect on those things, be vulnerable with that person and share, this part of it was frustrating to me, or this part felt really good, or whatever that is. Share with a partner. It sounds like for next steps, IR will gather.
But that was just one person's recommendation. I don't know if that's everyone's recommendation.
Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you for checking me on that. We had the idea that IR could sit down, look at things, and decide where we need to go from here. Whether that means we need to get back together, whether they can form a task force to work on something, but that we would delegate deciding those next steps to them.
I just wanted to make sure, I don't have like a strong opinion, I just felt like we should have a broad.
No, that's good. Thank you for checking. Does that feel safe for folks as far as next steps? To send the issue to IR with all this information and see if they can iron out some solution within themselves that can bring it back to you. But if they need to bring it back to the whole group, then you can work out that. You were a thumbs up, right? Okay. All right. So let's plan on that. So as your checkout today, and I'm sorry we don't have more time to do something more meaningful, but just chat with somebody. I'd encourage you to find somebody from a different team and reflect on process-wise what felt really good about today, what were you jazzed about, and then any things that just felt frustrating or you might be able to tweak for next time so we can incorporate those into the process.
And I probably need to talk at some point about what we're gonna do.
Oh gosh, do we need to think? Hey, y'all, I forgot. What's our message out? Before we do this process evaluation, we need to have a message out. I feel like when you're not quite done, it sounds a lot like we met, we're working on it.
Yeah.
That's so
Is that the message out, that we're not, do you talk out of school about any of the details and get feedback from folks at this point, or is it you keep it all in-house? Okay, so this is a thing where even though we have this straw design and all of its flavors, we're not shopping it around to our constituents. We're keeping it in-house and we're saying we met, we made some progress, we're still wrestling with some hard things. We'll come back to you soon.
Yeah.
Do I need to write that down or can we all remember it? Okay, that's your message out. Go ahead and do your process evaluation and just thank you for your energy and your extra hour today. I really appreciate it.
Yeah, no, I'm glad to do it.
What do you think?
Yeah, I thought it was good.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Yeah, I like it.
Good time. Frustrating part.
Everybody said today.
I would love to just stick it out and just bounce it.
Hearing about it. I guess it's just.
Yeah, it would have been nice to have some finality.
Yeah. Yes.
So. Otherwise.
Yeah, I mean, you.
Right.
I've got a target here for your good stuff and changes, plus in your delta. Add those on your way out the door.
How did you already do that? Dakota and I were following.
Nice.
Dang. So it's the same, look at that.
Good and the bad.
And the ugly, it's not saying.
Oh, we were supposed to do.
Honey always gets awkward. Right. A good and a.
That's what if I put them both on? Yeah, that's what
Oh, man, that's it. You're
right in the middle, I'm gonna go on.
Yeah, that's perfect right there. Makes me sad.
I didn't make that clear. That's my fault. Thanks for your cancer today.
But I said, I'm really glad I did that.
I'm so glad.
And I'm sorry for waiting.
Yes. They just got it from the breeder, got her from the breeder. Oh, of course.
Yeah,
Thank
thanks.
you.
Yeah, those are, yeah, hourly. Thank you. Everyone knows Kathy McKay, who's been a cadet more than his whole life. We don't have them. But she got step increases.
Over there, and you can put it in the middle if you did them all on one. Ellen, so great to see you.
Yeah, I think we're meeting in your, I mean, you don't have to go, I just have to.
Thank you. Really appreciate it. Glad to be here.
Since you put it on the same note, I'm gonna put it sideways like this.
Thank you for doubling all the things today.
Gosh, yeah, no problem.
That's why I wanna have more conversations in my group. Can I help you?
Have an order. I was gonna